Hello! It is I. You can't see me or anything. Hi Taylor. Hi Hair. Hi Jerry. Let's fix everything here. Boop. Hey, look at that. Look at, I like I like that Gengar's face was recognized as a face. I like that. That is good. That is good. Um, these pants look yellowish under that, but they're white-ish. Well, the white is white. This looks yellow. That's weird. Anyway, um, let me get all set up here for today because there's a lot of stuff behind the scenes and um everywhere and everything that I need that I need to get running and going. So um this will take a second. But hello everyone, happy Saturday. God, happy to see you all. I hope you're all having a good day. Uh boop boop. Like I said, I'm fixing stuff in the background, so we'll use this as a second to prepare for the events at hand. In fact, I can close this. I can close. By the way, I've just realized that my NVIDIA webcam wasn't running in 60 FPS this whole time. So that's why this camera sometimes looked weirder than the other camera. Also because of the void, my fingers look so weird that it's distracting me. But hey, that's what we do. Also, hi, Jabba. Um, okay. I got most of the things ready here in the background. Whew. Let me start with an intro that we'll do on this scene before we get into everything. Scar's also getting ready still. So this will all take a moment anyway. Um, but before we get everything else going, I just wanted to personally take a moment to use this as a vehicle for just yapping and tell you what the idea is for today, and to talk about this as a whole, um, and streaming as a whole in general. This is like a side excuse. Blip, blip, blip. Um, so first, I have a note, and the order doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter at all. Um, this is the fifth year I've done this list on stream, um, and that is a special number. Is 5 years of anything is crazy in that regard, but also, um, I've done a form of this list for the past, it has to be 13 years. That's crazy. Um, it wasn't always super duper indie focused. This was also when I still reviewed video games for the magazine. There was a lot of AAA games in there because that's what I was playing at the time. Now all I play is indie games, which is way better in my opinion. And I do it for me and for sharing it with the world and not for like a publication, which is way better. So things have improved over the past decade, which is again crazy. So this one is special for me because being able to sit here and play video games and then talk about video games is an amazing thing that I honestly never thought I would be doing with my life, and with my time. So that's 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 a special place here, and that this is the fifth year that I've done this is a special one too. And I can only see this getting better every year. I add a little, or I take a little away, or I change a little, and I think last year's was a standard that I set for myself that I have purposely this year benched below, because if you keep wanting to improve, that is just an impossible metric that you can just never. I mean, it's good to strive for perfection and for improvements and all that stuff. Don't get me wrong, but if you every year it has to be bigger and better and bigger and better, that's not something you can do. Last year, that's my parents. They're leaving. Um, Last year, I joked about doing a top 25, and then I did it because normally I do a top 10. Last year I joked about doing a top 25, and then I did it, and now um I'm doing another top 25 because why scale that down, right? That's a fun number. I think as long as we're like relative to the amount of games we're playing in a year, we're not like, you know, I've played 10 games. Let's do a top 10, right? That doesn't make sense to me. But I've played 300 games this year. Let's do a top 25. That seems way more sensible because it's like here's the top 10% of things and of stuff. And this is, I'm assuming, the sound of Scar joining.
Hello.
Hello. Um, so sorry, I'm doing the intro here. And then we can go to the setup because this isn't even, we haven't even started yet.
Ooh,
Um,
that's scary.
so 5 years of doing this on Twitch. It's amazing. Also, Scar, good morning. Hello. I can see Scar. I cannot see Scar.
Just give me a minute. I'll be back in a second. I can't hear you well.
So anyway, 5 years of doing this on Twitch. That's amazing. Two, I've run into this issue before, and I've noticed trouble here or problems here. Every year, I play games like near the end of the year, like November, December, and I don't include them on the list because I'm like, these games are too new and they're too hype, and like maybe the list is too early, or like, the game comes out like Terminator, for example, just came out. I haven't even had the chance to play it yet. I'm not gonna play it, by the way, because it's like an hour long game apparently, for $30. But I'm gonna change the format of this. Next year. I'm gonna very strictly look at this. I'm gonna stick to December through December, not from now on, because just sticking it to a year and then missing out all the games in December is kind of weird. Like last year, I put Indiana Jones on the list because that was like a December game. I was like, oh no, I gotta rush this. And luckily we did the list a little bit later in the month, so I had time. But like that doesn't feel good when I then have to like snap judgment. Like, is this game good enough? Is this game gonna be a mainstay?
I already been fixed the time with my chat. Sorry.
Hello.
Hello. Much
Uh,
better.
so that's for next year. And finally, um, this is the first time we're doing this with someone else, and I've already invited people in chat to come in here and to join. And Scar, hello.
Hi.
Um, when we get started here, I do need to set up a screen because Char is scaring something. Not Scar is sharing something with us as well. Yeah, so we will need to set up you made a PowerPoint?
Yeah.
Okay, so you'll need to screen share.
I mean, I can
And
always just not use it. Doesn't matter.
I mean, no, that's not a problem. But I mean, you need to screen share, and we need to set that up. And I just realized that the other thing that's in this Discord chat that is not really going to be here also kind of just like will ruin the setup the moment it leaves. So, we'll probably do that bit first, and then we'll do the setup. But if you can share your PowerPoint, we'll get that working and all that. So when we switch to the next screen, there will be an announcement from someone.
I can just send it to you and then just don't look at the next slides until you're ready.
Whatever you prefer. Screen share works too, though. It's not that difficult.
Give me a second.
Anyway, I'm gonna go do a quick BRB screen to get the last things ready. You know who? When the BRB screen is over, that's when you can do the thing we talked about. Like, look.
Professional.
Listen, this is a professional production that every year I've done. Like, this started like a lot of these things started as jokes, and I was just talking about this. A lot of these things either started as a joke or as a bit, like the DLC of the year. Why would I do DLC of the year if not for the fact that I'm an idiot? Oh God. Okay. So I can actually start on this slide, and this is your way better put together presentation than mine. We can't use this.
What?
It looks way better than mine. But we can't use that. Anyway, I'm gonna go do a quick BRB screen. We'll be back in like 1 minute because I need to set things up, and then we're ready. Okay, so 1 second. Actually, you can hear me on the BRB screen, so we're gonna go back to the starting screen.
Here's your host, Scar! And say,
What the fuck? You're fired. Hey Cherry, before you leave, I didn't tell you that I would ask you this. That was well done, by the way. Well done, everyone. Good job, Cherry. Cherry, before you leave, what is your favorite game of the year?
I don't know. I'll get back to it.
Okay, thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye, Cherry. Look, this is a professional setup, everyone. I literally dipped out and then realized that I still have... Oh god, is this also... Yeah, okay, we need to change this scene. Can I just duplicate this for now? See, I did a lot of setup before this, and then we also did this... Thank you, Cherry!
Thank you, Cherry.
Copy, paste, reference. Yes. By the way, I could have fixed this so that my arm extends into the thing, but let's not do that. Then take this, extend it here, and here, and here. Scar, how are you doing? Did you sleep well?
I slept fine.
Okay, well, this is the small talk section where I'm definitely the most well put together individual on the planet, so I need everyone to know this. Okay, this looks good. Yeah, ish. Close enough. Nice jacket. Thank you. I professionally duck out of the way of the camera. Look, you gotta look presented like Todd Howard when you do this. Todd Howard actually was here today. You might not know this, Scar, but Todd Howard visited me today.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he had a lot to say.
Todd Howard on the side.
Sorry?
I'm surprised you didn't put a little picture of Todd Howard next to you.
Well, he wanted that actually. I didn't want that. I had to like fight him off again because last time Todd Howard visited, famously, he stayed here for like over a year and he hid in like one of my cupboards. So I had to actually help him through marriage counseling. He was going through a thing with his wife. He was very sad that I didn't give him Game of the Year on Starfield. And now it was like, clearly Doom Eternal is, and I'm like, I didn't even play the game. And he was like, haha, good joke, Seth. And I was like, no, Todd, really, I didn't play the game. And he told me it just works. But I was like, no, it doesn't just work, Todd. It doesn't work. I didn't play your game. And he got very sad and depressed about that. And now I might have to call an exterminator for my kitchen cupboard again. Sorry, Todd.
We're going to kill Todd Howard?
Well, we aren't going to kill Todd Howard. The exterminator is going to kill Todd Howard.
Okay.
Listen, the lore on this channel is expanding every day. Also, hi, Tantan. This is a very professional stream. Listen, I'm also not going to be able to look at my stream and capture your webcam, I think. So we'll fix this in a second. Because everyone, Scar's webcam is here. This is the first time you're going to see Scar on stream in like... When was the last time you streamed?
Like 8 months ago or something?
It's been a while. I need to capture.
It requires work, and my webcam picks up like so much crap in the background. I gotta change the way it's oriented, but the way that I sit is not. Like, maybe I could put it on this screen.
I like the fact that your TV is reflecting a lot of stuff as well here, which chat can see it, but Scar's TV.
Reflecting.
It looks like...
I think that's my couch.
Yeah, it's a couch and a table. Chat, you'll be able to see this in a second. Window capture, there we go. I was looking for stuff.
Wait, but it can't possibly be a table, is it? Maybe it's this desk? It might be this desk.
What is this window called, technically? Discord. Stream room.
What is it?
Hey, look, we have Scar.
Desk.
Yeah, just become a VTuber, Scar. Look, we can shrink you in a little bit.
Oh no, I can see myself. I hate it.
I hate it.
Switch to like
good.
Chat only or some shit. How do I
chat only? No. I need the views. Hold up. Okay, we can put you... Where do we put you even? Do you want to be behind the desk? Oh, wait. If I transform, flip, horizontal. Yeah, now you're looking at the screen too. Good. This is good. And then... Where's my webcam? This whole scene is going to be ruined, by the way. I needed to duplicate this, and I didn't do that. I'll just be here. Look, we are sharing a somewhat desk. There you go. Look, everyone, it's me and Scar. Co-hosts.
Oh god, I saw the face I made.
Yeah, this is the life of streaming. You got to look at yourself a lot, and sometimes you make a dumb face, and sometimes you don't. I like your headset,
Thank
Scars,
you.
this
It was
time.
cheaper than the black one, and I have my regrets because at the time I don't think I was
No,
thinking that
okay,
it
I'll be
would
honest.
stream.
It like because it's pink, it stands out with the whole getup you have now. I actually regret having like these and not the white ones because those would stand out.
Mm.
Okay, now
You
the
know,
real
I had
test.
streamed at the time, but I was thinking that I was just
I
gonna
was
use
afraid
my
of this.
laptop mic. I don't know.
I was afraid
Ah,
of this.
oh no.
Yep.
I'm done.
I'm gonna have to move. Well, what have I done?
Oh, what?
Oh, this is good.
Chat, look at my pillow.
Wait. Oh, I can do this. Does it work now? Yes, it works. Okay, boom, done already. Okay, now you're staying. GG's, thank you. Okay, we're ready. I'm ready at least. I hope you're ready. Cherry announced you as the host, so
Yeah, I'm the host.
yeah.
This is not my presentation, but
By the way, literally last second, I was like 2 minutes before changing the screen, I was like, Cherry, it would be really funny if you announced Scar as the host instead of me. Literally. The
I
last
thought this
second.
was like unplanned.
No, this was planned. Well, it was unplanned until 2 minutes before stream.
I could have seen it being unplanned, to be honest.
Honestly, yes, that would have been even funnier. But yes, let's get this show under it. Also, just to make sure this works. Look, hint: no Claire Obscure.
I had to look up Claire Obscure for that image. I hope you appreciate me.
I actually, you know what? I've drowned that game so out of my brain that I don't even clock this as being Claire Obscure.
Right, I thought it was kind of funny. I was like, I could put a main character, but no, let's put this random person.
You should have just put Jennifer English.
That's true. With like a pride flag in the background.
Well, I mean, according to some people, it's the same thing, so it doesn't.
Well, the point is to upset them further, okay?
Oh, that's true. For anyone who doesn't know, Jennifer English mentioned her partner, and because it's like, oh my god, it's a same-sex relationship. This is a woke. It's like, you voted for this. Anyway.
I didn't vote for her. I voted for the character.
I voted for Claire Obscure, not for Claire Woke Obscure.
What the fuck? There's like 50 geese outside.
Well, you summoned those with your what's that game called even where winds meet?
True. If I went outside, they would fucking kill me.
Or you'd have one as a partner. Like
I'm gonna fuck a goose.
Yeah. I missed the sound of Scar's devilish. But now you can see it though. Also, my webcam doesn't extend that far.
Yeah, but like I definitely wasn't mischievously grinning at the idea of PvP. What game was that even in?
PvP Geese?
Based on how Where Winds Meet went, that would not go well.
Yeah, well, that's... Hi, right now. Okay, so I have a whole presentation planned. Scar, you can't see this either, so this will all be...
because I have stream open.
Well, but I mean, like there's more stuff to the side here that no one can see because it's cropped.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
But this is about, let's see, 34 slides. We're on slide number 2. Scar's 11. So
I'm 11?
Yeah. Your intro slide, no Claire Obscure, that's 1.
Wow, I'm 11.
Yeah. But that's also your life path.
This is factually true.
See? So anyway, here's some things that I want to talk about before we even get started with everything. I can phase my hand. What is happening?
I'm about to ruin your setup, by the way.
Yeah, I was gonna say, what is happening? How many AAA batteries exactly?
Yay! Now I can look at the stream and not look like a weirdo.
I mean, you do look like a weirdo.
Well, yeah, but that's separate.
Okay, well, fair. Anyway, what I have planned for today is I want to talk about AAA games in general. I want to talk about my short list, which we'll get to tomorrow probably, and then at the end of my pre-show, the most important thing, that this is where my hand needs to be cupped, is the DLC of the year, which This is a joke I started last year because of the whole Elden Ring thing, but I actually liked it, so I'm keeping it. And then we'll get started. So I hope you're all ready because I'm not. Anyway, let's start with the AAA talk. As the years have progressed, and Scar, you're just gonna sit here for a while and just commentate, and you feel free to interrupt me. We didn't even discuss this really, but feel free to interrupt me. And chime in
No,
or
just
call
gonna
me an
make
idiot.
faces. That's all I'm gonna do.
That's also fair. Just smile slyly. Oh God. Let's start with this, okay? I already am like someone who likes indie games a lot and try to feature indie games mostly on this channel. I do dabble in the odd AAA game. This year I've actually I've enjoyed a couple, okay? And I'm gonna mention some and we're gonna talk about the whole list later, but like I like Borderlands, I like Monster Hunter, but considering the price I paid for them or other people paid for them for me, I can't sit there and enjoy the games for what they are. Like it's like they're good games, but you know, are they 4 times the price of an indie game good? No, and like the quality you're getting is so astounding. Like I literally just like I this is funny because I opened it on my phone. Literally as I was getting ready for stream, I got a like pop-up notification thing where it's like, oh yeah, Monster Hunter is getting a performance update finally. And for PC gamers, it will be in January. And I was like, what the fuck? This is their final update, right? This is their final update to the main game. This is title update 4. They're not even rolling out on PC in December. They're not rolling out fixes for performance. That's in January. So we're promised to maybe a year after the game fucking released get some performance updates. Maybe. Because, you know, January might come and they might delay this might not happen, the impact might not be good. Like, what the fuck is this? A year to get the fucking game playable for people? I can't put that on my list. As much as I love Monster Hunter, I love Monster Hunter Wilds. It might be my second favorite Monster Hunter, but I can't give it a spot on this list. This is for what? For fixes to the game's performance. A year, Scar, you're making faces.
Making me laugh.
Well, you can laugh. You're not forbidden from laughing. But there are a couple of AAA games that I did enjoy this year. I have hidden below this PowerPoint because you can have little notes. You can have little notes, and you can put things in there that I can see, and you all can't. But I do have a list of AAA games I like this year, and I will come back to this probably either at the end of this or tomorrow because I don't want to give away too many spoilers. But I'll mention one because I don't think this is a particular big spoiler. Metal Gear Solid Delta, I think, is the best AAA game this year in terms of performance. Like, it worked. It ran. It didn't fry my PC.
It just worked.
Yeah, it just worked. Thawed powered. It didn't boil my PC. And it ran and it didn't crash. And it was a good game. The reason it's not on the list here is because it's a remake and I feel it's unfair to put remakes on the list. But that was like the best performing AAA game in terms of how it ran. Yakuza as well. Yakuza ran pretty fucking smoothly. But so many other games just ran like ass. And I'm like, why? I paid full price for this. Like, even Pokemon, which is on like proprietary hardware, where like you make sure that it runs here, right? Nintendo, no, it still runs like ass, to be honest. Like, Scar, you played a lot of Pokemon,
I mean,
like the loading.
You didn't play it on the penis measurer, so it's a little.
No, well, that's like inferior. But how are like your loading screens? You noticed this more than I did, of course, because you were shiny hunting. But like, the fact that you're paying premium price for like a product that doesn't run as well as another product is weird. Triple ass.
20 seconds to load, and then I don't get a shiny.
Well, there you go. See. So yes, there's one. I'm gonna give it away. There's one AAA game on this list, and I think I told Scar which one. But there's one AAA game on this list, and other than that, I literally couldn't get it in me to. And like I said, Monster Hunter isn't on here. Like, with how it ran and how it's being treated by the devs. And then you see indie games that are getting updates daily to the point that it's annoying me that fuck, I need to download another update. Why? Why can't we do that for AAA games? I paid you $80. Someone else paid you $80 for me. Please run.
My mom paid
my
you
mom.
$80.
Yeah, my mom paid $80 so I could play Borderlands. Randy Pissford. Jesus.
Hey, he might be watching.
Hey, Randy, if you're watching this, put in a tip. He knows what that means.
Damn.
You know what that means.
Damn.
You were there.
I mean, does that mean I remember anything?
It was the Borderlands account that came into chat.
No, I know.
Yeah. Well, you remember. See? Anyway, that brings me to the next one. The long short list. Where do I even start? I played
Beginning, probably.
over 300 games this year. It's a lot. Scar, you're helping. I played over 300 games this year, and picking 25 off of those was difficult. We had a lot of good games, good indie games this year. Not Claire, never Claire, but making a list of those, it felt difficult. I felt like I wanted to talk about certain games, despite them not being on the top 25. I was like, this game is either unique or deserves a mention, or whatever. And I made a short list, and as I kept expanding on that, I was like, holy shit, this short list is becoming a long. I could have done Ryan joked when I said this. Ryan said I could have done a top 50, and I was like, you're not wrong. But I have a short list of 40 games. It's a lot. But these are games that I wanted to mention for one way or for one reason or another. And that's, again, we'll get back to that after this, because if we go through this list now, that'll be spoilers. But some games, just because they're so unique, or because they do something original, or because of how they work. Like, I'll give one example of a game that isn't on this list, just because it's the new Routine, right? Routine is like a December game. It just came out. I can't put it on this list, but I still want to talk about Routine. So it's like, let's put it on that list. And now there's 40 games on there, so we'll get back to that one at some point too. And then finally, DLC of the year. It started as a joke, but it wasn't Elden Ring last year either, by the way, chat. It was Vampire Survivors. Nominating a DLC for Game of the Year is fucking wild. Game Awards. Stupid ass. But this year, there were quite a bit of DLCs that I liked. And normally I'm like, hey, what DLC do we pick, and what do we do? And I actually had to think about this one, because there were actually 3. I almost did like top 3 DLC of the year. It's like, no, we can't keep this expanding.
Top 3 LC?
Yeah, that's actually a good one. Shit. Now we need to do that. But this year, I wanted to give credit where it's due. RimWorld Odyssey. I need to play more of this, but RimWorld Odyssey, for what it did, is actually a really, really good DLC. If you haven't played RimWorld, get base RimWorld. But RimWorld Odyssey changed a lot of base game in RimWorld. It added so much new stuff. You can finally fly around the planet with your own ship, and it integrates with around so nicely. Like this DLC alone is like, several mods existed beforehand that tried to replicate what this does, and this just does it. It's really good. It's really, really good. And the fact that this is in an indie gaming space made by a small team for a reasonable price, it's $25, which RimWorld is like on the expensive side when it comes to DLCs and stuff like that. But you get so much for this that I'm amazed that they keep putting out these bangers. Like was it the last DLC or the DLC before that? Oh, I don't even remember. But the Paranormal Activity one, that kind of was a misser, because it was like so self-contained, and they really listened to that feedback, and they went, okay, look, we got this. We're gonna make something that integrates with everything, and something that isn't like a self-contained loop, but something that you can play either fully dedicated to, or something you can just integrate into your normal game. And they made something phenomenal here. So, yay, RimWorld. And then finally, the top 25. Scar, I'm instantly ready for you to judge me, by the way. There's moments on this list where I've left room for Scar to judge me, and chat to judge me, by the way. Everyone here, you're free to judge me. But Rhino, I hope you're here, because my number 25 is number 26.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I know. Look,
the long short list wasn't enough.
No, we need to add more. This is literally a last-minute addition. I did this yesterday. And I didn't want to add it to the short list, and I didn't want to add it to the top 25. I was like, this needs its own spot. And I put this here because out of all the games that would have been on the short list, this one I feel could be in the top 25 somewhere if I finish this game. And Rhino, this is an amazing game. Thank you so much. If you hadn't seen the little bit of I keep want to say Ashbury, but Asbury Pines, Pains, this game is phenomenal. I'm not going to spoil it, but it's an idle game. where you have to manage a town of
She's
people.
hot. I aspire to be her.
It is a good character look. Put on an eye
She's hot.
patch, Scar. See if you pull off the eye patch
What
look.
if I just put my hand over my eyes?
That's what I did on camera. You were looking away because you were doing the blanket, but I literally did this when I said put on an eye
So, like,
patch.
if I just do, which eye? It's her right eye.
I think this image is flipped too, though.
Wow.
Wow. Now I
Here,
look like those anime girls who have like a toilet paper sheet over their eyes.
you're a toilet paper sheet.
Can I be over your eyes?
I don't know why you would want that.
Well, I don't know why you would make that joke just after I said that. Like,
Well,
yeah. Anyway, Asbury Pines is an
I'm recreating the cozy.
it's yeah. This is an idle game where you have to manage people in a town as it goes, and I'm gonna keep it spoiler light. This is literally the first the game actually gives you a progress bar. It's like the first couple percent of the game. As you manage these people's lives and you set up the town, you have to do work. You get resources that you can spend on experience, and use that experience for these people to live their lives. That's literally what it's called: live life through Spee. And doing this rewards you with little bits of information about them. Maybe you uncover a newspaper clipping or a conversation or a wiretapped phone conversation. Maybe it's something that they wrote or a letter they wrote or like a book they published. And slowly but surely you're getting to learn more about this town and about these people. And the main trigger of the game, and it's like literally again the first couple percent of the game, one of the characters dies. And it's like, whoa, what the fuck, right? Like that's already enough. But the game evolves beyond that, and you start unlocking eras of the town into the past or the future, and you start learning so much more about this. And that is all I'm gonna say for this. Like, you need to uncover this for yourself. There's so much good stuff here, and yeah, this is a good game. The story for this is
Do you think she
amazing.
shaves her right eyebrow?
I think she has one. It looks like she has one. It's just in the shadow of the hair, maybe. You
have
think
a
you want that
shadow
eyebrow
brow.
to be there for like, friction so that your eye patch doesn't slip off, but I don't know. Like
Hot, sexy eyebrow friction.
eyebrow friction is, it's good, it's important. But yes, anyway, I wanted to put this game on the list somewhere, and this is the only place where I knew I could put it safely. And like I said, this if I finish this and in like a month's time I will think about this could probably end up somewhere in the top 25. Because the story is fucking phenomenal, and I like the way of uncovering it. We're like living life, and sometimes it's like you live the life of one character, and then it stops and it says blocked from progressing here, so you need to like do something else and then go on. But sometimes it's like you find out a little bit of the story where it's like, I'm gonna make up a totally fake thing here, but like you read a thing where it's like, oh, there was a car crash and it was like a red car or whatever, right? And then it says you're stopped from progressing with this character, and then you go to another character and it goes, oh, I'm going to my aunt in their car, it's a red car, and like, oh no, and that's the car crash, right? Stuff like that happens, and it's slowly like you unlock things, and sometimes it really throws you for a loop where it's like, oh, but it was a different red car, right? Like they play with this expectation where like, oh, something's gonna happen here, and then they totally throw it around, and you're like, oh, okay, I didn't realize that there was more to that.
Red car.
Yeah, Red Rocket. Anyway, let's go down to the real top 25. Red Rocket?
Yeah, dog penis.
Yeah, that's, Let's go on to the real top 25. Battle Train. Dog penis. The real top 25. Battle Train. I like my roguelike deck builders. Shocker, I know. But Battle Train is a unique one in that regard, where it's like you're in a game show, and the idea of the game show is literally to crash your trains into other people's train stations, and you have to build railroad tracks to connect these. But doing that also connects your train station to theirs, because it's a shared track. And it's literally this like give and pull thing of like building your railroads, crashing your trains into there, setting up obstacles, and the fact that it's all presented like a game show, and that it uses your deck building to do something unique with it, right? It's not like I play a card and I do 10 damage to you, I play shield, I do all these things. No, you're actually like interacting with the board and almost like puzzling the railroad together. If I do this, I will give you the option to do this. If I play a card here, you can connect to me first. What do I do? And I really like the give and pull in this one and the sway of it. So I really like this. Also, technically not an indie game, by the way, because it's published by Bandai Namco, which is like, why would Bandai publish this? This is crazy for the library of games. But I really like this one. Shall we move on? This is one you played, right? I think you played this. Whisper Mountain Outbreak.
You. Oh.
Yeah, you,
I'm
the
like,
person
I
on the
see what
call
you're
with
talking
me.
about. I have no idea what you mean.
Yeah, no, the person on the call with me.
'Cause
You
I'm on a
played this one.
delay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Whisper Mountain Outbreak is what happens if you take Resident Evil and you mix it with co-op and a little bit of escape room in there. It takes a lot of the survival horror elements where you're going out onto a map. It's all map based, by the way. And they just put out a roguelike update, by the way, Rhino. We need to play this again. But it takes all the things of Resident Evil with like ammo management, inventory management, combining herbs to heal, and in a co-op package. Yeah, package. I really like this. It's very fun. I need to not look at your face and get reactions. But you put all of it into a co-op package where you're like selecting levels to go through, you're selecting weapons, you're getting like upgrades in between, which does take that like roguelike element of like, here's 3 choices, and it's not always the same 3 choices that you get. So there is a little bit of like management in there, and I really like how this like shapes together. And yeah, the connection was a little bit of a pain, but I really like this game and the levels, and I really want to try the roguelike update. And since I know this is not on your list, I think I can safely say that. What did you think of this one?
It's definitely not my usual type of game. That being said, I think the fact that it's co-op makes it tolerable for me, which means it's pretty good. It kind of has to be pretty good for it to be a game that isn't like a cozy game, and for me to still like it.
And yeah, that like that helps. Whereas like it's co-op slop. It's almost co-op slop, honestly. But it's really good. Really good. Okay, now the next one. I said there was one AAA game on this list. It's Death Stranding. Where do I even start? Death Stranding 1 is one of my favorite games.
Like the hood on that baby looks like it's wearing like a gladiator like helmet.
Oh no, that's its spare diaper. Like when you're out in the wild like that and you have to like walk around a lot, you obviously the baby's wearing a diaper. Where do you leave the other ones? Like whoop, done. So when the other one is dirty, you throw it out, and now you spare time. Not real, but it could have. Honestly, it could have been Kojima. That could have been something Kojima did.
I don't like it.
No, well, but don't let Kojima hear this, or he'll do it for real.
No, he'll just roast me on Twitter, but I'm not even on Twitter.
Well, okay, but that's Kojima. Kojima has his taste in women though, so maybe you won't get roasted. I don't know. He's weird like that. Well, it's weird. Have you not seen some of the things he retweets either? Where he's like, "Here's a cool cosplay of what's her name, Quiet," and I'm like, "Yeah, Kojima, it's a cool cosplay of Quiet." I see what you're doing.
So, a woman in very minimal clothing. Got it.
Yeah, like a woman in the least amount of clothing to still get the rating that he wanted for the video game. Anyway, Death Stranding 1 is one of my favorite games, and I really like 2. Now, the reason it's a little lower than I maybe would have put it is, by the way, this runs, right? It's a PlayStation game. It runs. I'm curious to see how this goes when it gets to PC, because I'm worried for the performance. But it's good. Like if you're getting Death Stranding 1, this adds a lot of new things. It also just does the things that you already know and like from Death Stranding, and it continues. That's why it's a little lower for me as well, because it's like, yes, it is just Death Stranding. But I like all the new additions. I like the story, and I just love this game. It's so good, and I hope they never make another one. Like it's done, right? Like this is one of these things where it's like, Kojima, please don't make this a Metal Gear thing where we have like 17,000 Metal Gears spin-offs and all that stuff. Just leave this, okay? Leave this alone. This is good enough. We can only pull the heartstrings so many times before people get desensitized to it. And I think this is good.
The next one you play is a baby, and you start naked.
I mean, if they make a Death Stranding 3, you probably will be playing as the baby. because, well, that's the game.
I was just thinking about Naked Snake or whatever the heck the other one is where you start out.
Oh yeah,
Genuinely
yeah.
naked.
That's not naked. That's Raiden. What?
He's called.
Raiden.
No, I know. I know he's called Raiden.
Yeah, but there is a Naked
The one
Snake.
who
You're
wears
not
the
wrong.
freaking terrible sombrero. Yeah.
No, Naked Snake is Metal Gear Solid 3.
The names are useless.
Yeah, they are. They
They're
are.
meaningless.
They are. But then it becomes Big Boss because being the boss wasn't enough. You're the big boss. We needed a whole game to justify why this character is called Big Boss, which isn't even a good name to begin with. Anyway,
No,
next
it's
up
not.
is Bigger and Better Boss. Mega Boss. Anyway, Bossy. Anyway.
That's a woman.
Well, I mean, the boss was as well, so Anyway, number 22, it's
Why?
Mega Bonk. I'm ready. It's Mega Bonk. I love this game a lot, and the fact that it's number 22 actually hurts me a little, but when it comes down to it, I love this game. I love the setup. I love the mix of Vampire Survivors with Risk of Rain. I love the music in this is phenomenal. I still have soundtracks that will pop into my head. But what is holding this one back for me a little is the way you compete on and listen, the leaderboards are there for me to see, so you want me to compete on them. Game. You're telling me that I need to compete on the leaderboards because they're in the main menu. And the way you compete on the leaderboards is by disabling items. Basically, every item that isn't something you want, you disable, and you keep your item pool to this very limited arrangement of items. And I don't like that. It's I'm working to progress and unlock things, and you're basically telling me that I unlocked something that isn't good for me, so I now diluted the item pool and will have worse runs as a result. That doesn't feel like rewards or progression. So I really wish.
Back, it's like...
Yeah, the skeleton. Also, it's holding the axe backwards. Now I've seen it, and you can't unsee that. But
ass backwards.
Yeah. But I do like this game. It's really good. It's phenomenally well made. I love the infinite level scaling and all that stuff. There's a lot of good stuff here. But ultimately, I need to be in the right mindset to play this, and that's always the problem when it's do I play this or do I play Vampire Survivors that I could just always play, or Risk of Rain? And I've actually found that the answer recently has been I'll just play another game instead of stressing about the right builds and the items and wanting to compete on the leaderboards and go I need this one specific item. I'm not getting it. Well, the run's over. That sucks. So man. Hey, remember this one? It's Nubby. This one is for Cherry.
Oh, the one Cherry hated.
Yeah, there you go.
It doesn't anymore.
Yeah, exactly. It's not roguelike deck builder.
Oh, that face is so good.
The Nubby? It's seen things. Oh god, Scar, I got to see your face twice. I literally saw it in the window and then delayed on stream. Oh no, says Jerry. Thanks, Taco. I like Nubby's Number Factory. It's really good. It has a good take on the Balatro, we need to have jokers that change the way your run works. It has a good take on the whole deck builder thing with mixing with Peggle. Oh yeah, this game. And the one run where I basically went infinite and kept getting non numbers was really funny. It was good. Funny? Why did I say it like that? It was really good. There's a lot of good stuff here, and I think it's original. There's other games that kind of do what this does as well, with Ball Pit and Transylvania and Peglin. But I still think that this one does it in a good way because the design of this game is very unique too. It literally looks like a GeoCities webpage. For anyone who remembers those, not you, Scar. But I just love this game so much. It looks really good, and there's so many cool little upgrades and synergies that you can find, and they're actually balancing the game and changing things based on what's happening and feedback. So good job, Nubby. There's another one Scar played, Stinkerlands. I think Tinkerlands has the potential. We actually need to go back to it at some point as well for the updates. But I think Tinkerlands has the potential.
We're not done with it. But his nipples weird me out.
Is Whipple's do near me out? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah, this game. Tinkerlands is a take on the. It's now like beyond Terraria. It's literally taken like Corky. Wow, Scar. Where's your
That's what
little
the
hat?
character is
Yeah.
doing.
No, I got that. Also, the character is missing fingers, so I hope you have a meat
Well,
cleaver.
I haven't committed to that
Okay, well.
for my cosplay, okay?
Anyway, this takes that genre of like core keeper kind of games where you're in a overworld gathering resources, using those to make yourself items and crafting stations to make better items, to beat bosses that will give you unlocks so that you can make better items to beat more bosses. It's a cool progression system here. There's a lot of biomes here. I like the sailing between the different biomes, that it's all like separate maps technically. But there's a lot of good unlocks here, and I think with a couple more updates, because this is early access, this launched earlier this year, and I think this has potential to be right up there with some of the better ones. I already like this one better than Core Keeper, and it's not even fully released yet. There's one reason that this game isn't higher, and we'll get to that in a 9 entries ish spoiler somewhere. I don't even know. Yeah.
We're
Well,
ruining mine because mine also has this, and I'm pretty sure it has the same.
Well, we'll find out when we get there, or not. Who knows? Anyway, number 19 is Keep Driving. If you didn't see this is the game where I went to the gas station on the wrong side and then had to get out of the car. Oh wait, that's the other one. No, this is a road trip game in a really stylish deck builder at the same time. It's really weird how this works because you get powers from your passenger and from unlocks, but the powers are like little stubs on your rear view mirror that you get to use and activate a certain amount of times. And the idea here is to go on a road trip because you're on your way to your friend. The story changed. It was originally to go to a concert, but now it's like to hang out and play video games. But on the way, you pick up passengers who all have their own destinations, who all have their own problems, and you can help them out, or you can just like yeet them out of your car, whatever. I don't care about you, but picking up some of these characters and learning about what drives them, literally in this case, to go on their own journey. And in the meantime, you do have a car that needs maintenance and that needs gas, and you don't have that much money, so you also need to pick up like odd jobs, and that could be like deliver pizza to the next town over, or it could be there's a movie set looking for your kind of car with like the right paying job, so you need to go to the location, get the right paying job, or you just need to like dedicate time to just do menial tasks, but it takes off time of your like limited amount. So I really like the journey here. It's a very good telling of a story. That it does run a little, how do you say that, dry after a while, where I'm like, okay, I've seen this, I've seen the road events, I've seen the different kind of things, so like okay, but like it's a good progression and a good telling of a story between people, and just the nostalgia in it. We're going through this faster than I planned, but that's also good because there's more to come, and I'd rather talk about the lower ones more than this. Slots and Daggers. We played this on stream quite a bit. It's a short game, which is kind of what holds it back a little from being higher on the list. But it's a, how do you say that? It's a slot machine builder where you're adding different symbols to your slot machine, and you're trying to spin. You're trying to beat various monsters on your way, get money to buy upgrades. And the game gets progressively more and more and more difficult. So you really need to fine tune what elements you have on your slot machine. It was really funny because I was talking about this game with Taco on Discord, and I literally was like, I have this idea for a build that I think could go really well, and then I just was like, okay, let's reinstall the game and let's try this build out, and it literally went like almost like I went for quite a while with the build because there's some braininess to it that feels really good. It's like a 5-hour game. So it's definitely on the shorter end of these kind of like roguelike deck builders, whatever you're doing. But I really like this because it has so much character to it, because you're sitting in this like medieval style tavern, and yeah, you have your slot machine interface in front of you, but there's also your table with your coins and a glass of drinks that is moving, and there's just other stuff happening, and just visually this is a very pleasing game to me. So that's also got some bonus points. Scar, do you remember this one?
Yeah.
Yeah. This was one of my birthday
I bought
presents.
it.
Yeah, you did buy this. This is honestly, when I was making this list, I normally have like my process of going through it, but sometimes I know like, okay, this game is gonna be somewhere on this list, right? And I can just grab it and put it somewhere and just start filling in the blanks. This was one of the games where it's like, this is on the list somewhere. I don't know where, but it's on the list somewhere. Because of how cool this is. It is a Metroidvania style game where you unlock, and that's actually what it is, by the way. The logo is your character plus the 2 bombs you carry with you, which is pretty cool as well. But it's this little puzzle game where you have different areas to go through in the game, and they all have their own little mechanic or their own little trick that they teach you to get to the end. And what is really cool about this is that if you pay attention, you actually have the tools you need to beat that area before you even go through it, right? And the game is like, here's path A and B, and it doesn't even look like path B is something you can take. So you go down path A, which takes you this whole circle, and you're like, I don't know where to go. Wait, there was this other thing that I can go. Wait, now I know how to do this. I know how to do the double jump, or I know how to do the like leave the screen and get the things to reappear jump. And just go like, whoa, I could have done this the whole time, but I didn't know how to. But the game gradually taught me and told me, and holy shit, it's so cool. And then there's the secret areas at the end of the game that is like brain melting. Also, there's an app break. There. Let's just type that in the chat for anyone who has an ad. We can linger on this game for a little bit. I absolutely like this. Did I beat this in 1 or 2 streams? I don't even remember that. Ooh.
Never either.
Because I remember playing this, and no, this wasn't 1 stream. Because I played this on my birthday. It's really good. It's really good. I beat the game. I think it took me like 2 hours to beat the game, and then I went in and looked for a couple of the secrets, which like some of them are just like impossible. For just like, I need to dedicate time to this now. But I really fucking like this. Like, it's such a simple design. It's such a small, self-contained Metroidvania style game. This feels like last year we had Animal Well, which is like this big, sprawling Metroidvania with like all these little abilities and secrets to do. This feels like, in a non-mean way, but this feels like baby's first Animal Well in a way, where it's like shorter and the puzzles are a little easier, but it makes you feel like, oh, I've dipped my toes in the Metroidvania puzzle genre. Do I want to graduate to the bigger, more advanced game? And honestly, I think this game, for me personally, does that better than Animal Well did, because some of the secrets in Animal Well are like, you need a supercomputer brain to find this out. And literally, like, some of the secrets, you need to either be Pirate Software without his phone, or you need to be a community of like hundreds of people working together to solve a
Pirate
puzzle.
Software without his phone is nothing. That's the problem.
Well, that's the joke.
Yeah, but that would suck. You wouldn't learn anything.
Well, that's true. Pirate Software with his phone, you wouldn't learn anything either, but you would solve the game. Pirate Software, if you by any chance see this, I would like you to know that this isn't a personal thing, but this one is fuck you, Blizzard.
Loser.
But no, I really like this game. This came out of, I don't even know if this was something you just like got, or if it was on my wish list before that.
It might have been on your wish list, but I always vet my games before I actually get them. So
I think you actually sent this to me, and then I wish listed it at some point, and that's how that happened.
that might be.
Yeah, but no, this is a really good one. This made an impact, and like I said, when I was making this list, I was like, this is one of the. I think this is one of 5 games that I just grabbed and was like, this is somewhere on here. I'll figure out the rest around this. Now I will say the same with Slots and Daggers. This is a short game. They're charging $10 for 2 hours of gameplay. I think it's worth it, by the way. I think I didn't pay for it, so I think it's worth it. But I really like this, and I think this is a good grab. But like I said, sometimes you do have to be like, okay, where do I put this value proposition wise, right? When I can tell you, you can get this for your $10, or you can get Nubby for your $10, or you can get a whole lot of other games that are on this list for $10. And then sometimes you do have to be like, okay, I'm gonna be honest, I'm gonna put this a little lower just because of that proposition. Like it's a little bit of hard to sell, but I really really like this one. So, and the ad break is over. So welcome back everyone. You didn't miss much besides me just talking about this game a little bit more. Let's move on to the next one. No, I'm Not a Human. The game that we still need to play, Scar. Your camera's lagging a little.
Good.
Oh, it's back. It's funny to me that unrelated to each other, there's been 2 games about not going outside in 1 year and about like interacting with people through your door. It's crazy how that happened. But No, I'm Not a Human is a it's almost like a visual novel, right? You could say, where you're locked into your house as weird shit is happening in the city around you. There's visitors, I think they call them. Pretty sure it's visitors. Anyway, aliens that basically look just like humans, except there's a couple of tells that you have, and you need to help people because during the day the sun is scorching and literally like boiling away, like the asphalt off of the street is how hot it is, and your house is one of the few safe places for people to come and shelter from this event. And during the night, people will be knocking on your door, and you have to decide: do I trust you? Do I let you in, or do I, tell you to fuck off, Johnny? And hopefully you don't let any visitors in. Now, once they're in your house, you do have a couple of tests you can do to look at them. You can look at their teeth or their ears, I think is one, their eyes. There's a couple of tells you can do, and the game will gradually tell you more and more of these.
Fingers.
Yeah, their fingies is also one because they're clawing out of the dirt. But some of these tells are also not giveaways because, like, yeah, this person has dirty fingers, but also they're an undertaker. Of course, their fingers are going to be dirty, right? Like, what tests do you use? What evidence do you trust? And like, what do you do with the person you find out is a visitor? Because they'll start killing people too. And I may have trusted the wrong people a couple of times. Oopsie. That happens. It's okay. I still feel really bad about that one visitor who didn't know that they were a visitor. They were like, I'm a visitor? Help me. I'm like, no, well, I'm sorry, all the evidence is here. Bye. Also, there's like, what is it, 10 different endings, I think we found out? We got 1, at least.
I don't know how many, I don't remember how many there are, but yeah, I think it's interesting. It sort of presents the lore idea that being a visitor who crawled out of the ground, you might not actually remember that it is that way, and you're not intending to be harmful, but...
Yeah. Also, you could be a visitor yourself. You don't know. I'm really curious about the other endings. There's a lot of lore in this game here that leads you to believe like you might not even be on the right side because the visitors, yeah, they do horrible shit, but also then there's the what are they called, like FEMA or whatever, who are literally like just like murdering people and just not bringing them back because they need to take people away, and you just need to give them people. I like it. Hey, number 50. We've gone through 10. We're an hour in. Number 15 is Clover Pit. We already had 1 roulette spinning game. Let's have another. Clover Pit takes Balatro and throws in a little bit of Lethal Company, which are quotas and stuff like that you need to meet every 3 days in the game. You get to buy your jokers. That's the Balatro part. That give you, upgrades during your run. You get to maybe you get extra spins, or maybe you get more luck, or maybe certain symbols with more value, or more common or less common. And in between that, you're also upgrading these symbols so that they're giving more points, or you're upgrading the combinations so that they're giving more points. And the idea is that every time you're meeting the quota that the game sets by getting the right amount of money. The money you earn is also, you get interest on it, so there's also a little bit of a return on that. There's a lot of good stuff here. Let's go gambling, as the game says. What I like about this one the most, though, is that this is a post-Balatro game. And this is a world we live in now. We live in a post-Balatro world, people. It's the post-apocalypse. But a lot of games, just like what happened with Vampire Survivors and Hades, a lot of games have kind of been influenced by Balatro to the point where, for like a little bit, all we got was Balatro slop, right? Where it's like games that are just trying to be Balatro, but they're not as good as Balatro because it's just like rushed out unloved Balatro, and literally AAA publishers going to indie conventions going like, what's the next Balatro? It's like, we don't need to copy the game that's already good. You need to make your own game. And Clover Pit is a game that took inspiration from Balatro and did its own thing in a really, really good way. So I appreciate that. There's a lot of lore here, a lot of different things to discover and combinations. Little bottle of water. So yeah, we're rushing through that. I'm going a little fast, but hey, that's good because we're at Blueprints now. Speaking of roguelike deck builders, I think Blueprints is a phenomenal game. That I was surprised when I was making this list. I was surprised that I kept moving Blueprints down the list, where I was like, I thought I liked this game a lot. And by the way, it's number 14 out of like 300 games. I like this game a lot.
A little bottle of water.
Well, we did do it.
Little bottle of water.
Little bottle of water. What I like about Blueprints is that it takes roguelike deck building and it does something unique with it again. Thank you for the Hydrate 10. It does something unique with it again. It makes you build a house by combining different rooms together. The rooms have their own effects. You can find items there that'll help you progress. There might be puzzles there that'll hide something. And the ultimate idea is to get to the hidden room 46. I think it's 46. I don't remember. Thank you. But as you're doing this, you're finding out more about the house and about the grounds around it. And every run, you get a little bit closer to that room. And I think my experience was a little tainted by just happening to get like the right combination and the right set of hints so that I could beat the game in like a run at some point, instead of like going to the end and then seeing like, oh, you need to go, like just getting to the antechamber, like the room before the final room, isn't enough. You need to actually do a specific set of things. And I just kind of lucked into it a little bit, which is fine. That is also good. Like, don't get me wrong, that's part of the process, is discovery and finding things. What is holding this game back for me though, and I've complained about this in other games as well, but Blueprints, some of the puzzles require a very specific set of circumstances to happen in the right order. And sometimes the game just doesn't give you that. And it's like, I want to solve this puzzle, and the game doesn't give you the means to even participate in the puzzle. Because you might not be getting the right rooms, or you might not be getting the right rooms in the right order. And that feels frustrating. And having to basically go, this is the puzzle I want to solve. This is what I'm now putting my brain power. And that's maybe a me thing as well with the ADHD. But like, this is what I'm focusing on. And the game doesn't let me do that. And then I need to do another run. And if you get unlucky, you still don't get the right parts. And there's a puzzle that at some point I just went, I'm done trying to do this because I'm not getting the right rooms in the right order. And it like 10 runs in, I was like, I don't care. I don't care enough about the solution of this puzzle to do it. And I just went online and I looked it up because I wanted to know what happens, but I couldn't get the rooms in the right order, and the game literally is refused, and it sucks. And then you have to make decisions like, I'm going to put this room there, and that cuts off the electricity line thing that you're trying to do. And now I drew the right card. If only I had this like one ago. Fuck you, game sometimes. But it's really good. I like the puzzles. I like the lore. I like the presentation. I still have my notebook here as well, because I had a notebook that I just used to write things down in. I made a page for every room, and honestly, I almost wanted to ask V to like, hey, help me make a book for this game so that I can write things down in like a nice and orderly way. Because this is the kind of game that if you do go into it with the mindset of like, this is going to be a puzzle game, I need to take notes and I need to be organized. This is the kind of game that if you go into this with that mindset, you can actually end up with like a really nice end product for you to take away and to keep and cherish.
Product.
So yeah, I really, really like this one. But obviously there's 13 other games that I liked more. Like Electro Bob Boxing League. Do you remember this one?
Yeah.
Yeah. For those of you who don't remember this one, Electro Bob Boxing League is a... how do you even describe this? It's an auto battler with a rhythm game in there. So it's not really an auto battler because you're still meant to do rhythm interactions, but The whole idea is that you have your own giant robot, and it's boxing another robot, and you're trying to win, your way through the league and win championships. And in order to operate your robot, you literally need to hit buttons on the beat of the game. And that little interaction element and a little bit of flair, like the whole presentation of it, like being like almost like that like vaudeville style, like, yeah, say we're boxing. That kind of presentation with like the steampunky robots combined with like the little combinations you can make. What kind of robot are you going for? What are you doing? I was basically going for a build that spammed out these little like explodey mines, but there's so much like interaction and love here, and so much like fine tuning that I really really like everything about this game. This is by the way like and pretty much every game after this, I will say, this is where we get into the territory. It's like I have very very little to complain about this game, but like other games, I could find something to nitpick for, and that's why they're lower on the list, obviously. But this is where we're starting to get into the territory. It's like this is such a well put together package that my one complaint here is like I want more, and that's not like, I don't think that's a valid complaint, right? That's like I like this game so much, I want more of this game, which is a good thing in my opinion, because that means I want I want to keep playing it. So yeah, I highly recommend this one in terms of the presentation it puts down, and in terms of like the music is like hell. Now that I'm thinking about it, I can just still picture the songs and like the hitting the buttons and hearing like the the sound effects as you get them right. So good, so good. Scar, this is your favorite game. Yeah. Part of me wanted this to be number 9 as a joke, but that didn't happen. This is Nine Kings. Another deck builder game, technically, maybe, but it's not a deck builder game because you're not building a deck, because you're just drafting cards. Wow, got him. In Nine Kings, you pick one of now 9. They actually added all 9. You pick one of 9 kings to play. You set down your little fort, your little keep that you have to protect from enemy waves that get bigger and bigger and bigger as the game progresses. You get to put down other buildings that maybe a catapult that helps kill things, or you get to put down units that'll go out and fight. You get to put down buildings that do upgrades, and the whole thing here is to just make a build that works. Abs really likes this one. It's really good. Was that you, Scar, that gave that to Abs?
I don't remember.
Abs just get this because I know you gave a game to Abs as well at some point. It doesn't matter. It was just funny. Anyway, you're putting down your various defenses. You're upgrading, and you're trying to prevent things from hitting your building, because when they hit your building, you lose life. You have 3 to go. The game lasts 30 rounds, but you can go beyond that. You can go into level, into that pose, and the game starts scaling an insane amount to where things start just doing so much damage that, like, at some point my PC was just lagging so much from the game just like throwing shit at me, and all the numbers appearing on the screen and all the damage calculations. It is really fun to hit that kind of like momentum effect where it's like, okay, I have a tower that does 2 damage, and every turn I'm adding 10% damage to it. Oh, now it's 2.2. Okay, great. But seeing that slowly builds up over time, and adding like other effects to it and upgrading them, and seeing that number get bigger and bigger and bigger, and at some point it's like, now I do 1,000,000 damage, and then the next turn it's like, oh, instead of like 20% from that building, now I'm adding 20% here and 20% there, and like, cool. It now does 1.5 million. Just seeing those numbers go up, and the enemy waves just like increasingly getting bigger and bigger and getting mowed down, and sometimes just like your PC chugging and going like, I don't know what's happening, Chad. We'll just figure it out when everything resolves. And it's like, oh, I lived. Cool. It's really fun to just see those numbers go up and see a build reach that reward stage. I remember going for like a rat build at some point where like the rats are units that you can infinitely upgrade, and then having a thing where it's like, if you upgrade one unit, it'll chain the other ones. So like I upgraded one rat, and the other rat that touches it gets upgraded, and the rat next to it gets upgraded, and just having like hordes of rats go out there that are like increasing in damage numbers. It's so much fun. There's so many different builds here, and what I really appreciate about this one is like a game like I'm just gonna go back here, but like a game like Cloverbit or Slots and Daggers, there's like a couple of builds that stand out as being like really good. Where in Nine Kings, I was like, I've tried several builds that all in their own unique way felt really good and really wanted me to try out like interacting with these or trying like I'm playing the Gold King now. Oh, this building is actually really good. I didn't consider this building as being this impactful. Now I'm gonna try and get that on my Demon King run, right? We're like learning and getting like little cool interactions and little combos and stuff like that. So um as I said, like very little to complain about here, other than the fact that the performance on this sometimes is a little laggy, but they do warn you for that because it is that endless mode. Um, and yeah, the damage scaling just goes so high that at some point you know when you start getting those E numbers, you know that like okay, we're doing a few million damage here, and my computer will figure it out hopefully, before the fire truck arrives. Scar, I was right by the way. Remember when I said 9 games down? It's Necess. 11.
Yeah, this sucks major ass because I have it like oriented very similarly.
Well, that means we have the same brain again, so that's good. Yeah.
Now
So
you know 2 of the ones in my top 10.
yeah. Well, I talked about this one with Tinkerlands. Necess is a very similar idea to Tinkerlands, where it's this Terraria Core Keeper-esque game. You have your overworld, you're gathering resources to craft weapons, so that you can fight bosses, so that you can get more resources, so that you can get better shit and fight bigger and badder bosses. This game, I really like the going underground mechanic, and we need to play more of this because we got to that other layer of underground and still need to progress there. But
And we have like 20 hours in Tinkerlands and 7.5 in Necess, give or take. And Necess has a fair bit more that we haven't touched.
oh yeah, Necess has a lot of goodness in there. Is it only that many? I thought I had more.
I was looking at the hours
Oh yeah,
yesterday when I was doing my presentation setup, so
yeah. Wow. I didn't even look at the hours when I made this. So there you go.
I did because mine is a little bit more like financial incentive. Hey, how many hours are you going to get out of this many dollars of this game?
Well, I do have
So
some of that there as well, right? With my
a little bit, yeah.
yeah.
But I figured I would do it consistently because I mentioned it a couple times. Hey, this game is really good, but it costs like $15 for an hour or whatever.
Yeah, that's a consideration I also make with games like, you know, Slots and Daggers and uh but not consistently across the board because there is one game that is coming up that is well, we'll talk about that when we get there. But yeah, anyway, Necess is really good. It takes all those elements that I like about Core Keeper, Terraria, and Tinkerlands as well, of course. It takes those and it does something really cool with it. I really like out of all of those games, this is my favorite one, like by far. Like I prefer this over Terraria. And you can see the amount of like love and hours this has gotten. I like the little city building mechanic in here as well, where you like have these people move in, and you have to like find them and rescue them and stuff like that, which is a staple across these games because Tinkerlands has that and Terraria, Core Keeper all have that. But I don't know, this game just feels a little, I don't know, bigger than that because the villagers actually do stuff for them. For you, you can give them tasks. You can give like you are going to gather wood or you're going to fight monsters. I like the nighttime of like monsters coming out to your village to attack. I like the going underground and gathering the resources and going further and further and further underground as you expand your capabilities and your tools. So that's about here, and we'll probably hear more about this one in a moment because it's time for Scars number 10.
Oh my god. Oh
Are
my
you
god,
ready?
it's my turn.
Are you ready?
I did not realize that's where we were going, but okay, yeah.
Yeah, no, you're 10 before mine 10.
Okay. Yeah.
Tell me when I switch
So,
slides.
No Clear Obscure. Shocking. I didn't
Yeah.
play the game. I
Oh,
also
wait,
didn't
wait,
like
yeah.
watching it, so.
Sorry. Before that, do you want to give a little, because you already kind of did that? Do you want to give an intro to how you made your list?
So I played a lot fewer games this year that came out in 2025. So the sheer number means that 10 is, I would say, easier for me than it was for Seth by a fair margin.
Oh yeah, 10 was
I
difficult.
also have a much more selective like enjoyment of games. Even if they're good, I don't tend to like them unless they're a certain sort of genre. So the wide majority of these are either puzzle games or cozy games, in some form. I did do a much more even mix of AAA or at least AA and indie.
I'm, by the way,
And
shocked
then
that the games Scar likes are the games that Scar put on the list. That's shocking to me, chat.
and I will mention price with these as well because a lot of them, first of all, it's notable just because I have a bunch of AAAs and a bunch of indies, so the price difference is notable. But also because just
Indie's
the sheer
nuts.
number of hours putting into it. If you're one of those people that actually believes, yeah, shut up. If you believe that like the importance of a price is basically down to price divided by number of hours, it's a worthwhile discussion. I think there's a couple of these in here. I would say a decent number that Seth hasn't played, so we'll have some uniqueness in here.
I
at
mean,
least.
I'm pretty sure that besides 2 games, none of the games on yours are gonna be on mine. So, well, actually, you'll know that
Yeah,
now.
on yours for sure.
Yeah,
There's like maybe one or two that you've played that but wouldn't be on your list.
yeah,
But we've already hit the two that are I think shared between us.
yeah. That's why I based that one on.
But hey, I have different stuff to talk about there, so
Yeah,
it's different.
I like your price objection as well. By the way, like I think that's a very valid concern, especially in AAA gaming, where it's like, do I pay $80 for 20 hours of game, or do I, buy an indie game that I can play for like 100 hours? Like, you know, like look at Necess. I think
Yeah,
Necess
and
is
I
on
think
sale actually.
especially with puzzle games and games that are really heavy on story, and less on mechanics where they're less replayable and all that, so it's like you're gonna get
Yeah,
less hours out of it. I think it's still worth it, even if sometimes you're gonna pay $7 an hour, whereas I might pay a 50 cents an hour for an equivalent AAA, just because the way that
yeah,
they're structured is different.
yeah,
And also
like,
because realistically speaking, the number of copies that smaller game is going to sell is going to be significantly less.
also something to consider is if you hear what Scar says here and you think, oh, $7 an hour is too much for me. Well, now you know that you have to wait for a sale.
And some of these, I mean, they're going to be on sale with winter sales and Christmas sales and all that stuff. So it is a good thing to consider. And I may have gotten some of them on sale, but I'm talking about the non-sale price when I
Yeah,
provide prices on these.
yeah. All right, number 10.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
number
be surprised
10
here. It's like opening
is
a gift box. It's Pokemon Legends Z
uh
because it gets cut off. I'm
yeah,
sorry.
it's Pokemon Legends. It's really funny because it gets cut off on the side.
Yeah, that's why I said it's Pokemon Legends Z.
Yeah, my favorite Pokemon Legends Z. So since Seth hasn't talked too much about this one, I'll go through the basically long and short of it. It is a Pokemon game. Shocking.
I will chime
Um,
in to this one quickly. This is on the AAA list, so I will add my 2 cents after you're done.
well, it's on my top 10. So for those of you who haven't played it and are remotely interested, it is available on Switch and Switch 2. Switch 2 offers much better performance, but you would have to have a Switch 2. And I've played it on Switch, just the standard Switch. It is 60 on Switch and 70 on Switch 2, I believe. So
Correct.
notable that there is a price difference between them, and you are already paying for a Switch 2. So there is definitely a performance downside to playing it on the Switch, but I'm not willing to buy a Switch 2. It has this mechanic of fighting Mega Pokemon as like bosses, which is really interesting, and with Legends, both of them involve you kind of dodging around Pokemon attacks and in general being a little bit more active in Pokemon battles. It's also real time as opposed to previous Pokemon games that are just turn-based. So that's pretty cool. The platforming is questionable, and there is a fair bit of platforming in this
Horrible.
game. Um, it's set in Pokemon X and Y's Lumiose City. So if you played X and Y, it is just that city. It's better fleshed out, but to be honest with you, it's very samey in a lot of areas. So enough so that you could like get lost because you genuinely are like, I am in the same place that I was like 10 minutes ago, and you're not. um, it also has a unique method of hunting shinies as opposed to other games. But I did
Yeah, just
put
fly away and go
100
back.
hours into it, and yes, pretty much. Or like walk up a set of stairs and go back. I think I haven't played the DLC, so I will say that it came out 3 days ago. I think I've seen some frustrations with it, but in general, I would say questionable story, but it does deliver on the Pokemon expectation of like kind of middling game, but like it has that nostalgia factor, and I really loved X and Y, and a lot of the Pokemon in this game. So for me, it's my number 10. Um, and semi worth it. Playing as y'all
Semi.
speak, are you finally getting through the story?
I'm gonna hijack some of what you actually skipped here, which is
Okay.
interesting to me. Um, I agree with a lot of things Scar said here. With like, it's a Pokemon game, and you're getting a Pokemon game, right? Like at this point, you know what Nintendo does and is capable of in terms of making a game and a story. Um, though the characters in this are fucking frustrating. But what I like about this,
Yeah.
and I think it's kind of a shame that this mechanic is put into a game that I think is middling in terms of Pokemon. I played competitive Pokemon quite a bit, and I still really enjoyed the competitive aspect of Pokemon. And what always kind of like bugs me about that is Pokemon have moves in the normal games, right? In the turn-based ones, Pokemon have moves that are objectively worse than other moves, and you would never ever use them, right? And the balancing mechanic in that is meant to be like, oh, these moves have more PP. Um, but in competitive Pokemon, it doesn't matter because most of the time you're just like one hit KOing other Pokemon or like two moves, and you're switching out, and your Pokemon are going down. So like you never run out of PP, especially because you use PP Max and all. It's so wild, PP Max. Um, but you're using it on all the moves anyway, so it's like it's never a consideration you make. And let's take a very basic example. Why would I ever use Bite in a game where Crunch exists, right? It's the same idea, it's the same move, but one of them is objectively better than the other. There's no reason to ever use the other one. Um, and in Pokemon ZA, instead of having PP, your Pokemons are all neutered and they have cooldowns on their moves. And the more powerful moves have longer cooldowns. Scar, you can laugh, it's okay. The more powerful moves have
I'm
longer
judging, not
cooldowns.
laughing. Okay.
So there's actually a reason to have your Pokemon, especially if you know you're going into a Mega Boss, right? Like if you like, I know I'm going to fight a Water Pokemon now, and I'm going to equip my Pokemon with 3 different Lightning attacks, and they all have different cooldowns. Like there's actually a reason to now use different attacks and to swap them up. So there is a reason for using Thunderbolt and Thunder and the name of another one, Volt Tackle, whatever. I don't care. But there is a reason to switch it
Yeah, I
up,
would
and
say
there's
speed is also a lot more important
yeah.
in this game.
Yeah, and exactly. And there's a reason to actually have some of the moves that you would not use in some of the other games. Like,
There's
like
also, I feel like there's some strategy pieces that you need to care about in this game that you
yeah,
wouldn't if you were not playing competitive in like a
yeah,
standard turn-based one, just in terms of like the additional effects of things like paralysis and things like that are important in this game. And also paralysis and status effects behave significantly differently in this game than they do in the standard.
yeah, yeah. No, and I like that turn-based aspect. I'm actually like that part of this game. I kind of want to see explored in a better game, because I
Yeah.
do really like the turn-based part of this. I'd like, oh, the non-turn-based part. I mean, the real-time part of this. I really like the idea of switching up your move sets. Like instead of like, okay, here we go again, Earthquake, Crunch, Dragon Claw, and name another move, right? Like here's the same move set that I've been using for past games. I'm actually using different moves on Garchomp, and I'm like, whoa, these are cool moves now, right?
I was
Where it's
gonna say
like
this is a Garchomp moveset, isn't it?
that was a Garchomp move set. Good job. um, but yeah, like I like that there's a reward for using the different things and stuff like that. Hi, Tiki.
Hey.
So I like the way it mixes up the meta in a way that is probably not going to get seen by a lot of people because not a lot of people are going to care about this game in a year from now. I feel, and that's such a shame. I want more of the real time moves. Like I actually think Pokemon Arceus did this as well, where they like threw in the like what was it that they called it there, like the different move styles. Like the attack styles or whatever.
I know what you're talking about. And in this, they do have plus moves. where you can power up your moves both when
Yeah.
they're in Mega and when they're not. Um,
Yeah,
but
so the
yeah,
plus moves are
yeah, I
more for
agree.
like getting more mega evolution points when you use those.
Yeah, and my major complaint with this game, other than the poor quality of platforming, considering how much they put into it,
God.
is how incredibly grindy it is in terms of
I'm
battles. Even in the main story, if you want to finish the main story, you're gonna have to do quite a lot of battles. But
I'm very upset
1,000
at them, by the
battles
way.
is a lot of battles.
But that's for getting the shiny charm, which is only something Scar and other crazy people do.
There's a lot of people who shiny hunt. Holy shit.
Yeah. That's true.
Um,
But yeah, like
So, I mean, I think it's worth a consideration. But even if you finish the main story, so if you're getting the main legendary of the game, you have to do quite a few battles. I would say you're
Yeah.
probably going to hit 400 just doing that.
It's annoying. It's a lot. Also the platforming, I got pissed off when I like early game to go, here's a whole city for you to explore. And I went exploring, and then you like leave the story to the side, and then you come back to it later, and you're like, oh, here's the thing that would have made exploring easier. And I'm like, motherfuckers.
Hey, what are we? Hey,
The
hey,
crazy
listen.
people thing, I think.
Mm.
All right.
Well,
it's time.
You're crazy in many ways.
For my number 10. It's Ninja Gaiden Rage
Oh,
Bound.
we're going back and forth. Okay.
Yeah. No, we're not doing all your list.
Well, I don't know. We didn't talk about this. In case you
That's
couldn't
true. That's
tell.
Latias is a shiny luck, so I need to hurry up and finish the main game. Good luck. Ninja Gaiden Rage Bound is both at the same time a return to the 2D era of Ninja Gaiden, and it's a continuation of the old NES Ninja Gaidens, where yes, I am crazy. Scar understands me. I understand you too. I know why crazy people are crazy. I just don't tell them that they're
Mental
crazy.
illness.
Yeah, same. Ninja Gaiden Rage Bound is a return to the old 2D style, and I love this game so much. It is a really well put together, well flowing action sequence of game where you're literally switching between two character styles, because you're instead of being just like the standard ninja dude, you're also this assassin lady who's like inside of him, not like that, but also maybe. So it changes up the genre. There's a lot of cool platforming here. It's made by one of my favorite publishers too, Dotemu. They're not called Dotemu apparently, but Dotemu. I don't know how to pronounce their name. Sorry. But I love the feel and the flow of this game. It has a very short runtime. This is what Scar was saying earlier with that like consideration for price to price the game. What are you getting? But in this case, I do think there's a lot of replayability here, right? Like if you're going through the main story only and you don't care about anything else, you can finish this game in like 9 to 10 hours. And for you, that might not be worth the $25 price of admission, which I think it's worth it alone, right? If you're just going for that part. But if you're going for the completionist stuff, where you're getting all the little challenges done, and you're getting the collectibles, and you're getting the real ending as well, because there is a real ending to this game. No, my shiny crazy. I think there's a lot to be gotten in this game that, honestly, with how much love and detail they've put into the pixel art style of this to make it feel like one of those old beat 'em ups, which is again, Dotemu does this really really well with their games. Like they also did what's it called, Streets of Rage, for example. So there's a whole lot of goodness in here, and you can feel that like consideration of we need to make sure that this game flows well, because some of the modern side scrollers, and I'm gonna throw Turtles under the bus here, which I liked a lot, but like Shredder's Revenge, you can feel
Don't
that
worry
it's
about
just,
Turtles under the bus.
well, it's the Turtle Bus, which is also the same publisher, by the way. But you can feel in a game that it's kind of more thrown together without like consideration for like how moves chain into each other, and it's like more of a classic like arcade feel. And in this one, it feels like they're actually trying to make it like flow better, and it really does show with like how the moves combo into each other and how the game feels to play. That's a very important aspect as well. Like sometimes I can show you two games and it might look on the surface as if the gameplay between them is identical. But then like when you're actually controlling the game, you're like, oh, this feels way better. Like it's not something you can always quantify either. Like sometimes you just have to like play a game to feel that, right? Where like I press this button and it takes a little too long for the thing to happen that I'm expecting to happen. But I really like this. This feels like such a well put together product that, yeah, if you only go for the main story, that you get 10 hours of gameplay out of it, but it's a good 10 hours of gameplay, and then there's more to do and there's more to extract from this game in that sense. I want more of this. I like this more than I like the main Ninja Gaiden series. Right? We also got Ninja Gaiden 4 this year, and it almost feels like this is more like an ad for platform, but like, hey, Ninja Gaiden, remember, this is a cool game. If I'm honest, Ninja Gaiden 4, man, this game, great. Can we get more of these games instead of, the big AAA production? This, by the way, this also proves a point that I've made before. Like, we don't need a game ever. Like Assassin's Creed, I'm throwing you under the bus now. But we don't need a game every year, right? We like, I'd rather have you take your time between games than slop out a product because you expect it to have one. You can make something like this or have something like this made, right? You sold away the license for this. But it's okay, AAA games, to take more time making your games and give us something else to keep us busy in the meantime. And this is one of these examples where like this shines, this carries a brand, this does a lot of good rather than the same slop over and over again. It's okay, AAA companies. This is good. More of this. Are you ready for number 9?
Okay.
All right.
My number 9. It is The Beekeeper's Picnic.
I haven't even heard this.
Yeah, I mentioned it to you a little bit, but it is certainly not a big game. It is a Sherlock Holmes game, which you probably did not guess.
I did not until I
for
looked it
those
up
of
on
you who are not
Steam right
familiar.
there.
So it is $14, which I will say is a fair bit of money for 2 hours of gameplay. However, so it covers the retirement journey of Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson. So Sherlock Holmes is retired out in the English countryside, and Dr. Watson comes to visit. It is kind of a mix of a little mystery puzzle game and also just in general a cozy, cute game. If memory serves, it is pixel arty.
I was literally going to
It's
say
incredibly well written.
the art you put here is kind of like it's a shame you didn't pick the pixel art. Here, chat, let me. This looks amazing.
Damn. The pixel art is really good, but I couldn't find a particularly good shot that I wanted to actually be the primary part. It is
That's
really
fair.
lovingly made and animated, and the characters are memorable. In general, just doesn't miss a mark. The only reason that it's not higher up on our list is strictly the price, unfortunately. It is pretty expensive for 2 hours for 100% completion, and I would say you could probably do it faster. However, it is really well written, has a bunch of cute little mysteries, and in general, it's well worth a shot.
I have a follow-up question for you. Why have you not played the free-to-play Minecraft Home Simulator that they put out?
By these creators, who is this?
The Wonder Room. They put out a Minecraft Home Simulator, which is the exact same pixel art, which is like a shorter. Little...
It is listed as in my library. I just haven't played it yet.
Oh, I'm curious to see what you think of that because that looks interesting.
Yeah, it would be worth it. I just haven't gotten there. But I probably wouldn't have put them both on here anyway.
No, I'm just curious if that is something you also into.
Well, it's in my library, so
maybe soon, chat. We'll do a follow-up. I will say
I am considering streaming after this, so we'll see.
You should. You're all set up already. What's this? You're gonna go for 7 hours?
Yeah, that was my consideration. I was like, well,
this is the one Scar stream for the rest of this year, chat. You're gonna have to live with this one. I looking at the Steam page of this, I like the like the map and stuff like that for traversing around too. This looks interesting. I've wishlisted this, which maybe tomorrow will be undone when we do the wishlist stream. But
Damn.
no, I like it. I like these kind of games. Like this is what you're saying here is also kind of giving me vibes of Duck Detective, where it's like you're paying a kind of higher price. Which, by the way, that's not on my list, but it is on the short list. Since I mentioned it anyway. But you're paying kind of a higher price for what you're getting. Duck Detective is $10 for 2 hours, but you're getting a really well put together adventure, and I'd rather have that for my money, right? Like $5 an hour, or almost like 2.5 or 7.5 in this case, bucks an hour is, yeah, it's a lot if you look at it that way. But if you go to the movies, you pay the same amount for the same amount of time in that regard. And I'd rather have that than a game that upcharges me $30 for 10 hours of gameplay, but then runs out like, you're like, I'm done with this now, game. Please move on.
Yeah, and I think that's something I've pointed out. Like, I have little scripts for these, but I haven't mentioned this. But
I can see them.
this game specifically gets a call out that it doesn't overstay its welcome.
Yeah.
In terms of that, some of these games I've put like 150 hours into, but by the end of it, you're like, oh damn, this is kind of grindy.
Yeah. Yeah, that's when you get to a game where like I don't like playing you anymore, but I'm so close to the end now, and so close to the end, it's like I'm 10 hours away from the end.
I've got 100% this game.
Exactly. Yeah. What you had with Pokemon, basically, where like I'm not enjoying this, but I need to do it. So.
Yeah, I wanted the shinies, but did I want to sit staring at my screen, having to manually click every 10 seconds for hours?
Yeah.
Not really.
Let's go on to my number 9, shall we? We're getting close to the part where you're probably able to guess a lot of my games, but I wonder if this one is something that you would have maybe guessed. But my number 9 is Nordhold. This is more of a callback to earlier this year. This is one of the when did this game even come out? Hold up, now I'm kind of curious. I should have had this in my note. Nordhold came out in March. This game is really fucking amazing still. It's a tower defense game where, as classic for tower defense games, you're defending your base from enemy invaders, and you do that by building towers. Whoa. What I like about this one is that rather than having like static, like here's a lane that stuff comes through, you're exploring the land at the same time. So you're kind of like deciding in little ways like where the enemies are going to come from and how you're looping around. And the terrain has like different elevations that impacts like how far your tower's range extends as well. And there's little combinations you can make. You can get upgrades. You can get, you can go all in on an arrow tower, which is like your basic tower, right? That shoots arrows. But you could also go, hey, I have an arrow tower and I have this tower that shoots like big long range fireballs. And now because I have a couple of each tower, I get to combine some of the effects and I get little bonuses. What are you doing?
I'm doing a fireball. Yeah.
And I like having the waves get progressively more difficult, and you do get rewarded for going further, because there is a little leaderboard action here as well. But I like the challenge here because it is just purely about like, how do I best optimize the little intricacies during this run that I can get. Scar, you just turned white.
Yeah, whenever I switch screens, it goes incredibly bright.
You get
Maybe I
flashbang.
should move it over here.
And what I also like about this one is that it is a roguelite in all the technicalities, because besides managing your towers, you also have a city that you're building out, and the cities give you like little bonuses, like towers become cheaper, or you get more damage, or you get resources to build more towers. But in between runs, you also upgrade the various aspects to make it easier. So next time, maybe you start with some passive gold income, or you start with some passive, rock or wood, haha. Or maybe you unlock some more buildings. So I like that there's always something to do here, and the fact that the devs chose to go for... I need to go back to this one, because they chose to go with like a seasonal model as well, with like different rewards and effects and stuff like that. There's a lot of exploring here for what you're getting. And to steal from Scar with like the money per hour aspect of this, well, I got it for free, so I have infinite fun. But this is why on my list, because I did kind of catch myself like, hey, there's a lot of roguelikes on my list. But that is also one of the considerations that I make in these things a lot. It's like, well, I've put 100 hours into this game because it's like it's a roguelike. It cheats infinite replayability out of it. But that is something that I like to take away in these as well. It's like, how many hours am I going to put into this game? And sometimes when I make these lists, a consideration also is how many hours am I going to put into this game, right? Rather than like, I've played 20 hours, but I can see myself playing like 50 more, right? I don't feel like I'm running out of game to play here. And that's something that I think is also precious, because to go back to the Pokemon talk, for Pokemon, I'm literally already at the point where I'm like, I kind of just feel like I'm going through the motions and I'm like grinding it out and slugging it out just for the sake of doing it. And in a game like Nordhold and Necess, I'm like, I'm looking forward to playing these games again because they have so much cool intricacies and replayability parts of them. So, Nordhold is definitely a big recommend from me in this regard. I mean, otherwise it wouldn't be on my number 9. And like I said, when it came to like games, like every game on my, except for one, okay, we'll get to that, but every game on my top 10 had the potential to be like a number 1 game in a year if the other games hadn't existed, right? Like number 1 game. It's not like I'm looking at these games and going like, well, damn, it's a good thing I had like 8 other filler games for this to be here, right? Like I'm glad that this game exists, and at the same time I look at this, I'm like, wow, you made it to number 9 because like there's so many other good games here. In like, if this game had come out last year, and I like to do this, like I like to go back to previous games. If this game had come out last year, this could have been in my like number 3 or 4 spot that year. Like, we've had a lot of good games this year. And that's not to rag about last year, because last year we also had some good games, but just like the strength of what we're getting here and the library of games we're getting is so good. So, sidetrack. But Scar, number 8?
Yeah. My number 8 is Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar.
Grand Bazaar?
Yes, indeed. It is a remake in the Story of Seasons games, and if you're not up to speed on the mess that is Story of Seasons, it used to be Harvest Moon, but then there was kind of a... No.
Huh.
There was kind of a fiasco with publisher-developer nonsense.
No. Excuse me, sorry, something in my throat. Should hydrate.
Yeah? All right. But in any case, these are farming games pretty distinctly. There's not too much else going on. There is social aspect, but I would say it's not as strong as like a game like, I don't know, Fire Emblem or something like that. But it is known, this particular game is known for its bazaar mechanic. Shocking.
Bazaar mechanic?
It's called Grand Bazaar. It is a weekend bazaar in which you are managing your resources to make sure that you can make money on that day, because that's basically the only day you're going to be selling your farm products. There's also windmills in this game, which are basically your method of processing your materials into something more valuable, yada yada. It's nothing new for Story of Seasons, but I think with that mechanic, it is a strong entry. I am including remakes, as you can see, but I think this is the only one. Yes, this is the only one that is a remake.
I will quickly interject as well.
List.
From everything Scars told me about this game, it feels like more than just a simple remake.
Yes. In general, what they're doing with these remakes is fixing things that they maybe didn't do well in the original. I think the original's on the DS, maybe.
Yeah.
It is $50, so it's not like full AAA price, but it's certainly not cheap. I put 100 hours into it, so that's one of my 50-cent games.
The rapper?
Yeah, the really sassy rapper who holds grudges really well.
50
Okay. Pop off. But yeah, I mean, I think it's one of the better Story of Seasons. I really want to see them redo Tale of Two Towns, but no one else liked that. There's a couple of other really good ones that I want to see, but this one, I didn't actually like the original. So whatever they've done, they've made it better than the original.
Yeah. I actually like the. I didn't know that there's a weekly bazaar thing that you described. Like for some reason, that's a nostalgia hit for me.
Yeah,
'Cause
it
we
is once per week, and you can run it twice over the course of like a few hours each. They give you like an hour in between if you want to, because the bazaar also includes other shops that you have to stop at.
yeah
And you'll see people get like 5 million or more
yeah.
from their bazaar, but it takes a lot of strategy to get there and a lot of planning, which is something you don't usually do as much of in Story of Seasons.
I I live in a town here, and we used to have this in Rotterdam as well. We have weekly markets that's literally like there's a square here, like this is our city hall square, and literally every week there's a market there that just like they put on stalls, and the market like the stall renters are there then in their spot, and I like that that feels very much like something like that. So that actually makes me more interested in this versus like that just because I like the like the little hits there. Have I ever shown you that?
No.
Uh,
Am I gonna get a Discord message?
no, I'm gonna just put it on screen.
Oh,
It's not
that works
a
too.
it's not a secret. Like, look, it's like literally like pop-up markets and stuff like that. This is only for the summertime.
Pop
They
off
do
market.
yeah pop-off queef market. This is mostly for old people that like sell used stuff. This is like secondhand stuff. But on our city square, we literally will have like pop-up markets like this. Is like a view of that. It's like
Ooh.
and there's like different things.
If I
There's like
visit, you have to take me there.
oh hell yeah. There's fishmongers here. There used to be a candy stall here that sadly the people who run that are past retirement age, but they like what they're doing, but they just can't go to every market in every place anymore. So they like kind of have to cut out ones. There's a cookie vendor thing here, bakery, who does like American cookies. They're like really good chocolate chip cookies. That when I used to work at the university, I would literally every Thursday go past the market and buy 2 bags of cookies for $4, and I like feed all my coworkers, and they're like massive like chocolate chip cookies, right? It's like this is your lunch basically, and it took someone a year to realize that I didn't make this myself. She was like, "Oh, you make really good. What is your recipe?" I'm like, €4. But no, I like this kind of stuff. So that's it. That's it for me. That was you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this was number 8, right? Yes. My number 8. This is that one game that I talked about where it's like this is probably not something that would have been the game of the year in like every game here could have been game of the year. This one is a little different, but I think this game is so cute and unique. And before I even switched to the it cost $5. It is also the consideration that has to be made here for like a really short and well presented game, and it's Kabuto Park. And you still need to play that, I think.
Yes, I do.
Yeah. This is my number 1 Pokemon game of the year. It's
I like the face she's making.
yeah. I thought you were yawning for a second, but then it dawned on me that you were doing the face. Kabuto Park is a game that literally is like the inspiration of Pokemon. Is that the creator liked catching bugs as a kid and wanted to give that like experience to people in the form of a game, and that's how Pokemon became. This is actually like bug catching the game. You're going to different areas of a park with your various upgrades that you can get as well to catch bugs. And just like in Pokemon, you can get like sometimes you get like a bigger version of a bug or like a rare version or a shiny version of them. And the ultimate goal here is to use these bugs in a little sumo wrestling mechanic, really, where you put a team of 3 of your bugs against a team of 3 other bugs, and the idea is to push them off it's like a little, what do you call it, tambourine? Exactly like that. There's an element of deck building in here because each bug gives their own abilities that you can get in your like little deck of cards, which you spend energy on that you generate. Sorry?
Ability's nuts.
Yeah, exactly. And what I absolutely adore here is just the hand-drawn art that looks like it's straight out of MS Paint. Not in a negative way, by the way, but it looks like someone painted that in MS Paint and threw that together, and it's really good. It's really well done. It's it's a short adventure. It's like I think I took 2.5 hours to do it. But I do like the battle mechanic enough to come back to that as well. And I think this is one of those cases where you can look like, yeah, okay, it's $2. What is it? Yeah, $2 an hour basically. But like, it's $5 for like 2 really good hours, right? Like, it's such a good ask. It knows what it does as a game, and it gives you that like rough indie experience, and like it takes Pokemon and it does something unique with it as well. Like what I said about ZA, where it's like it changes up how you think about Pokemon rather than just like your typical turn-based battles. This is like, okay, I need to actually wait before I do my move so that I can like use my power move to push the enemy team off in one go, rather than playing a couple of like, weaker moves that might push them a little bit. So like it has a really nice like mechanic to it where I'm like, I kind of want to see a multiplayer version of this where I can take my teams against other people's teams, right? Like I want to do the multiplayer here. And before we go on, I'm going to say there's an ad break in a minute. We'll just linger on this screen for a moment before we go on to Scars number 7. So you won't miss anything with the ad. We're just going to keep talking about, well, I'm going to keep talking about this game for a little bit, but mostly in like a gushing, like appreciation way instead of a, this
I'm
is
just
why
gonna
this
do
game is
this
great.
for a little bit.
Yeah. The ad break will start in like 30 seconds, by the way.
Oh, so
But
they're
you haven't
seeing
you
me
haven't
do
played
this.
this yet,
Oh
Scar. But
shit.
if you stream after this, you could play this.
I was considering playing I'm on observation duty.
Oh, the new one?
I don't know. No, 7, I think, because there's
Oh,
8 now or something.
yeah, that's 8. That's the new one.
I haven't played 7 either.
Oh, okay, but that's dope. I'm down.
I'm a little bit worried about what the lighting's gonna look like, because
Oh, you'll be fine. Just turn off the
outside
light.
it's fine. It's giving me some extra lighting, but the majority of the lighting I have right now is back here. And I do have a ring light, but it's terrible.
Scar, do you want
and
to cheat?
flashes, and I don't want that.
You have 2 screens now.
How?
Just
What?
take one screen and open MS Paint and make a white grid.
No, I mean, I've considered that. That's what's happening with the left side of my face because
Yeah.
because Google Slides does not have a like a dark mode.
I'm angry about that as well, by the way. But actually, you're helping because you're over all the Google Slides. I can actually see them. Also, Scar, 10, yes, Kabuto. I love this game. It's really good, and I know Tan played it. Yeah, exactly what Tan said there. It's so much fun. Like the mechanics in this, like the battling, the bugs. I like it a lot, and like the different team builds and stuff like that as well. Where it's like I'm gonna make a thing with just beetles, or like you can do like, your flyers that have like wind gusts and stuff like that. There's a lot of really really fun intricacies here that in a way made me feel like that, discovery journey that sometimes you get denied in Pokemon because you already know a lot of the things in Pokemon. Like you can't ever go into Pokemon again fresh, right? Like even if they make like 200 new Pokemon and you don't get to see any old ones, you still have all your Pokemon knowledge with you, right? Because you know your typings, you know your moves, you know your the stats you have to look for.
I don't know. Ryan plays like a new player.
Well, not everyone has brain damage. So sorry,
Wow.
Ryan.
Like
Your legs are
damage.
crusty though.
Wow.
But what I
said
really
the
like
same shit.
about this is that it did give me that sense of like I'm exploring a new thing, and that's also kind of something that I took into Cassette Beasts, for example, where it's like this is all new. Like there's new typings, there's new things, there's new advantages and new things to learn, and yeah, it has personality, the character dialogue, exactly. I didn't even talk about that yet, but just like the interaction and the setup on this is also pretty pure in terms of like you're just doing a like run through various trainers, right? It's not like here's a whole like map I need to traverse, and it takes away the role playing game part of Pokemon in a lot of ways. So I do appreciate that a lot. I like this game. Sorry, you need to play this. If I can make you play this game at some point, I would like to know your opinion. Maybe during the holidays.
Still in ads?
This can run on your laptop. Yeah.
Okay, give me 1 second. I'm gonna grab my sweatshirt.
Okay.
I'll be back.
Chat. Ad break's over. Scar can't hear that, but the ad break's not over. It's 15 seconds. There's a bunny behind Scar. Pony Cherry was here. Bunny? Hey, the ad break is over. Scar did take a quick BRB, so we're waiting for Scar to come back. But actually, I might also use this as a moment to unveil myself of the coat, because I am still wearing my fucking coat, and it's getting a little warm in this thing as well. So the bit of me being Todd Howard is over, but also it's fading into the background. Know that I am where Scar needs warmth, I need cool, because that is just an outside winter jacket
Bunny?
almost. Yeah, I pointed it out. It's a
Bunny?
slipper. Yeah, I was
Yeah, they're
right.
microwavable slippers. They're cute.
I was right about that. Yay.
They're lavender scented. I don't really like lavender scent, so that doesn't really appeal to me.
Okay, I'm gonna tell
But
you
yeah, it's
this.
kind of cold, so.
I'm gonna tell you this. Sorry, Mom. My mom gets a headache from lavender scent, so I like lavender.
Nasty!
I know. Sorry, Mom. Anyway, Kabuto Park, really, really good. And I think we're back in time for Scars number 7. Hi, Teeps! Thank you for the lurk. I got your message. I'm sorry that I didn't reply, but hi.
Okay, I've now moved. We're good. My number 7 is Arcane Investigations, which is probably another game that most of you have not heard of.
I have.
Well, you're a cheater because I talk to you all the fucking time.
Wow. How dare I?
So, Arcane Investigations is a Phoenix Wright, like, if there is such a thing. It
Phoenix
is
Wrong?
similar to Kabuto Park. It is $5. However, it is less than an hour of gameplay, I would say. I mean, maybe if you're not good at these games, it's a little longer than that. But
if you're a
it
noob,
is, unlike Kabuto Park as well, I wouldn't say you would go back and play it. Probably, it's got a couple different endings, sort of like where you can get different lore at the end. But it is a pretty linear mystery game. You are a goofy novice investigator. You can see in this image that your investigator is wearing pajamas. You gather and present evidence, Phoenix Wright style. Yeah.
I like that art.
Yeah. In a sort of world of really quirky characters, it is a magical world, hence it being called Arcane Investigations. I looked at it for a second and I was like, did I spell investigations wrong? I didn't. We're good.
Investigate your.
But it does have a really good sense of humor, and I really love the hand-drawn art style. Yeah, the character design is cool. So it's short but sweet, and it's got some queer representation. Ooh. And I would totally recommend checking it out. I don't know anything about the devs, unlike some of these other games that I'll mention, but
That's their only game. I actually checked while we were talking.
a good one.
Yeah.
A good first game.
By the way, for anyone either here and curious about this list later and my list, I will put this on the Steam curator list as well. Just mark the Scars list. Or did you make your own page? Because you can also do that.
I haven't, but I could.
But I will make these lists available for people just to look at and peruse at your leisure. There's VOD will also go to YouTube just because I want to save it. Not because I think this is going to be a particularly good YouTube format, but
this one's going to blow up.
Yeah, no, this one is. I think last year's video is not even like above 100 views, and I don't care. It's mostly that I want to have a place where these are preserved.
I hate that I'm like shifted. Right?
46 views out of curiosity. This one looks good. I actually really like the look of this one. It's also at 100% positive reviews right now still, which is also magical.
Damn, I should review it. I don't think I did.
You did not. So, yeah, no, this looks good. Short but sweet. I'm assuming that's done, right?
Yeah.
Okay. My number 7. Drop Me. It's Drop Duchy.
I knew this was gonna be here.
Yeah. I
like that my camera just gave the fuck up.
It was like, oh,
shit, go,
struggled. I don't think that's your camera, by the way. I think that's just Discord being Discord. Yeah, no, Drop Duchy is good. You've seen me play this recently as well. For those of you who haven't, Drop Duchy is a mix between roguelike deck builder and Tetris and city builder. What you do here is you get different buildings that give you various benefits. You get terrain tiles that are depending on the map that you're in, and enemy buildings that you get to place. Like they'll drop down from the top of the screen, Tetris style. And the idea is to not only make lines like in Tetris for points, but also to connect the right things to the right tiles. So, for example, you might get bonuses for having forest tiles touch each other in the building. You might have a faction that wants to turn things into a big city so that you get more points from having the city sprawl out, which is also really cool because there's 3 base game factions and now 2 DLC factions that are all very unique from each other and all require you to engage with the game in a different way. One of the factions, for example, has a religion mechanic that other factions you might not even see that mechanic come to play, but it does change the way you interact with this. And the whole idea here is to go through this like roguelike style like map progression to get to the end of an area, beat the boss, and do that 3 times because that's how many there are, and you've won the game. Sounds pretty simple, but it's very tactical because not only are you dealing with your own deck building and the management thereof, the upgrading of the cards, which requires you to gather resources, but also you're managing the enemy cards and ready drop, and sometimes you just have to, you get 2 because it does a Tetris style out of your deck, right? Sometimes you just have to deal with like 2 bad locations, and you're like, okay, how do I make this fit? How do I put these somewhere that doesn't fuck me over the most, or how do I, change my strategy around this? Sometimes the building you want doesn't appear until the very end, and you're like, fuck, this is. But you have to build around that, and you have to plan for that, and you have to like. Sometimes you just have to take a risk and be like, okay, I'm gonna hopefully get the right block to drop in here because that's what I need. And it feels so rewarding. And what I really really like about this is the battles that you do, because at the end, when you've placed all the tiles, you have to engage in battles between the enemy buildings and yours. And it's a little bit of a rock paper scissors mechanics where you have swordsmen, archers, and axe men who are all not the mutants, who are all, in their own little rock paper scissors thing, good against each other. And sometimes, if you plan out your battles correctly, even though you technically have less people on paper, just by using that, because you get to plan who fights and in what order, just by using that in a smart way, you get to sometimes win a battle where it's like, okay, it was 200 versus 150, and I won. And even losing a battle, that does damage to your life, and you have, like a pool of 50 and more if you engage with a roguelike in between games element. But I really like the fact that there's just so much here in such a small eyeing package, right? It's not measured against the Nintendo Switch 2 at all, but it charges $15 for this game. There's so much replayability here. The DLCs, which they've put out at like 3 months intervals now, are all pretty good as well. I kind of am surprised that the new one, the North, they literally didn't talk about it on their socials. I just found out by accident when I was going through this list actually, and I went, "Whoa, there's a new DLC that dropped!" Like the day I was checking, and there was no fanfare around
DLC.
it.
Drop DLC.
Yeah, drop DLC. It's also really funny to me how no one can pronounce the name of this game right, because people said drop Dushi, drop Dut, what was it like? It's so wild how
Ducky.
Yeah, drop Ducky. But no, I really really like this game, and like this is what I was talking about earlier as well, with like the fact that we're getting games that take from the roguelike deck building genre and do their own thing with it. I really like that, right? Like for a long time we had Slay the Spire clone, Slay the Spire clone, Slay the Spire clone. And it's like, why would I play you when I have Slay the Spire? But instead now Drop Duchy takes that and makes you play Tetris and makes you think about the city building aspect that you're going through. And I really like this. And it's there's so much here. There's so much unlocks. I haven't even gone through all of this game, by the way. There's still a whole lot more for me to unlock and to do. But yeah, this game is great. And I'll be honest, this game actually for me was a little bit, when I was making this list, it was like constantly shifting. At some point I was like, is this going to be in my top 10? No. Oh wait, it is. Oh wait, it's like I've shifted this game around quite a bit just because of how like unique it feels and how like happy it makes me to get like the Tetris effects and stuff like that. It takes like a lot of tiny mechanics from other games and put them together in such a well-made, well-presented game that I like. I've actually talked about this game when I still worked in the store. I'm jobless now. When I still worked in the store, I've actually talked about this with people. Like, it takes a little bit of Carcassonne, it takes a little bit of Tetris, it takes a little bit of Dominion, which is also a board game, but like it takes so many cool elements and brings them together in such a cool and unique way that this is where I want to see games go. It's okay to take inspiration from other games. It's okay to say, what if Tetris but deck builder? But like make them good, right? And that's what they did here. Well job, games. Do your thing before we go to your number 6.
What, my thing?
Oh, I thought you were.
I'm just annoyed because it's not straight. I want it to
Same.
be even, and it's
Same.
not.
All right.
Makes me angry. I'll deal with it later.
You want to deal with it now?
Well, but it's not.
It's your camera
I'm gonna
that
have
does
to
it,
get up
Scar.
and move it around. Not worth it.
Number 6.
You'll all have to suffer now that I've pointed it out. My
Actually,
number
we don't really
6
see it.
is a weird one to
Oh.
pronounce. It is Flibius McDougal and the Mysterious Flying Machine. I got it right first try. Good job,
Livius
me.
McDougal. That actually feels nice to pronounce.
It is another short puzzle game. I couldn't find one that didn't have the title in it, so this slide is annoyingly not the same as the other ones.
Well, the
Made
name of
me
the game is
so
version.
mad trying to do it. But it is possibly telling that I couldn't find that because it is a much smaller game. It is made by a husband and wife team, which is adorable. It is
like
a
that.
$5 game. Took me about a little bit less than an hour, but they say 2 to 3 hours, so maybe I'm just fucking nuts. It is a puzzle game with a bunch of cute animal characters. They have cute dialogue. It's basically sort of like a modern, like you can move around style point and click type thing where you have a bunch of different items where you're figuring out the interactions between them and the characters. The characters have problems that you're solving to get these parts for a flying machine so that you can fly in your mysterious flying machine. Very cute game. Highly recommend. Just taking a look at it. Yeah.
I like the art.
It's very
They're making
cute.
they're making another one.
I would play it.
Releases next year, Q3 it says.
No questions asked.
And while Scar is talking about some of these games, I actually am opening the Steam store page as you saw by me pulling up a screenshot. They actually have another game that these devs made called Hadley's Run: A Starship Saga that I just like that caught my eye, and it's a twin stick shooter. So I have another wish list.
I don't think I've looked at that.
No, like it looks good actually. Here, I'll throw it on the screen. As far as it wants to be on the screen, but this looks interesting. This is something that I'm like, oh, this
Oh,
yeah.
no wonder I haven't played it because it doesn't look like my type of game, but it looks good.
It's by the same devs. That's kind of amazing that they're pulling that out of their like right, like a lot of the time.
And
like,
they've made
devs
2
make,
games, and they're
very
making a
similar
third,
games.
and they're still
Yeah.
married.
Yeah.
Damn.
Goals. Actually, they're making a 4th one too, by the way.
Oh, okay.
They're making another one called Fossil Quest, which is a live sim creature collector that is now also on my wish list.
I like their ideas, so
Yeah, like this looks
I will be
interesting.
watching
Because
them.
this will be watching your career with great interest. Where's that from? Do you know that?
I will be wishlisting that. I don't think I do.
That's a Star Wars.
Oh, you know what? I have seen many a Star Wars.
Was this you?
Yes, it's
Okay.
me.
Then we're going to my number 6. Scar, I'm kind of curious out of my own selfish interest in me. What games are you still missing from me that you're like, this is definitely like on your list?
You want me to like spoil that?
Just throw some out there.
Me checking to make sure it actually came out. These ones came out this year. Look outside.
That's potentially one, yeah.
I have to think a little bit more about which other ones I specifically expect to see. What is this one even called?
You can also describe them. I already know the name.
When did it come out? He is Coming.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I have to think. Yeah, that's a potential one.
Like, you're making such a face.
No, I have to think about it because I was thinking about
Those
that.
are the
Okay, so you're expecting those 2.
yeah, those are the 2 big ones that I'm
Okay.
like,
Okay.
I would be surprised if they didn't at least get a mention.
That's not number 6 though. Number 6 is House of Necrosis.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Yeah. This is a mystery
Pokemon
dungeon
Mystery
style game.
Dungeon.
Yeah, there you go. This is a mystery dungeon style game with the skin of a Resident Evil 1 graphics style. The idea here is that you're exploring the house of necrosis. It has multiple rooms that you have to go through. It's linear, by the way. It's not like in Resident Evil where you choose what rooms you go into. It is linear in that regard. But you go into the various rooms, beat the monsters that are there with the goal of getting to the next floor. So like finding the next doorway out. You can just go for killing all the monsters and hoping to find some loot. But it's also in that way, it's an extraction shooter idea because you do bring stuff into the game with you and you can take it back out with you. And the weapons that you're using, they can level up. You can find new spells, which are a permanent upgrade. You do take those into future runs with you. But if you die, you lose that stuff, except for your spells, those you keep. But you lose that stuff. So there is this consideration like, do I want to keep pushing? Do I want to bring good shit with me? Or do I want to bring, lower level stuff with me to level it up? You can, once you find the other areas, shortcut your way there. So there's also the consideration of like, okay, if I take the shortcut, I'm going to miss out on a couple of power-ups, but I will be there faster so I can bring my better gear. And there's some cool builds as well that you can make with this, where it's like I have a thing that gives me more XP, or I have something that when I'm low on health, I do more damage, or my bullets explode. So there's a couple of like really cool intricacies there as well with like, how do you build? How do you engage with the system? And there's some really interesting boss fights here as well. Sometimes this game can feel punishing as fuck, but it has such a cool, like, again, like I said with Drop Duchy, it you can see that it takes different genres and puts them together. Like it does take the Mystery Dungeon, it does take the Resident Evil, and it comes out with its own unique product where you can point to like each individual part of it. But as a result, you do get this whole of a game that feels so unique, even though it is a mystery dungeon, right? Like Scar Clocked is with Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. It is just a mystery dungeon game, but it's also not because it does its own. It branches off on its own. Yeah, I really like this. And talking about solo devs, this is made by one person, right? Which is even more of an achievement if you look at the game, if you look at the art, the sounds, the design of it. It just feels so good as a presentation, and especially for someone like me who does enjoy the Resident Evils. I think the nostalgia choice here is like they could have gone in any other direction with how to present this game, but the fact that they went with that horror vibe and the nostalgia, like PS1 looking graphic stuff, that adds to the game and it enriches it in a way that I think makes me feel happy, at least I should say, for what you're getting. And to go with Scar's price thing here, $12 for a game that you can easily put 50 hours into is a good ask, and it's a good representation of what indie games do and bring and have to offer. So this one just made me really happy to play all across the board. And I'll be honest, I actually had this a little lower originally, but just the like the consideration that this is a solo dev, that this runs so well, that it has a fair price. I naturally, like, it started going higher on this list where I was like, what are you laughing at, you dingus?
You didn't notice me making the zombies.
Oh no, I didn't notice your face. I'm trying to.
You didn't say anything, so it's like.
No, I was trying to stumble past that until you started making it like I'm laughing face. But no, I really like everything about this game, and like I've already said this a couple of times now. We're getting into this region of like these games to me are, I can point out flaws, right? I can point out nitpicky details here, but overall I don't have any complaints about these games. And this is the prime example of like this game could have like been number one and I would have been happy about that. And the fact that there's still 5 more games to come after this is crazy to me. Like there's so much good stuff this year, and this game is a representation. And honestly, if knowing what my own list is as well, if you take my top 10, you have some varied games in here as well that would make for a good collection starter for indie gaming. And this wasn't on purpose, by the way. I wasn't like, I need to have a beat 'em up, and I need to have a deck builder, and I need to have a Pokemon, and like that wasn't on purpose. But like looking at this list now, I'm like, you have a really good like showcase of games here, and like it's so unique. Number 5?
Yeah. My number 5 is Tales of Seikyu.
Tales of Seiki.
Yeah. Seiki.
By the way, before you
It
go,
is
sorry,
one of the 2 games.
there's notes under
Yeah.
Scar that I'm trying to ignore as well, chat, because that's what Scar's talking about. But I can't.
Wow, spoilers.
Yeah.
I've been outed. It is one of 2 early access games that is on this list. One of which has already been spoiled.
Has it?
If you remember it.
No.
Yep.
Yes. Never mind. Yes, because we haven't
Mhm.
had that yet.
It is in the genre of farming games. I wouldn't qualify it as a farming game though, just because it has a bunch more going on. The big mechanic for Tales of Seikyu is that you are a yokai and can transform into different things. So, a slime, a boar, and a tengu. So those 3 transformations, along with your human form, can be used in farming, combat, and exploration. Uh, so it does a really good job of kind of integrating those mechanics into all 3 different spaces. There's also pretty decent character development. It is in early access, and you can definitely tell that it is, in that, especially with relationship building, that has not really been built out fully yet. But even so, it is $25 and it's about, I would say, 20 hours of gameplay. So, like, pretty decent sized for what it is. And it has, I would say, part of the reason why I don't call it a farming game specifically is that the farming doesn't actually feel that developed. The majority, I would say, of the development is actually the combat. They did add farm animals recently, but the combat is more complex than something like a Stardew Valley, which admittedly is a low bar. There's a couple different weapon types. Yeah, she's hot as hell. Um, in a sort of stamina system. I think I have a review written for it. Maybe
You do.
all of the characters are yokai, so they have like some kind of level of non-human aspect to them. Like one of the ones that you just showed. There's also like Frog Prince. And Birdman.
Birdman. What
That character's
about
name is Nyotengu, but she is not Birdman, if you couldn't tell. Yeah, Centaur. There's a whole lot of story that hasn't been built out yet, and there's new characters coming. I think all of it will make it definitely a game to watch that is distinct from your Stardew Valley, your Fields of Mystery, even your Story of Seasons and your Rune Factories, all of those different farming game general sort of aspects. This game has something new going on with it that I would actually qualify as worth a look if you're interested in the genre, but you're tired of the same old type thing. Also, there's character customization if you're into it.
and it's on sale.
Hmm.
30% off
I don't
right now.
remember what the sale is. What? How much?
30% off. So it's now $17 basically.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be easily worth 25 when it's done.
They're probably
as
gonna
it
raise the
is,
price.
I am happy with 25, but
I've
yeah, I mean that's fair. I have put 30 hours into it. It is more of a 20-hour game, but when they release updates, sometimes I'm like, I just want to restart the game and like see everything that they've done because it's not all, hey, I've added content to the end. Like character customization is something that they added later. So I don't know. It might be worth a wait, but it is a good game.
I have a disclaimer here. I am affiliated with Fireshine Game, which is the publisher of this. They've sent me some dope games in the past.
I actually started to write that this was done by Fireshine, but I think I took it out.
Because of me, or?
No, just because I'm familiar with I'm quite familiar with them and I've seen.
Yeah, they did
Isla,
for example, recently.
Coming out of them. Mm-hmm.
So Core Keeper is also them. Shadows of Doubt is them.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of good games, and I'm happy to be affiliated with them. Scar, I have one question about this game though. Is your name Annie
in this? Question?
Yeah.
Is your name what?
Annie. Because people ask, Annie, are yokai?
God, I think I need to go.
Scar's gotta go stream now. No, this is a good pick. I'm really interested in this one. I would like to see more. Core Keeper says Tan. Well, we got something better for you.
Yeah.
Okay, my number 5
My number 5.
Funny enough, you did mention this one when I was asking you about games that I missed. It is He Is Coming.
Okay, good.
I didn't say this with Nine Kings, by the way, but this is a Hooded
The
Horse
art is
game.
so good for this.
Huh?
That
The
art is
art?
so good.
Yeah, it's amazing. I didn't mention this with Nine Kings, but I am also affiliated with Hooded Horse games. They have given me a bunch of games for free, including this one. I do think it's important to point that out. I don't think I'm biased, but if you think that makes me biased, then take this for whatever you want. But I love Hooded Horse. They have so like sometimes I'll look at a game on Steam and I'll be like, oh, this looks dope, wishlist, and then I look at the publisher like, oh, Hooded Horse. Why? It's really funny how many games they're adding to their portfolio now as well, and how many of those like games that I like Darkwood 2 that are now publishing as well. But anyway, He Is Coming is an auto battler that takes the auto battling genre and combines it with like the RPG mechanic, because what you're doing here is you're going over a map and you're fighting various enemies. You can find new upgrades to add to your character in the forms of weapons or like armor and stuff like that. You have an X amount of slots for all these things. And the idea is that after 3 in-game days, it goes into a day and night cycle as well. And at night, the enemies become active, so they actually start chasing you. So you have to like run away from them if you don't want to engage with them, or hey, now they're moving towards me. That makes it easier. But after 3 days, you have to fight a boss. You can see which boss is coming up, so you can prepare for that. And sometimes you really have to prepare for this, because some of the bosses are like, hey, this one takes your strength. It's like, well, I went for a full strength build, and the boss now has my strength and is faster than me. You need to do something about that, and you need to plan that route out. It also has a very, very, and this is what really did it for me, the PvP mode in this, where you do the same gameplay loop, except you're playing against like the sprites of other players. It's not like, direct one-to-one PvP, but it's like you're playing against the ghosts of other people who've been here. And it adds so much like to the builds. And like what I really appreciate here is that the devs are on it when it comes to balancing, because there've been a couple of really broken builds that were like, okay, we're gonna stop this. And prevent you from, really breaking the game with like the bomb builds and stuff like that, that were very broken. So I love how active they are with this. They recently added a 1v1 mode as well, which is really interesting. I actually want to have like, yeah, I actually want to have a He Is Coming tournament at some point. That would seem like really cool to broadcast on Twitch between like, different people. But yeah, it does so much right. Like I love the art for this as well. Like this is yeah, like, boilerplate art, but like it's pixely art. It kind of looks like Atari NES era art in a way, and it just runs like so well in terms of playing the game, moving around, finding things, learning things about the map, and where like certain items are more likely to be found, and being able to plan your build out a little better. They added rerolls and stuff to that as well. I haven't been up with it. Thank you, Scar. I haven't played the game recently, but they have made more ways for you to have a little bit more control over your build, rather than like I'm bound to the pure random chaos of this game. So there's a lot of
Didn't
good
raise
stuff
my
here.
arm enough.
Yeah.
I wanted to be the man in the robe.
Well, that doesn't necessarily, it's called He Is Coming, so maybe that's the he, I guess. But no,
The
this
devil.
game is really, really good. There's a lot of good stuff here, and there's a lot of challenges in the game as well, with like unlocking things and needing to do specific things, like beat the first boss without XYZ, or don't lose any health, or whatever you want. I like that in the PvP mode, you can, if you win, you get like a crown, but then your ghost stays behind and people can fight against your ghost, and if you passively beat people, you get more crowns, and you use those to buy skins, which have no impact other than like, this is what I look like on the map now. So there's a lot of really fun fun things here, and I love the auto battling genre, and I love that we're getting, again, when people take genres and kind of merge them together. I like that a lot. Like we have super auto pats, which is like the pure auto battler, right? Like I put units, they battle. I buy upgrades, they battle. And this puts more around that, where like I'm moving around the map. Where do I go? What do I like? Where do I put my limited amount of time in between fights to get upgrades and to find things and to, I don't know. There's so much good stuff here, and for how active the developers are, and how like you can see that they care about this game and that they want this game to, they could have just put this out as a one and done and not updated it, and I would have been happy with that. But the fact that they're like we talked about this recently with Dead Games, right? We're like, oh, Dead Game. It's like, well, a game is allowed to be published and be done. This game was cracked, right, Rhino? I want to play more of this as well. But just the fact that they're still actively working on this game and that they're trying to make it better and that they're trying to shape it, it almost feels like this could have had the early access title, which it does, by the way, in that regard. But like, it feels like it could have not had that. Is what I mean. Sorry. And been a fully published game, and instead they're just like tinkering with this and trying to make a really good product here. So, yeah, that and like I said, Hooded Horse. It's just like a personal recommendation. And yeah, Rhino. This game and Nordhold. When I put these on this list, I was like, these are also Rhino obsession games that I know. Like we've talked about a lot and we've obsessed about a lot. So.
I feel like when you ask me what games I expect to see on this list, what I need is like a list of what games I have seen Seth play this year, because there's so many
It's
of
a
them
lot. It's a
that I
lot.
struggle to remember them.
I'm surprised you didn't mention one game. We'll get there, but
It's because I don't remember it right now. Like,
there's
it's not.
a really
My
obvious one
brain
that I
is
put a
not
lot of
remembering it.
time into.
Yeah, but like whenever I think of games you put a lot of time into, I'm like, it's White Knuckle.
Yeah, that's silly to put on this list. Sorry.
Yes.
Doesn't make sense. Nordhold is yeah, I need to go back to Nordhold.
Doesn't make sense.
Anyway, Scar's number 4.
Yeah, my number 4 has been spoiled. No, just kidding.
It's
You didn't know
Tinkerlano.
what order it was in, but it was in Tinkerlando. Actually, I guess it's Tinkerlano.
Tinkerlano.
But trust me, it looks fine on my presentation.
Yeah, it does. It is cut off here, chat. I'm sorry for the poor presentation.
It is. I would say it's really similar to Core Keeper.
Yeah.
It's just better. It's just better balanced than Core Keeper.
And in early access still.
Yes, I was about to say this is my second early access pick, so it's the one that I said was spoiled. Literally, mine just says it has better NPC interaction and better boss balancing than Core Keeper. Yeah. We, as I mentioned earlier, played about 20 hours of it. It is $13, so really not a bad price for how much was in it, and it was early access, and this was a little while ago, so there's probably more in it.
Oh, wow.
I haven't looked at how much more. I think in general with these games, they do a pretty good job of having pretty unique boss fights.
Yeah.
And then and some really fun weapon options. And I think one of the more interesting parts about these games, this one and the next one on my list, because why not just give it away at this point, is that they have trinkets, which, you can sort of find them at random, and they'll basically help you make your build unique and separate. Sometimes it's like more summons, or it's
if you Scar, it's always more summons.
Weird critical effects. Well, yeah, that's why I remember it so well. The thing that made this a little tougher for me is that there's a bunch of like weird, confusing crafting stuff in it, and I think there's also like a fishing mechanic that's just like there's some mechanics that are a little weaker.
Yeah.
As compared with the next game up on my list, which, if you couldn't tell, is Necess. So we'll get to that in a little bit. But but I think it's just better Core Keeper, but well worth a shot if you're into these games and you want more content from them.
I was gonna say, Tan, this is the if you're taking Core Keeper, this is this and the next one from here. I've talked about it as well, but these are the ones I think. And Scar, what you mentioned with the trinkets, I like in a way that you have to make choices with your trinkets. Where like, which ones do I bring with me? Mm-hmm. But there's also that trinket combining mechanic where you can combine a bunch of them into like one Giga Chat trinket, basically. I like that mechanic on one hand, but on the other hand, it's like kind of makes my choices feel less relevant because like, well, instead of needing to choose between A and B, I can just have both. But that is more of an end game thing.
Sometimes it's needlessly complex as well and confusing.
Yeah.
Which is really that's the bit that takes away from it for me. But I also actually think there's fewer worlds than I would have liked. Like, I don't know if I loved the boat mechanic. Like, I like the idea, but I think that the worlds are very samey sometimes.
I like the boat idea with the understanding that there's going to be more worlds. So yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's my takeaway there. Also, you can decorate your boat, so it's like more like having a mobile base with you. I actually didn't talk about this when I talked about it on my list, but my one caveat here as well is like this game very much made me feel like punished for being a melee character again. Like a lot of these games kind of like melee, it's so punishing sometimes, and like and like I understand that like I'm doing something right. I'm still damaging the boss. I'm chugging potions like a crazy person, and I'm protecting Scar who has summons that do a lot of damage. But sometimes in this game I was like, okay, I really wish I did not go the melee route because it was a
Yeah.
little flimsy.
And on the flip side, as a magic character, you cannot take hits.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
you're big fucked if
you got
get hit.
evaporated. But yeah, no, this is a fun game. This is one where like, you know, come back to this in 2 years from now, and this could be like so much better. And I already like Scar said, I already
I
like
think
this better than
it's worth a
Gorekeeper.
shot even now, yeah, and
Yeah.
and it's going to be even better.
Yeah, no, this is a really good one. Gorekeeper just fell off with the bosses. For both Scar and me, we both had the same reaction to the bosses, and Gorekeeper was like, these bosses just became too grindy. And
Yeah,
here
I mean, it's just not fun. Like, I want the boss to have some difficulty level, but I also don't want it to be like, oh, you added like 15 mechanics that I need to handle at once.
and
I
3
guess we'll make it
phases that
feel
is just
hard.
the
Like,
same phase. Like
yeah,
spending 5 minutes per phase and then having to do that 3 times, it is not different, or it's like, oh, get out of here. And Tinkerlands is just like, yeah, more of this, please.
it's bad enough that I still remember the boss that we stopped on. 'cause
The
it
final
sucked
boss.
So bad.
It was the final boss. Like we suffered through like
Yeah.
several bosses because in Gorekeeper they suddenly started adding shields to bosses that you need to like whittle down, and then you can do damage to them before they get the shields back, and it's like it's not fun. It's like so much of a grind.
It's like the same mechanic over again.
And it turned the
like,
boss
it'd be
fights
one
from
thing
like
if it was cool and interesting to do it, but it's not. So
it turned the boss fights from like 2 to 5 minute fights into like 10-minute fights, and it's like no.
During which you can only take so many hits and yada
Yeah.
yada.
We literally had like a boss fight where Scar and I were like rotating, like running back from dying to the boss.
One of us dies when we try to stay alive for
Yeah,
the other one to come back. And we were actually talking with V about Gorekeeper recently for that exact reason, that I think there's just better Gorekeeper like.
Yeah.
If such a thing is the right term.
Um,
I don't know if technically it's more like a Terraria like.
I think Gorekeeper like at this point is more of a fair assessment. Yeah, no, I don't want to call out people in other people's chat, but someone recommended Gorekeeper to V, and both Scar and I were like, no.
V would really suffer at the later bosses.
And that's not a knock against V, for the record. That is just like those bosses just aren't fun for
I mean,
us,
we
right?
suffered.
Like,
so
yeah. That's
yeah.
And I think we're a little bit more into these kind of games. And the Necess just has like so much more like forgiveness in there, in terms of like, it's not like, I'm not saying, oh my god, it's baby mode easy or anything like that, but like it feels less punishing for like, oh, you made one mistake and everything is fucked now.
And I think you can choose to build your character in a way and build your teams in ways that actually give you more chances. And you don't have to do it. But if you want to, you can. And Gorekeeper doesn't really have that option. It's just like, get good or die.
Yeah. No, Gorekeeper is like a little bit more on the difficult side. Gorekeeper, you definitely see that like these are from people who played Terraria and wanted more Terraria, and just like continued with that knowledge rather than like, let's make our own game that's standalone in a way. So, good pick. Also, I will say, I like that you said that we had a fun romp.
Seth is looking at my script that I haven't really bothered to use beyond like, it's helpful for me to remember what price the games are.
All right, my number 4. Funny enough, you also mentioned this one. It's Look Outside.
I'm so pained that Look Outside is not top 3.
I will get back to that in one moment.
The art for this game is so good.
It's so good. Okay, so Look Outside is a more traditional turn-based RPG set in a horror environment. The premise is that you can't look outside because there's something fucky going on with the sun, and everyone who looks at it gets transformed into like horror shit face here. Lots of teeth, lots of eyes, tentacles, all the good stuff. And the whole idea is that you have to survive long enough for the sun to go back to normal, and that's one of the endings is literally just like wait it out, and you can do that. There's different endings in this game, um, but you can also start exploring the apartment complex that you're in, and kind of like interacting with people, forming your party, finding out what's happening around here. This whole mystery to solve. That I won't spoil it in terms of like what happens, but there is something to unravel, right? There is more to explore here, and the fact that there are different endings to go for and different things you can do is so good. And like finding out like the little events and the cool characters and the boss fights that are around here, um, it's really good. And like one of the examples is you find this like horrible mutated baby thing, and you kill it with fire, or you just like adopt it, and it's this rat thing that like starts growing and following you
Enemy
around.
rat friend.
Yeah. Um, there are ways of dealing with things by avoiding them or by not engaging with them or taking some other choices. And I really like about this one is that it also shows this like it shows your humanity in a way that integrates with the horror nature of the game, because you are just a normal person at the start of this, and as you go through it you're literally killing people who have been changed, and at some point your character gets to this like mental state where it's like, I killed people, am I bad for this? And that as a player made me go like, shit, that's actually fucked up to think about, right? Like in so many games do you just kill things because that's what the game lets you do, and now having your character go like, I could have avoided them, I could have just let them alone, I could have just walked away, like that made me go like, oh yeah, there is more there, right? Like there is like a whole like meta thing here that makes you feel as a player like, did I do something bad? Did I do the wrong thing? Am I and am I just surviving? Do I like again using that meta narrative? Like this character looks like they're going through a transformation. Do I trust them, knowing that that's what happens, right? Or do I engage with them like I'm trying to see your humanity? Give me a kiss on the cheek and bite me. That's an achievement. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff here, and I really, really recommend this game. The whole mechanic of going out and exploring, with time progressing, coming back, spending the night, regaining your energy, getting food, playing video games as a form of distraction, but also as a form of like learning new abilities. There's so many like really cool things here that um I think put this game way ahead of a lot of other games this year. Obviously, there's three other ones. And for Scar to come back to what you said, you're sad that this game is in top three. This game has swung around quite a bit on this list. Uh, in terms of like where I placed it and how it got there. But I think that this being number 4 isn't a knock on like this game not being good enough. I think this game being number 4 is more of a testament to other games just
How
you
good the
know
other games are. Yeah.
yeah, like vibing more for me. What I will say about this one, going back to the price discussion, it's currently on sale by the way for $7. It's $10 for this game, and they just put out the final update as well, which I think now you're getting like the complete package. It was already like fully released, but they just added some extra stuff to it. Um, this is the time to dive into this one, and I think you're getting a really, really good game here. That, like I
Yeah,
said,
this is the time, Tan.
yeah. Like again, this like in other years, this could have been like number 1, number 2, and I would have been happy with this game being the best game of the year in terms of that, because it is just such a good and unique game. Um, it it does so many things right. I absolutely love this game, and to take from that, this like I said earlier, like my like top 13 games is like, this is the part where I'm starting to get it. Like these games are so good, like I can't really complain about these games at all in a lot of ways. Um, I think my top 4 specifically is like, these are without a doubt, like this is like, if you're gonna play a game in any of these games, this is like a must have. This is so good. And there's not a lot of other games that do anything close to this. Like, yes, I can give you a turn-based game, I can give you a horror game, but like, I cannot think of another game that does intrigue and mystery with horror and the party elements with the turn-based aspects of this. I can't think of any other game that does this good. So this is, as far as I'm concerned, this is a masterpiece. All right, Scar, number
We're in
3.
our top 3. The one that I already spoiled because it's Necess.
It's Necess. Hey.
I've chosen a picture that's weird as hell, but
Yeah,
it's good.
it's good.
Therefore, I have done it. It is, as we've mentioned, Tinkerlands, but a little better. um, I think it has some really fun summons, in some really interesting ways that they can kind of interact. I play these games with summons every time, so like a little biased on that front. Because I didn't explore quite as much of the other aspects. But I think again, these games have some really interesting and unique like weapons and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And we have only played 7.5 hours, but it's definitely more than 7.5 hours. It is $15, but I think that will easily even out with time.
Oh yeah.
As you probably could bet, Seth and I played it together, so it's got co-op. I think I don't think we talked about this. Necess has the ability to equip your so Seth mentioned that it has raids from enemies. You can also equip your NPCs and let them come with
Yeah.
you on journeys, which is cool. And I would say it's a unique added mechanic I don't think Tinkerlands does.
No.
So worth a shot in that regard. It's more cohesive than Tinkerlands in the sense that you don't have to take the boat. And I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing because Tinkerlands allows you to sort of go through a randomized map. But I do think between that aspect and the underground aspect, the fact that there's the overworld and then there's an additional map underneath it, and that there's these kind of like puzzle box rooms as well, I think Necess has just a little bit more going for it, and I do appreciate that the world feels a little bit more connected.
Yeah.
So for me, a little bit better than Tinkerlands, but they're both very, very good games.
Well, this game is 2025 right now. Don't answer that. Why I
Don't
answered it.
answer that.
I will actually add something that Scar said that kind of resonated with me as well. The summons in this game, I don't play the summon builds because that's what Scar does. But in so many other games where you have summons, it's kind of like a secondary mechanic where it's like in Terraria and in Core Keeper as well. You can do summons, but it's not all you're doing. So you need to like supplement that with magic and kind of like divide your build attention. And in this game, you actually have weapons that are summon weapons, right? Like you use your summon stat to summon swords around you that will fly out and like attack enemies. So from that aspect, I also think that this game, in terms of like build, is way more connected with like what you're doing and way more focused. Like the ranger build in this game feels unique and it does its own thing. The melee build in this game has a little bit more like, do I want to go for the damage option or do I want to go for the tankier option? Which is something that other games, like I complained about earlier, where it's like, I'm melee, I'm getting punished for all the bosses. Like this game has
I think even
more
the armor
choices.
does that a little bit.
Yeah, yeah,
In this game, there's a better variety of armor and stuff like that that can really aid
yeah.
your build.
And what I like about that armor as well, and other games do this as well, so it's not unique to this one, but like being able to make like the chest piece and the legs of an armor, and then based on the head, you're getting the different bonuses and the different effects between that, where it's like, okay, now we know what we need to focus on, and being able to upgrade those armors into like more specialized ones. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff here. And I will, okay, to this game's credit as well, because Scar did kind of like, I mean, it's your top 3, right? So like that deserves that attention.
Mhm.
This game did benefit from the whole early access cycle, just like Core Keeper, by the way. Core Keeper also was an early access game originally and came out of it, and we played the final product of that. Like we're playing the final product here. You can see that this game took the early access route and benefited from that. In a way that I think does it way better than Core Keeper. Because in Core Keeper, like I said, I think some of the feedback was like the bosses are too easy and it went like difficult. And in this game, it's like, no, we make it unique and we add stuff and we have fun with it. So good pull. That was you?
Yeah.
All right, my number 3, Absalom, which I'm surprised you didn't clock. Yeah. This is another game by.
I had forgotten that it existed again. So
this is another .emu game, by the way. Absalom is a roguelike beat 'em up, 2D side-scrolling beat 'em up, and it takes the aspects of both and does it really well. Like the beat 'em up aspect, I talked about this during Ninja Gaiden, But the beat 'em up aspect in this feels so good. It feels, in a lot of ways, it feels like I'm playing a fighting game with how the characters control the combos I can do. I can juggle enemies. I can um, air attack, and all the characters have their own little special um, or specializations that they're good at. But just the variety of the 4 characters with how well the moves of the characters feel, where it does feel like I'm stringing along combos in a fighting game, um, makes the beat 'em up aspect of this game so good. There are a couple of enemies that are just annoying as fuck to deal with, but that's also part of these kind of games where you need to prioritize what enemies you're attacking, what you're ignoring, as you're dealing with other things. And then there's the whole roguelike aspect of it, where you're going to different screens. And in a roguelike style, you're choosing between 3 sectors, but it's not like here's a map, choose where to go. It's like it literally in the game you're picking. You're finding different upgrades, which will give your character either their own specific upgrades that like this is specifically to my character. They can now do this. Like my character can get multiple throwing weapons from one, or my character can use money as throwing weapons. 2 generic upgrades that every character can get, and you're slowly like working on different builds in this. Thank you. And I like how many different things feel viable. It's not like I've ever gotten something and went, this is bad, I don't want this. It's more like, I'm hoping that I get this because this build is fun, or I'm hoping that I get this because this combos well with this. But there's so many fun little pickups that you can get that make me go, oh, this is cool. I would have picked this as like my 3rd option in a run? No, but I got it as my 1st option. This is now something I'm shaping the whole run around, and I'm finding cool new interactions and mechanics. It also has the Hades aspect of combining 2 elements if you have the right ones. So like I have the earth one and I have the fire one, so now my throwing weapons do fire damage as well, which is really fun. The online for this is a little, I won't subtract points from this because I played this with Minister Gold and we are, at opposite ends of the planet. So there is that latency aspect of it, but we've had a couple of disconnects. I think the one thing that they need to fix for this, and this is actually why this game isn't number 2. This is actually what brought it down a little. If you desync from each other, you literally have to reset your run, and they need to add a reconnect option. That's the only downside of this game, the only negative that I can bring in here. And
I'm
beyond
assuming
that
your number 2 is Power Wash because it performs so well.
Oh, it's a great game. No, but my love for this game is immense, and I love finding out more here, like beating the run and then finding out like, oh shit, the world just changed. There is a time loop that they're acknowledging with their characters resetting every time. There are secrets to be found in like a way that I didn't like. Someone in chat kind of spoiled it for me, but like in a way where I accepted it because I beat the game a couple of times and I hadn't found these secrets. So at that point, it's like, well, you might as well tell me because I'm not finding them. But just seeing some of the cool little things that are there. I also like the visual aid of like a little bunny appears on screen if there's like a hidden chest nearby. So they're like, oh, I've been in this area before, because the areas do look the same, but like now I know that the secret is here, so I know that I have to look for it rather than like, going all around hoping that you find something. So I like that little accessibility feature too. And the only other thing I want from this game is more characters because it feels really fucking good to play. And the final boss, oh my god, that was such a fun twist where like you're finding these enemies and it's like standard beat 'em up enemies and bosses, and then the final boss actually takes abilities and uses them, and it's like, whoa, that's so cool. I really like the twist here, and yeah, this is a big recommend. I'm gonna mention this right now. Marvel Cosmic Invasion, same publisher, also a side scroller, also a beat 'em up. I like this game way more than Marvel. Marvel also just came out, so it wouldn't have been on this list because of that. Like it's week old or something. But as much as I like Marvel and the way the characters feel, this game the characters feel so much better, and so much like the roguelike aspect of it, giving it replayability versus other side scrollers that you play once and you can replay them, and that's fine. But that's also part of the fun for that. But like here, your replayability is in that roguelike element, and yeah, this is big love. Star is looking at her phone.
Wow, I needed to do something.
Yeah, pirate software.
Yes, I'm resolving the puzzle that is your next 2 games.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
I don't know how my phone would help with that though.
I don't know. Number 2?
No. Yeah, number 2 for me.
I will say
is.
there's an ad break coming up, so I might pause you in between here, but you have like 2.5 minutes. start with this, and then we'll.
Get through it fast.
Yeah.
Fantasy Life. The girl who steals
Tuh.
um the girl who steals time.
Yeah.
This is technically a series. I have not played the original. I have no idea what it was like. In fact, I didn't know it existed until this game came out.
Well, there you go.
It's like on DS or something. I don't know. I haven't played it. So I couldn't tell you what that's like. Fantasy Life is an everything game. It has
It is.
Animal
It really.
Crossing in it. It's got combat. It's got farming. It's got fishing. It's got building. It's like it has everything. And what I will say about that is that it does it with varying levels of success.
Yeah.
So like sometimes I'm like, okay, well, why does the fishing mechanic work this way? But at the same time, I'm like, it integrates all of those jobs incredibly well. They're technically called lives, but they are essentially just professions.
Yeah.
And they're all interlocked. So if I want to get this new weapon, I need to have my carpentry skill up, which requires my logging skill. And in order to get my logging skill up enough to actually get the stuff that I want, I need a good axe. And to make my axe, I need my blacksmithing skill, which comes from mining. So, like, every single thing is interlocked in such a way that you have to try everything. And yet, there's still the opportunity that you could just play the game, mostly ignoring some mechanic that you really dislike. What I will say is a lot of the mechanics are basically quick time events.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like that's kind of how the game plays. And I wouldn't say it's the most like beautifully put together complex thing, but I do like the way that things interlock. I think 160 hours into this game. It's a $60 game. I would say easily worth the money for me. I also bought this game for like 3 people.
Molly. Molly and
So
everyone, there's an ad break coming up, so we'll just talk about Fantasy Life a little, and we'll resume the big
yeah,
thing
and
when
Seth
we're
knows and has played this to
when we're
some
back from
extent.
this.
So
But hi, Molly. We'll be right back.
Seth has their own opinions, which are probably less
Yeah.
positive than mine.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're sort of starting out in this story that's in this sort of time traveled world. There's 3 different sort of temporal spaces, one of which is your Animal Crossing world, one of which is kind of your story mode world, and one of which is sort of a like free roam exploration. I would say the vast majority of my gameplay in this was combat, and there are multiple combat professions, so it's not like you're just whacking things with a sword and that's all you can do. And there is co-op, but I would say it is limited in its scope. In that, it's because you keep showing up on the hour, Molly.
I don't think Molly can hear that now.
Well, in any case, it's because you keep showing up on the hour, and I'll type it later maybe. But it does have co-op, but it's mostly just in that like future free roam world, and I would say the co-op is weak. There's also sort of a post-game.
Clarity.
I kept thinking roguelike, but it's really not. It's like a branching path option for getting some really rare difficult resources. I think this game is something that I loved a lot, but at the same time, it's a game that has a lot of flaws and frustrations. You kind of have to be willing to accept that it's a cozy game, so the mechanics are not as fleshed out, and it is a lot more like press this button to get your result, you know. But I also think the world is really enjoyable and worth the time if it's something that you're interested in.
I think the co-op in this is so weak. Like it's literally like here's your instance like not co. It's like you're basically being like followed into a separate area for co-op.
Yeah.
And I will add that yes, I played this game, and I think that the professions interlinking is a really good thing, but it's also one of those like it feels obligatory sometimes. Where you're like I need to do this because this
You
is
have
like
to do this other thing.
yeah, and some of that feels a little weak in terms of like I'm just doing the same thing over again, except now it's just wood instead of stone, right? Like some of it is just like arbitrarily amounts of things.
Yeah, and one of the things that's more frustrating about this game is that there's sort of 3 categories. There's combat, there's resource gathering, and there's artisan stuff. And the mechanics of them are basically the same. Like the combat's a little bit less so because you could do some like actual dodging and stuff, but like with the resource gathering, it's like hit A and then hit another button to like power smash and then hit an ultimate. Like it's
Yeah.
all the same between logging and
Welcome back from the
mining and
ad.
fishing. Whereas the artisan one is like quick time events. It's
Yeah.
like straight up just quick time events. And it's like the same press A and whatever on X timing and then rotate the joystick. Like it's the same one
Yeah.
regardless. And there's some skill level to it, but it is literally just quick time event.
Yeah,
So
it's a lot of like very samey things in that way.
like it's a
Um,
number 2 for me, but I also understand why people wouldn't want it. Which is part of why it's number 2 and not a number 1, even though it is the game on this list that I've put the most hours into.
yeah. I will
But
say you said earlier that the game is cozy and that's why some of the things aren't as fleshed out. But at the same time, I feel like that is also kind of where the game kind of rubbed me the wrong way because it is a cozy game and you're in a mindset for like I'm getting a cozy game and then the game goes no, you need to do these things and you need to grind your way through these things, and that made it feel less
mm,
cozy for me because it kind of like forces you to do things that I didn't feel like doing at the time.
depends on, I mean, you could easily, and I did this for a long time, do just the Animal Crossing aspect.
Yeah.
Which I actually think the rest of the game is weaker than just like the Animal Crossing. They could have done just the Animal Crossing, and I'd
Yeah.
have been like, "Yep, this works." um,
It
but
feels like
I
a
just
busy
think
game.
there's a lot going on in the game, which is a good thing and a bad thing simultaneously because it's going to be really hard to put your focus on all
Yeah.
of the different professions at once, right? Um, but yeah, I mean that's what I'm talking about in terms of like it's a game that I really like and that I recommend, but it's also a game that doesn't fit any genre particularly well. So it's hard to say if you like this game, you're definitely going to like Fantasy Life.
Yeah.
And it has bits that I think for any player of any genre are going to be frustrating.
Yeah. That's exactly like this game. I'd say Scar's Hours might lead you to believe that this is a game that you can just like pick up and put a lot of time into. I'd say this is definitely a like if you're on the fence about this, wait for a sale. And
No, I agree,
uh,
especially given it's $60.
has this gone on sale yet at all this year either? Like I don't think it's gone on sale yet.
Oh,
No, apparently it's not gone on sale this year. So maybe the winter sale. Which, by the way, that I do
yeah,
like that
maybe.
because sometimes games come out and like 3 months later they're on sale, and I'm like, why the fuck did I just give you 60 bucks?
Yeah.
Also, hi Molly, welcome to the top 25. Well, we're number 2 now, but hi. You were looking at this at some point. I think you would like it,
I'm
but like,
curious about what the original Fantasy Life was like, but I feel like having played this one, I'm going to be disappointed.
I think the original Fantasy Life is affordable housing. Yeah,
Okay.
that's it. Hey, my number 2. It's my turn.
Turn.
My turn. Star Vaders. Roguelike deck builder. We've talked about these, uh, especially with Drug Duchy. But Star Vaders takes the element of deck builder and combines it with Space Invaders in a way. You have enemies that come from the top of the screen and they're trying to get to the bottom of the screen. If they reach that, you lose lives for that. You have only a certain amount
What are
of
you
life
doing,
to go with.
step
Hi,
bro?
Gold. Welcome in. Um, and I like the way you're engaging with that because you have various characters, each um, belonging to one of 3 different sets of characters, like kinds of characters that are all different in how they engage with the game. Some of them, you need to set up things on the board, or some of them you like directly engaging with the enemies or shooting at the enemies. And I think the way that this game does that is just so interesting and unique in a way that again, like with Drop Duchy, like it takes elements of other games and it blends them together into something very original and very cool. And the fact that their devs are still updating this in um their own way and in their own um thank you, Scar. but they're just constantly adding to this, and I really do appreciate that work in this, and the fact that the presentation on this is really well done, and the art looks dope. It's one of these games that had you told me about this game, I would have been like, that sounds weird. How would that work? But then playing it, I'm like, oh, that fits so well together. That works so good. And I think a part of that isn't just like we mashed two genres together, but also just the devs being skilled at that, right? Like it takes skill to know which parts do I take from A and what part do I take from B, and how do these fit together, and how do I get the feel of both of these games combined. I also like the upgrade path in this a lot, where you can like add new cards to your deck and eliminate other cards, and how you have to think about some of the strategies. Like, okay, I need to engage with my bombs, which you can put down bombs and then shoot them and explode them around the enemies, or I can upgrade my bombs to cover a bigger range, or I can have bombs that automatically attach or automatically set off. There's so much cool stuff here that I think this is very much like I want more of this. Like, right? It's just a game that clicked on so many elements for me. And I saw recently that the devs are making another game called Dice Faders. I'm so excited. I literally saw that. I was like, done. We're in with more of this. And it isn't just a direct like we're taking Star Vaders and just making it dice instead of cards. It's gonna be its like own thing from the look of it. But I really, really love this game, and I think that for some people the deck building fatigue is real, and I don't blame you. There's so many roguelike deck builders out there, and you'd be forgiven for thinking they're all just Slay the Spire clones, because so many of them are. But this one is just wholly unique in what it does, and I think this is the good evolution of a genre, right? Adding more unique things to it rather than just doing the same thing over and over again and making me go like, why the fuck am I not just playing Slay the Spire? I really like this game. If that wasn't clear, it's number 2 for a reason. Now I know you're number 1. I think I haven't looked on your slide, but I think I know you're number 1.
Yeah, my number 1 is Rune Factory Guardians of
Yep.
Ozma. I think it's telling that Seth immediately knew, because it is a game that I put 100 hours into for a $60 price
in
tag,
like a
and
week too, by the way.
had very few complaints. Because you'll notice I'm a little conflicted about Fantasy Life. Like, it's a good game, but I have frustrations with it, and I can understand why you might not like it. If you like this type of game, you will like Guardians of Ozma. Like, I'm fairly confident. It is called Rune Factory. It is not really a Rune Factory game. If you've played the previous Rune Factory games, they're shockingly difficult, both in terms of combat and in terms of sort of development and planning or farming. This is not that. Those games are scaled in terms of how you craft your weapons. So you're crafting a weapon, and that basically is your level. Like, technically you have a level, but it really doesn't matter. Like, that really has no impact whatsoever on your character. Rune Factory Guardians of Ozma, you can basically take all of that and throw it out the window. It is a game that has farming and that has combat, but all of it is done notably different from the rest of the Rune Factory series. So, like, not a Rune Factory game. Want to open with that. If you've played that,
before this game came out,
thing.
I was talking about this game with Scar, and Scar was like, it's going to be so different. I don't know if I'm going to like it. And then Scar started playing, and it was like instant, like, she the way she was talking about it.
And
I
I was
like,
right.
okay.
It is not a Rune Factory game. But it is balanced quite differently. White Knuckle?
Yeah. I asked Rhino what my number 1 is.
So gotta check out Ozma. It's very good. So it's not I'm looking at my script right now. It's not as focused on weapon crafting. It has a village management mechanic that none of the previous Rune Factory games have had, where you have sort of 4 villages that you are basically managing as a mayor. Where they basically will handle a lot of the farming for you. You can do farming yourself, but you certainly don't have to, which makes it very unlike its original source, because if you don't know, Rune Factory was designed to be Harvest Moon, but with fighting. But by this point in time, Guardians of Azuma is just fighting with a farming option. So, and Rune Factory as well, if you're familiar with Rune Factory, is very interested in monster taming, which you do a lot of if you've played the other Rune Factory games. This game, you can tame monsters, but you certainly don't have to. In fact, I barely interacted with the mechanic the whole time. One thing it does have that is similar to Rune Factory, like the rest of the series, is that there are character romances. I would say they are much better developed than they are in the standard Rune Factory games. Those games, it is like you will talk to them and they will say very similar dialogues for a long time, and then finally you're like, oh, I got married. This game has like a whole dating and whatever mechanics. And you can take them
Whatever,
out
they're
into the
dating.
world to fight with you, which you can do in the rest of the other Rune Factory games as well. It is, I would argue, a more traditional RPG with the exception of that villager mechanic. But I think it's telling that I went through 100 hours of this game and I was basically not tired of it. Like, it's got pretty good combat. I think there's like a couple range options. So there's bow and magic, and then there's a bunch of different other like melee weapons, and you can sort of choose your characters. I mostly took characters with me, not monsters, but you can take them with you, and they actually add to and supplement your team rather than I felt like in the original Rune Factory games. If you brought people with you, they were basically just like meat to throw
Hey,
in the
hey, there's
fights.
nothing wrong with that.
Whereas monsters were actually a viable way to go about things. Monsters had magic and whatever to do things, whereas less so with the humans. In this game, the humans just have more going on, and there's a lot of like village building you can do as well. In general, I think really well fleshed out. Doesn't really need the Rune Factory name, but certainly got some benefit out of it in terms of people playing it. Because yeah, if you're into RPGs, Rune Factory has consistently been pretty good. Although I will say, 5 is generally considered not nearly as good as 4. And if you like Rune Factory, I didn't consider this, so now I have to get my phone out. But there is a Kickstarter game from the creator of, I don't remember, was he like the head developer? He was an important figure in Rune Factory 4 and was not on in Rune Factory 5, so that is telling. Who is creating his own game now with
Farnia Village.
yes, Farnia Village. I was going to look it up, but Seth has gotten there before I have. So if you want to look it up, it should be really good, and it has been funded. And he has made a game before, so you know he at least knows how to make a game. I have gotten my foot stuck in my cord, so let me just very ungracefully separate myself from it. I don't know what else there is to say about it, other than I highly recommend it. Just don't expect that it is going to be a Rune Factory game.
Yeah, it's kind of weird how this could have just been Guardians of Azuma, a Rune Factory game or something like that. Rather than
Mhm.
putting Rune Factory first, but that kind of stuff does sell ultimately.
Yeah.
But yeah, I knew this was your number one when Fantasy Life was 2. I was like that's the only game that could be here.
And Fantasy Life. I mean, honestly, I look at it and I'm like, I could reorient the top 5 pretty easily, and if I did, Fantasy Life would be going down, not up.
would Necess be your number 2?
This game was not even a question. I was thinking I might actually swap it with Tales of Seikyu, but I think Tales of Seikyu is still underdeveloped.
Yeah.
I had some frustrations with putting Necess and Tinkerlands like both in the top 5. So
They're
that
good
was
games though.
part of my concern. But I have played quite a lot fewer games than Seth, and I also have played a fair bit of older games, so that wouldn't qualify for this list. So
This is
I got to think it through.
this is why I'm happy that I had you on board, and we'll talk about this a little later as well. But this is why I'm happy that I had you on board here as well, because like you're getting some very different games between the two of us. And yeah, we both had Tinkerlands and Assess, but also like where we ranked them and what we thought of them. is different, so you're getting a different take on the games that we do share. So if you are someone who's more into the cozy gaming aspect, like all the games that Scar just mentioned there, um, or in the top 10 are worth considering, and worth looking at, excluding Claire's Curve, which is not on the list. But
Hey, it got a slide, didn't it?
yeah, it did. It's slid in there. But yeah, no, there's a lot of good stuff on here, and I like this, and we'll get back to this in a second when we're done with my number one. But before we go to my number one, I have to go BRB real quickly. So Scar, your entertain chat. I'll be right back. If anyone has any questions for Scar,
Okay.
this could be a time.
Yeah, maybe I'll talk a little bit about some games that I didn't put on this list, since I have time to do so, and y'all are stuck with me. One of the games that I was like, oh man, I'm really sad I didn't put it on this list was A Building Full of Cats. And Seth has interacted with this to some extent. I'm gonna put a link in the chat, maybe. Do I know how to do that? I do. I'm like never on PC with this stuff, so I have no idea how it works. This game is made by a group called DevCats. They all have like adopted cats, and it's super adorable. It is a hidden object, but it is hidden cat game. There's a whole like genre of this for some reason on Steam. I don't know why hidden cats specifically, but it is a thing. And in general, I don't remember whether these actively support shelters, but they all have. Oh, it's so cute. They all have cats, and in general, there's like a sweet little story. And I think this is one of the better hidden object games in existence. Heard about that one in my travels. I would talk about Where Winds Meet because it did come out recently, but like to be honest with you, you can see people play it. I don't know that I would consider it a top 10. In terms of games I've played this year, that I feel like that's so much of it. I guess we can mention that Split Fiction was a frustration for a bunch of us, which makes me sad, and I'm actually surprised it didn't get discussed more. I'm sure there was like a best co-op game, and it probably won that in some categories.
Oh.
And then we also played Escape Sim 2, which could have been good for this list. I did consider it, but I did not put it on my list in the end, strictly because I think it could do with some more content. And part of my enjoyment, I don't know if I would have enjoyed it solo.
I don't know what else you talked about, but I'm glad I came back in here because Escape Sim 2 is not on my list for that exact reason. I feel like it's content light. It has 3 settings instead of 4, which the first game had, and then the first game also has DLC and like free updates and stuff like that. I think the first game is just like content-wise like an easier recommend right now.
Yeah, and they're notably different, especially for art
Yeah.
style. They're like very, very visually different.
do
But
think
yeah, at
2
the
is really good.
moment, I think there's not 2 is not like notably better than 1 in any particular regard. It just kind of feels like more and in a different art style. So right now, it is not as worthwhile to get as just playing the first one. But
Yeah.
it will be good, and it is good for what it is. I was just talking about A Building Full of Cats and DevCats, who I really like. So I was like, I didn't put that on my list, but if I had put any
Honorable
other game on my
mentions.
list that I really wanted to, I would have put that one on my list.
Yeah.
And in terms of cozy games, I was also thinking to myself, man, I'm mad because I want to do curator, but like it's gonna take so much work to make that happen.
I'll just add them to my curator as a Scar list.
Yeah, I mean, there's a whole lot of games I would put in that, so I have to think about it. And
Fair.
those of you who know me know how much I'm deeply upset about Sunhaven.
Oh yeah.
Please do not play Sunhaven. It is a game I really liked. It is a game that is made by people who don't respect game creators, and I don't want to contribute to them financially, which makes me sad.
I was talking about this with Scar. It's like I would not be surprised if Sunhaven could be your number 1 game ever, and like besides all the
If
stuff
it
that
if it
happened.
wasn't what it is,
Yeah.
it probably would be. Maybe Fields of Mystery I might have it beat eventually, but in terms of sheer content, I have 250 hours in that game. That's what I was just clicking around to see. I was like, I have put a
Wild.
lot of time into that game. I think probably one of the only games that I'm gonna have more hours in on Steam is gonna be No Man's Sky.
Such a good game.
Yeah, and it's a game that they keep adding to. So
Yeah.
if you haven't got No Man's Sky and you might be interested,
I'm glad No Man's Sky
worth
got
a
that
look.
best ongoing game reward.
Yeah, with the free updates and everything, it's like just so much content. It's basically endless. You come back like 6 months later and there's like a huge content update.
Yeah, and the fact that they're now also adding things to it that they're making for Light No Fire, and like we're testing it out here. I'm like, oh, that's cool. We're getting more updates to this game, and it's helping the future game. I like that.
Yeah, Light No Fire, I mean, it might not come out being good. It's gonna be good eventually.
I
That's
have
almost
hope.
definitely gonna be the case.
Hello Games is one of those companies that like 10 years ago I was like, fuck this company. They lied. They're pieces of shit, and I'm like, they've redeemed themselves so much that they've earned me giving them the benefit of the doubt for the next game. So hey, who's ready for my number one? Yay. Yeah, my number one. I think it's obvious, right? No?
Preparing to gasp.
Yeah, it's White Knuckle. Come on. It's whoa.
I didn't realize it came out this year. I'm not gonna lie.
uh, I God,
I thought
what's
it came out last year. I won't lie to you.
it's one of the when did this release this year? Let's just have a quick cheat. April.
It's April.
Yeah.
April. For some reason, I thought it was last year, so I was like, it can't be on this list.
It is early access. I will say that. But White Knuckle is, for those of you who don't know it, it's a climbing game where you're basically in control of two hands that are able to grip onto various surfaces. Each hand has their own stamina meter, which is represented by the game by the hand becoming more and more red, and eventually that hand will let go of what it's gripping onto. And the whole premise here is that it's also kind of a horror game as you're climbing through this like Half-Life-esque facility with it's just weird shit happening. Along your way, you can find different items that'll help you climb, like a rebar that you can throw into things that get another foothold, or cans of food to refill your stamina, grubs that let you cling to walls without needing those handholds. There's so much here. And what's really gripping about this, pun intended, is that while the general structure of the facility, the rooms and all that stuff are the same between runs, the layout of the facility is always different. So you have to account for where am I, which rooms spawned this time, which rooms didn't spawn, right? What items do I have? Can I go the traditional intended path where there are grips, or can I use one of my items to create a shortcut? One of my coolest finds, and that's Rhino's responsible for that, is that you could use the rebar to skip a certain elevator section where you can just like instead of having to climb to the buttons to activate the elevator, you can just throw the rebar. And there's some other cool skips in there, and some of the skips were unintended by the developers, and the developers went, nope, now they're intended. We're making them, we're fleshing them out and making them a little bit easier and accessible. So I really like that, and the fact that this game is just getting updates and we're getting rated. That all helps. Hi, Baba. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. How was Tarkov? I know you were playing Rimworld at the start, and then Tarkov, I think. How was your stream? How'd it go? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome on in. We're just at the end of my top 25. Scar just did her numbered one. And, well, there'll be some more game talks after this. So anyone who doesn't know, every year I do my top games of the year list. This year I have Scar as my co-host. And we're just talking about video games. So welcome on in. Bubba, thank you for the raid. Everyone go follow Bubba. Bubba streams a lot of games that I love. I know Bubba was playing Rimworld, like I said. I also had Mountain Blade recently. I don't know if you streamed it, but I know you played it. Has played, like I said, Tarkov. PUBG is a mainstay there as well. So go say hi to Bubba. Thank you for the raid. If you have to raid and run, that goes for you. Goes for anyone in chat. Go stretch your legs, rest your eyes, get a drink, get something to eat, whatever you need to do. Go take care of you. And for those of you who want to stay, hi, I'm Seth. I stream every day. I play indie games. And today we're talking about the games in the form of my top 25. So, yeah, we just got to number one, which is White Knuckle. Climbing game. Where was I with this? Yeah, what I like about this is that the devs keep putting out new areas and updates, and that they're involved with it. They made challenge maps that give you different approaches to the game. They're working on new areas for the game as well, and it just feels like such a, how do you say it? It almost feels like an immersive sim in the fact that you have to account for what's happening and what you're doing. Which perks did I find that help me climb? Which paths can I now take or not take? Which risks can I now manage better? Because while falling down isn't the end of the run, there are ways that you can die in this, and one of them is like this mass of corpses like crawling up behind you, and if you get caught in that, you're dead, right? Like
What
your
that
run is
is?
over.
I didn't realize that was corpses. I thought it
Yeah,
was
the
just
great.
like some weird goo.
No, yeah, that's the corpses. Um, so there is that little horror element in it, and there are enemies that can um fuck you up.
There are enemies that can fuck.
Yeah, they can fuck. That's how there's so many of them. And
Damn.
I just like the setting, and I like the theming of it, where this facility is just like announcing things about, like, these things that are happening around, and that make you go like, what the fuck happened here for this to occur? And the latest update, the Abyss, is a completely different way of playing, because the whole time you're climbing upwards, and that's your focus, and the Abyss is more of a horizontal tackle, so your way of playing gets changed around a little bit as well. And I really like all the different challenges and paths that you can take. Like I said, it does sometimes have a little bit of a frustrating part where it's like, I want to get specific mutations and the game isn't giving it to me. You can now re-roll, luckily, which is expensive, but in such a way that you can at least be like, I want none of this. Let me just blow a re-roll, um, instead of managing with what I have. So I like all of this, and I like the fact that they added hard mode, and that there's endless runs where you can like loop through the same areas constantly. There's a hidden challenge ladder mode in there. Bloodbugs are your friend, and barnacles just want a hug. There you go. So there's a lot of good stuff in here, and the fact that they're still developing this, the fact that it's a 3-person team, and the devs are, well, the one that I've interacted with on Blue Sky, very approachable, very nice. I absolutely love this game, and I can't wait for this to come out of early access and present its final form to the world. And well, again, Stealing Scar's price point here. I got this for free. I got a key for this, but it's $15, and I've put way more than that in terms of hours into it. I'm at 77 hours, so that's like what, 20 cents an hour, if you want to look at that value proposition. You could flex run. Yeah, there's also a leaderboard where you can see how you're doing against your friends, which is a little too motivating for some people. But it's also fun to just see, like, how does this go? You had me at free. How does this go? How does this run? And again, like, the fact that it's always similar but never the same is so cool to me, right? Whereas, like, it's not like you can always just blind take the same path, because you have to account for how the levels have structured into each other now. They also just added shortcuts to it, which make this like, do I want to save time and take a more difficult path, but also get less perks as a result, or do I want to go the longer path with more perks? Which are the perks worth it? Are the perks going to shave off the 5 minutes that I would have saved by taking a shortcut? I like all of that. There's so much good stuff here, and I'm very excited for the next update. With like, well, not the small update, but like the next area update that they're going to add, because I just want to see what they're going to do and what they're going to add to this. Absolutely fantastic game. Anything to add, Scar?
I need to go get myself a lamp
Okay.
because it's starting to get real dark around here.
Yeah. Did you get a lamp?
Well, I only have the one, and it's that like bar behind me. That's the lamp.
Okay.
I got to figure out if I need to pick it up and move it over here because my ring light
Well,
is too flashy.
Too flashy. Well, get it if you need it.
Get it if you need it. Guess y'all get to see me do that because I don't feel like turning my camera off.
Okay. We can just hide it if you want to.
I don't care.
Okay. While Scar is doing that, yeah, White Knuckle is a fantastic game, and I fairly early on knew that this was going to be my number one. I'll be honest, I actually toyed around with it not being number one. I put it in like other spots on this list. I actually had a moment where Absalom was sitting in that number one spot, and as much as I always tinker around with these lists and see how I feel about it, right? Like sometimes you just need to be at a distance from it, and like whatever configuration I ended up with where White Knuckle wasn't number one, I was like, this is not right. This does not sit right with me. White Knuckle is fantastic. I love the devs. I love the presentation. I love the art style. I love the audio design. And it's, to me, this is what games should be. It's something truly unique and truly different from a lot of other games, even though there are other climbing games, right? Peaks of Yore, for example. Just the fact that it combines it with this horror element and it combines it with this cool stamina management system, this inventory system that adds weight to your character as you're picking up items. You get weight down, which also works against you. There's so many interesting things there that I like absolutely adore. And Scar is now lit up, but not in Audio Ranger. Hello.
Hey.
Hello. So yeah, that's my number one. That's my top 25. And Scar's top 10. And there's nothing else on this list at all. You're finding lunch? Hell yeah, enjoy your lunch. Bye.
Lunch.
Thank you for the lurk. Thank you for the raid. Depends on when you woke
So
up.
I'm not blurry for me. I'm just blurry for
No, you're good.
this. Gotta change the quality of the stream.
Ah, it looks good.
Okay.
But yeah, that's 25, 26 technically, because we had the sneaky Ashbury Pines in there. For me, Scar had 10 games in there. What's this? Who put this in here? Who did this?
What?
Who did this?
That's cheating.
It is. It is. Like, look, I admitted it. Rhino, you were right. No, okay. I said this at the start, Scar, when you were getting ready still. I feel like it's unfair for December games to basically be automatically discounted from my list because I start making them around the start of December. And I need to change something in the format, and that's what I'm doing next year. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, December. So for next year, I'm gonna just make this the hard cutoff date is December to December. That's why some games that I would like to put on here aren't on here, like Dead How and Routine, which I absolutely like. Like it's just like unfair to not be able to have those games on this list and talk about them. So for next year, I will be going for December to December, and I feel like Caves of Cut needed a special mention. For the record, White Knuckle is my number one game of the year, but I do want to give Caves of Cut its own little tiny moment in the sun because I felt so bad about this not being on here, not having stood a chance.
Can I put Mystery as my top for every year?
Sure, if it comes out in that year.
So what if I just like make a clone of it for myself?
That's fine, as long as you get it on Steam.
No. Why does it have to be on Steam? Why can't I put it like itch.io and get sued?
Oh, that's fine too. That's fine too. No, but I do think that this being a December game, last year it did not have a chance to be on my list because of that. And I do want to have the chance to play games and not feel like I need to rush them before I put them on this list and all that. So I wanted to give Cut its own special mention here. This is such a fantastic game that has truly gripped me and does something so cool with how it tells a story and how it presents a world and how the runs are shaped and the items you can find and the builds you can make. And also, I kind of just, I'll be honest, part of me was really entertained by the thought of your reaction to me sneaking in another game. So there was part of me was like, content brain. How do I mess with Scar in the most fun and original way? And I think Caves of Cuck deserves the shout out there as well. So White Knuckle is my game of the year, but Caves of Cut does get that special mention because, like I said, with my own rules and my own way of making this list, there was no way it could have been on this list last year, and then there would have been no way for it to be on this list this year. So this is a good game. Go play it if you haven't caught any of my streams.
I'm realizing the icon is probably the moon and a ship flying in front of it, but I keep thinking.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, but yeah, this is a good game. I like the world building here too, like the different, the mutants versus the robots, the water being your resource because it's just normal water, all the different enemies and how to approach them and the areas in this game. There's so much goodness here. And Rhino, when you mentioned cut earlier, I was so happy. I was like, oh, you don't know. But yeah, this is a good game. Anyway, 26 games, 27 games in 2025. And Scars 10. Technically 11 if we count Escape Sim.
Yeah, but I was just chatting through because you weren't
Mhm.
here.
That's fair. Wait, it's a cat game that you said would have been your 11, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so 12 games from Scar.
Wow, I'm leaving. We're done. We're done with this presentation, so I'm going.
Actually, we're not done with this
You
presentation.
just stream. I'm on observation duty.
Yeah, that's fair. No, we're not done with this presentation, no. Two of the honorable mentioned I put. That is true. That is true. Both the top and the bottom of this list were Rhino games. So yeah. I mean, Scar, you are free to leave if you want to leave, but I do have more to talk about if you want to stick around and opine.
I mean, it depends on whether I know the game well enough to have an opinion on it. Sometimes
Well,
I'm just like, I'm gonna let Seth go through this.
I think you can have an opinion on this at least. This is the AAA game talk that I wanted to have. And I think you're.
Is
Well,
this
you
in
might not.
order?
Yeah,
I think you said it.
I
Oh,
I have
okay.
ranked these. I have ranked these, but without Death Stranding because Death Stranding would have been.
I'm shocked that Wilds is at the top of that, to be honest.
Yeah. At the start of this, I mentioned that which one would you have guessed as number one then?
Borderlands.
So they both would rank
Or Yakuza.
roughly similar in terms of where I would put them. Borderlands and Wilds. It's just Borderlands I haven't finished yet, so that. But this year was honestly for me like really eye-opening in terms of like AAA games just like not being worth it in a lot of ways. Like I had so much fun with Monster. I'll admit Monster Hunter got a little bit of an extra nod because I played it with you and Cherry, and the Cherry getting poisoned clip is still my favorite bit of interaction we had this year. But just how disappointing AAA games were this year in terms of like their performance was just so abysmal, and the fact that two of the better performing games were Metal Gear 3
Don't
as a
listen,
remake.
Guardians of Azuma. I love
Hmm?
you.
I wouldn't
I
even
said, don't
count this
listen,
as like a
Guardians of Azuma. I
traditional
love you.
AAA though.
Yeah, it might be more of a double A, but
Yeah. But like look at Silent Hill, which I think in terms of performance was okay, but I think in terms of game was then like disappointing. Like it had its own way to disappoint me with like the game it fell flat for me for like how much potential that had and how much excitement I had for the game, and then like playing it and go like you kind of need to play the game like 3 times to get the real ending. It feels so weird because they don't change anything. The puzzles were mid as fuck.
and the difference in difficulty between hard mode puzzles and easy mode puzzles is just like it's more convoluted.
Yeah, exactly. And the same thing with Pokemon, where it's like it's an okay game, but the fact that
Yeah.
you're charging me premium prices and you're the studio that you are with the like
And
the
even the
financial
DLC
power,
is fucking expensive for what it is.
right? $25 or something.
30, I think.
Jesus. Yeah, it's like had an indie company put out Pokemon ZA, I would have been a lot more excited about that. But the fact that this is Nintendo,
And it would be more likely to be like $30 rather than 70.
Yeah. And the fact that this is Nintendo with all the resources they have, and this is what they're presenting. It's like when you hand in a paper and your teacher goes, "I know you can do better. This is you passed, but I know you can do better." Right? Like it's kind of like that.
Yeah. I mean, I think also just for the price point, even if it hadn't been a Pokemon game, like I'm not even sure if it would have made it onto my list if it weren't Pokemon. Like it's partly just the nostalgia of the
Yeah.
series.
Yeah. No, that's 100% it for me as well. Like I expect better from Nintendo, and I bought Pokemon with more informed decision making behind it because Scar talked to me about it, so I knew what I was getting. I made that informed decision, and I'm still disappointed. If you get what I mean. Kingdom Come Deliverance 1 and 2 with DLC for all of both world. How much do they charge?
What is the DLC for Kingdom Come Deliverance?
I don't know for 1, but for
Because
2
I
I
don't
own.
remember anything memorable about what you would even do for DLC.
They have several bits of DLC for the second one at
Okay,
this
now I'm gonna
point.
look it up.
For like how new the game is, right? The game is from February. It has 3 major DLC packs already.
What is it?
One of them is like about a monastery or whatever, I think.
Oh my god, there's a lot.
Yeah.
Mostly negative.
I thought I said it's all $60. I personally would say The Witcher, but it depends on what you
Ooh, the
want.
DLC's got some mixed performance. It looks
Oh
like
yeah.
it's like story, like basically quests,
Yeah.
but man.
I think Kingdom Come
I'm looking at
has
the original Kingdom Come Deliverance DLC.
I think Kingdom Come has some good stuff in there, but I also think it's one of those games that goes a little too in depth for my taste. Some people like that a lot, but like the
Yeah,
potion
it's
mixing
way
mechanic
too like
and
realism heavy for me, but
exactly the sword fighting mechanics, like some people like that. That's not for me. But if you ask me, I'd say Witcher, probably because you can get the Witcher for like $1 as well. Like the Witcher usually goes on sale for like nothing, right? So it's up to you. I'd say if you feel like Kingdom Come might be something you enjoy, go for it. Bunny did recently tell me that the studio was in some way not behaving, so I don't know.
which studio?
The devs of Kingdom Come, there was some.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say the Witcher devs, but I can't believe it.
No. Um, apparently there was something about I don't know what it was. You already have it. Well, then I'd say go for The Witcher. It's such a it's like The Witcher is like 100 hours of game. But my one thing with The Witcher is it's kind of a game that you need to play in one go, and nothing breaks in between
Really?
because there's so much to it. But yeah, anyway, like this year in AAA games was very disappointing to me. Prior to Yakuza is really good. I really do like it. It's back to the old Yakuza, but what I didn't like was like the navigating around with the boat, the different islands being like small bits of content drops, whereas like before you had like this whole
Characters are
living
so
city.
frustrating.
Huh?
I still remember how annoying that dad was.
Yeah. That familiarity breeds
That
exactly.
piece of
Like
dad.
why would I reward you for like middling games? I love Monster. Monster Hunter is good. Like Monster Hunter, if it didn't have the performance issues, would have been in my top 5. Easy. But
Yeah.
it just doesn't run
I don't know
well.
why
And
they didn't just like address people's concerns. They were just like, we don't need to. I
and
guess.
and instead they're like, we need to make more like people were complaining about, and I said this when people were doing it. People were like, oh, the fights are too easy, and I was like, let them be the easy. Like
They were not too easy.
this is also the entry point for people. Let these fights be easy for you veterans. Don't bitch that this like wait for the DLC because that's usually what makes the more difficult fights appear anyway, and the
I
content
feel
updates.
like Gore was pretty hard.
Yeah.
Like, not like the hardest fight ever, but like definitely not easy.
No, but like that's the thing. Like people were just complaining about things where I'm like, you don't need to complain about these things. We need to fix the performance, and they didn't do that. And like
This
it
is one of
happened.
those things though where I'm like, they should have just introduced difficulty modes if that's what they wanted.
Well, that's what the G ranks and stuff like that is, which is usually the DLC.
Yeah, I guess so, but at the same time, like if you want to finish the game, and you're having trouble, like there's not really any great way to get around that beyond, I guess,
Yeah.
grinding. Like,
Yeah. No, like I absolutely love Monster Hunter, but and it ran decent on my PC, but the fact that I wanted to play with people and for my friends it didn't run well on their equipment, I'm like, I can't endorse this. And the same with Borderlands. Like
I mean,
the
I'm mildly impressed by the floor in that my laptop could run it,
yeah.
but the ceiling was pretty bad. Like to get to a decent performance, you have to have a really good PC.
And even if you had like a decent PC, it for a lot of people it was like a chance. Like right? Like for some people, even with people who had better equipment than what your laptop had, like it still didn't run well for them.
Yeah, that's what I mean is like sure it'll run on the really low quality one on the lowest settings, but if you want to do the highest settings like or even really middling settings, you would have needed something pretty
Yeah.
powerful.
And it's the same with Borderlands. Like it runs ish, but like, is this really something I want to reward? Is this something I'm happy with? Um, I don't know. I don't know. And this is like I'm looking at next year and I see AAA games being announced. I'm like, oh, new Resident Evil, and at the same time, I'm like, do I really want to spend $70 on Resident Evil and probably have an okay experience with it? But this.
Yeah, I'm surprised and impressed with Pokemon being above Silent Hill, though. I think Silent Hill was really let down for me anyway.
That's why Pokemon is above it. Silent Hill fell so flat for me that I can't endorse that at all. That's why it's also on this is kind of the representation of like this is how I feel about this. Like it's not great. And the fact that I'm putting Assassin's Creed Shadows over there is wild.
I mean, Shadows wasn't bad. It wasn't like amazing, but it wasn't bad.
No, that's actually it. Like Assassin's Creed Shadows, at least it was a functional game. Was it a good game? No, but it functioned.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was the combat and stuff was fine.
Yeah, but it was Assassin's Creed, right? It didn't innovate anything
And I
either.
think honestly, I have like zero memory of the story is a telling, I think.
It's a good story. I will give him that.
Yeah. I remember Metal Gear very well, mostly because it's fucking nutso.
Yeah, you saw me mess around with the camera.
Yes, I did.
I was dragging things around. Yeah, you get there.
Oh god, die.
But yeah, like I really wanted to highlight this year how AAA games like something needs to change, especially with the rise of AI. I cannot foresee that this is going to get better. This is going to get so much worse with like companies fully embracing AI. And are we going to get a good game, or are we going to collapse the AAA industry before we're going to get another good game?
I'm gonna be so unimpressed if they use AI for like all their NPC writing for like
Oh,
any
God.
non-major NPC, especially with open world games. I can almost guarantee it's gonna happen.
I I don't even enjoy talking to NPCs. Just give me the quest and let me move on. And then you're like, here's a whole way to interact with them through AI. I'm like, I don't give a shit.
I don't mind it, but AI is just, I mean, it's literally soulless.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that you can see a piece of writing and clock it as AI pretty much like that is so telling. I.e., that
Yeah.
person last night. Yeah, that was last
I
night.
was really considering, like, I was like, I can't DM you right now because we're both on the stream and it seems like unhelpful, especially because you're trying to do a presentation. But I was like, did you know where Wins Me is all AI?
Yeah. It really is. It really is. But yeah, AAA games for me this year, it's a letdown more than a W that needs to be celebrated. I hope they fix Monster Hunter, but the fact that Capcom is letting a year pass and going like, hey, PC gamers, your fix is coming next year, maybe, right? Like it's not even a guarantee at this point because it's still very possible that they put in their fixes and it still doesn't work for people, right? Like I want to play with and it like I'm pretty sure we can play Monster Hunter together now with your new PC, right? But I want to play with you. I want to play with
Easily.
Cherry. I want to play with Bun. I want to play with Tan. And if it doesn't run for people and we can't all play together, then
Well, and we had like connection issues, didn't we, with Bun?
uh, that was in the demo, I think, not in the.
Was it?
I
Because I
think
feel
so.
like we had some disconnects as well.
We did have a couple
Fighting
disconnects in there, yeah, and disconnects.
Anjanath? Yeah.
Yes, and I remember disconnects during
Maybe
the
Bun was just having trouble running the game, but that's bringing it back to the whole conversation
yeah.
about the game not running well.
Yeah, no, they need to fix it, and it's unacceptable that they're pushing out content updates and still not addressing this. And like, here's more stuff. It's like, well, I can't do the more stuff. Like, fix this. I do have one more bit to go over. If you well, I'll let you see this. Look,
Okay.
it's my short list.
My God.
It's a lot, right?
Okay.
I
Let's see
alphabetized
some
this.
titles that I recognize.
Um,
God, it's hard for me to see it.
do you want the full image?
Switch to. Sure.
I can DM you full image. Here you go. Oh, I should have just done the link. That's okay. This is more representative of not the games that are on here, but of like good and original indie games in general. Where like a lot of these either did something fun or unique or cool or just like a game I greatly enjoyed. Yes, I have put Death Howl, Marvel, and Routine on here, which like I said, by the new rules will be next year games. I've also put Dig Dig Drill on here, which is a last year game, but December. But that's just because I felt like I do want to highlight some of these games in terms of like how cool they are. And all these lists will be made available after this. But the
I'm
fact,
impressed that Sheep Raccoon made it in.
well, that's again, it's a this month game, and I just played it, but I really do like the idea of it already.
Yeah, I was like
Um,
impressed that it even got in this though.
Mm.
Just because of how new it is. Not
Well,
because of
Sheep
the
Raccoon
quality.
really grit me with like just the fact that it is that ultimate chicken horse formula, but then it takes like Trials HD, which is a game I greatly enjoy, and it just like smashes it together. Um, but other games that could have been on here where I'm like, Spilled. I was actually kind of expecting Spilled to maybe be on your list as well. But Spilled is another good example of like short game. If you look at it per hour price, it's it's on the expensive side for that, but it's a really
It's
good game, really
honestly,
pretty.
I put a couple like hour-long $5 games in there. I think they're better than Spilled, if I'm
That's
honest.
fair. That's fair. I definitely think Kabuto Park and
Just
Slots
in
and
terms of
Dagger
like
for short
pure
games.
enjoyment of the game. Like I like Spilled, but I don't feel like I was like as excited / happy to be playing it as I was the other $5 games.
Yeah. Um, there's other games on here like and Roger again short $5 game. Was really cool in terms of the story it told and not so much in the gameplay it
Yeah, really
gave
well
me.
written and drawn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Um, other games in that like short um category that like where it's like I enjoyed the game, but can I really recommend it at like the price that I would set it at? No Players Online, which they luckily have the Steam page back, but like short game, interesting idea, can't really put it in the top 25 just for what it is. And then we have
Shitty
games like
friends.
hmm?
Shitty friends. They have
Yeah,
shitty friends.
yep. Then we have games like Peak and Power Wash, which basically class in here for the same reason. I think Peak could have been on my top 25, but the fact that I'm still
Yeah.
dealing with
If
connection
not for the
issues in that game,
performance and stuff,
yeah.
I think
Like
I would have been surprised.
also what Molly said earlier is 100% true. With like independent things lead to new innovation and new um brands, right? Where it's like there's some cool things here. Like, and sometimes you need an indie dev to experiment with something before AAA games pick it up, right? Like, look at how every AAA publisher is like, we want Balatro. It's like, okay, well, but do you want Balatro as it is, or do you want a, you know, a, like a shooter? Because like, we want the next
Like
Balatro.
Balatro, but with like a million in-app purchases.
Yeah, right. So like, the fact that AAA publishers are going around indie conventions and like, do you have the next Balatro? Do you have the next? And literally asking people that, right? It's like, well, no, like you can't just like take the soul out of Balatro and expect to get Balatro, right? You need to have the passion that they've put in there and the attention to detail, and um, you can't get that if you just
And
like
John
make me
Balatro. I
Balatro.
mean,
Yeah, John Balatro. Um, other games in here
yeah,
that
there's a few of these that I don't even really remember.
which ones?
Like seeing you play, like Shinobi.
Yeah, I played that one a bit. It's fun. I like Ninja Gaiden more and Shinobi. It feels
And I
too
don't
similar
remember
to me.
Rangers in the South really.
That was really at the start of the year. Really fun game. Um,
I do remember the majority of these. I actually don't really remember seeing you play Skin Deep, but I do remember talking about it.
that is actually why it's on the short list in this case. That is one of the notes that I have for that. I didn't put in as much time as I would have liked, and it is an interesting concept with an interesting idea. And above that, Repo, like I love Repo, but I think Repo for me a lot of the time makes me go like, I could be playing Lethal Company now, and
Yeah.
I don't know. It like Repo for me is one of those games. Like, and I know other people love it, and other people might maybe even love it more than Lethal Company. But for me, Repo is one of those games where it's like you're one of those games where it's like I'll play you once or twice, and then I'm like I'm done with this toy now, and I want to play something else. Um, and about that friend swap, like RV Dariat is on there, and for the same reason as Skin Deep, like I didn't play it enough, but I like the idea, like that friend swap, but in a different package. Um,
Yeah, I don't
was that
remember Gutter World much either.
was that stealth game with the demon lady. We were in a gas station, choking people out with thighs.
Oh, I
Yeah.
don't think I ever knew that was the name of the game.
Yeah, that's that one.
That's on me.
Yeah. Become the Moon is a
And I
dope
didn't
auto.
recognize it from the cover.
Become the Moon is a dope auto battler. Cast and Shield's that fishing game. That
Yeah, I remember Cast and Chill.
I like that a lot, but mostly for like the art and the
Dog.
experience. Yeah, the dog. And it's a game I can easily tell someone like check this out if you want to get like a cool, chill, like cozy game. But in the end, it was one of those things where like, is this really gonna be on the list here? So I did want to give that a shout out though. Dark Water, cool co-op game with like the submarine. You remember that one?
Yep.
Death Howl is on there just because I liked it. Deck of Haunts, cool deck building where you're making a house that people are trying to get into and you're trying to kill them. Deck Tamer Pokemon, literally catching the cards and adding them to your deck and them having health and stuff like that. That makes it so that if they die, they're out. Deep Space Exploitation was dope. That's a really fun one too. Escape Sim 2 for the same reasons you mentioned. Basically, it's like I think I'd rather just say get one. Flickshot Rogues, I need to put more time into that. Fly Knight, I don't know. I actually don't know why Fly Knight didn't make my list, but it just dropped off from the list somewhere. And ultimately didn't make it, though I had a lot of fun with that one. Same with Heartworm. Like Heartworm is really, really good, but I'm like it feels like it fits in the old school Resident Evil Silent Hill era of games, but at the same time like
I think it
could just play.
underperformed for me as
Yeah.
opposed to you.
I could play Resident Evil
In
1
terms of
instead.
like a horror experience, I think it didn't deliver on the power of the story for me.
Yeah. I think that's a good assessment. And also the mechanic with the photos, like again, I could just play Resident Evil 1 and get the same happy feels. It has my phases really fun too. It's a unique one though. It's one of those games where it's like I kind of don't see myself, chasing it too long.
I feel like the problem for me with It Has My Face is just like the mechanic doesn't hold up for long. Like
Yeah,
it's
that's
fun,
exactly
but
that.
it's the same thing.
Yeah, no, exactly that. And then we have Kingdom of Night is on there too with Cosmic Invasion. They're just too new, like December games. Monster Train, dope sequel to Monster
That's
Train
the
1.
other something train game.
Yeah. Hey, I'm autistic. I get to do this. But Monster Train 2, it's a really good game and I really like it. But part of me like not putting it on the list was like, well, Monster Train 1 exists and it kind of like suffered just from like sequelitis, where it's like, well, I've already played you, right? It's Moonlighter 2. I just
Speaking
want
of
to put more
sequels.
time into. Sorry.
Speaking of sequels, I said.
Yeah, Moonlighter 2. Yeah, I just want to put more time into that one. I still like it more than the original. And then Oversloop
Players Online. I was so surprised to see that game again because I mean I had only played the or seen the original be played, but I thought it was just the same game again. I was like, huh?
It's so different. I looked it up, the other one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm sad that they got that DMCA takedown like false. Like that is impactful to a game.
Yeah, no kidding.
But yeah, Katana and Oversloop kind of fall for me into the Dead Cells category. I really like both of them. And I actually think they bring something original and unique to the take. But I've played this game before in a way. So if you haven't played Dead Cells, I think Oversloop and Katana are both better than Dead Cells. For especially if you're new to the genre and don't want to dive into Dead Cells with all the updates and all the content in there. Play one of those. Which ones have we talked about yet? Roadcraft, want to put more time into it. Routine, same thing. Thunderfolk. Thunderfolk is actually
related to the stuff that you were playing with Bun in terms of the vehicle ones.
Yeah, Mud Runner. The
I don't
same
remember.
devs.
Okay.
Same
Yeah.
idea.
Okay. That's what I thought.
Yeah. We're actually gonna play it on Tuesday probably. Tuesday. Thunderfolk.
In it.
I really like. It's that board game-y kind of game that you play with your phone on like the connected like player.
Yeah.
But my problem with it is like you need a very specific set of circumstances. You need 4 players. You need them to play together for like multiple sessions, which is so difficult to coordinate with like one fixed group. Especially when like I feel like I'm kind of suffering from my stream times in that regard because I don't get to play with US peeps a lot because US peeps are working, but scheduling that is just a disaster. I need more European friends.
Well, you also stream kind of late for some of them.
True. Tainted Grail is really good. It came out of early access, but it didn't really change too much for me since the last time I played it. So I was like, I don't want to put it on the list again. That's sometimes the difficult thing. But like, I put an early access title on my list. Do I put it on there again when it comes out of early access, or do I weigh that against it? And in this case, I was like, I weigh it against it. But it's really good. I like that. It's a Oblivion like, and I like it more than Oblivion Remaster. So take that for what it's worth. And what do we have then? Slowromancer, the Diablo like, really like that game. Need to put more time into it. Verho, need to put more time into that. And Winterborough, I love a lot, but I also kind of want to put more time into it. So that's like games that I just like. I like these games and I want to put them in the spotlight, and that's what this list is. Games I just want to put another spotlight on, besides my top 25. And yeah, that's these. Hey, we did it. I have an hour left on stream, but we did it.
Yeah.
How did you like this? What is your takeaway?
I don't know what to say to that.
Well, let me change the format of the question. Was it weird for you to go through your games from the year and like order them in like a list shape?
No, honestly, for me, it was more like, oh, I'm kind of realizing I wish I had played more like newer games, because I was like surprised at how few games I had that I really thought were good enough to go in a top 10. Not that they weren't good, it's just like games that actually impacted me in the long term. There aren't that many of them. Honestly, I think I could probably do like a top 15 ever.
Hey, I'd want to see that.
And do it with some level of success, because I just like the number of games that meet my incredibly high expectations for a very limited sort of type of game that I'm interested in is actually quite small.
That's fair. It's just all hidden cat games.
Well, the problem with them is that, they have the mechanic and that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
So for the most part, they wouldn't make it on the list except for maybe one by Dev Cats or something,
Here's my observation, Judy.
And hidden object games in general, I do feel like are a lot of the same thing over and over again, with usually very little or no story. Dev Cats does actually include stories in there. It's just not a very in-depth story.
That's fair. I would like to see your top 10 at some point of all time.
I think I could narrow it to 15. I don't know if I could do 10. I have to think about it.
You could narrow it to 15, but not to 10.
I think the tough thing for me would be like
eliminating.
Well, no, it's actually like remembering all the games I've ever played. Because the ones on Steam are easy. I can find.
Why is 15 easier than 10 then?
Just because I would feel really bad cutting some of them off the list altogether.
Yeah, no. You know what, Scar? I'm gonna write this down as a maybe, but maybe we could do that for Onyx Month, where we get your top 15 as a goal.
Okay. And it's gonna be one of those things where I'm like, Sunhaven can't go on the list because I don't want people thinking it's a game that I want them to play.
Put it as your number 0. That works for me.
Yeah, except I don't like to cheat.
Hey, listen, I only cheated twice in one list. No, I really I get what you mean with like the hard time narrowing it down and like finding like which games do I put on this list, which games do I leave off. And sometimes like I've had games on this list that I'm like, I think you're too close to another one that's already on this list, so I'm gonna kick you off so I can have a more unique game on there. Because ultimately it's not just about the individual games on this list. For me, it's also about the list, if you get what I mean. Where like I want to be able to look at the list and be like, it's not just all roguelike deck builders, right? It's like there's some variety.
Yeah,
there's
meanwhile, I'm choices. I don't care, because all my games are going to be like similar vibe.
No, not but that's also fair. Like that's you put a like you put a twist on this thing here that I think like we can point to people and be like, hey, do you like indie games? Do you like roguelike deck builders? Here's this is the person for you to listen to, or do you like cozy games? This is the person for you to listen to. And it's also kind of fun to see where we overlap and where we interact with that, because we both played Monster Hunter and we enjoyed playing Monster Hunter together, but neither of us chose to put it on this list.
Yeah.
And I think had you gotten Borderlands 4, I don't think it would have been on your list either.
Probably not. But it would have probably been higher than Monster Hunter with
Yeah.
my frustrations with the way the game played, and also just man, I did not enjoy the difficulty balancing in later bits. I feel like it
Yeah.
in Monster Hunter does this. It takes quite the leap.
Yeah.
Sort of towards the late game.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what it does. So I like seeing that kind of like overlap between us as well, where it's like games we do enjoy playing together, but then like ultimately choose to like leave out. Like we both easily were enjoying Power Wash for what it was. We were enjoying Escape Sim for what it was, but we also both just went like, no, not on these lists.
Yeah.
And I like that overlay as well. So again, if someone is watching this and they like, what kind of games would we recommend for a cozy person? Well, here you go, right? Like someone who likes cozy games also eliminated Escape Sim and Power Wash from the list, or someone who is more into the actiony games chose to eliminate Borderlands. And I love Borderlands. Borderlands is one of my favorite franchises. Monster Hunter is one of my favorite franchises, and I left them off my list. So
Yeah.
if you're looking for like what games do I get, what games do got through the vetting process, well, here you go. Pokemon made it to Scar's list, didn't make it to my list, even though we both love Pokemon. You can see our different tolerances for these things too. Also, if anyone in chat wants to share their favorite game, I did say that there was time for y'all to jump into Discord.
we got
So
time.
if anyone wants to, you have your chance. You
And
can also
it's
mention
funny
it in chat.
because I actually use my game collector showcase as like, hey, here's a bunch of cozy games that I highly recommend, but don't get really very much attention at all. I think I might have to update it. Not because the games I have aren't good, because they still are, but just to give some more viewpoints into some newer games. To be honest with you, I hate to say it, but I feel like this year for cozy games was not my favorite. Like Ozma is really good, and I would say an exception to that, but I think Fantasy Life making it to number 2 is not a compliment.
Yeah. I will say this as a
and that's mean, but
cozy coded gamer.
mhm.
I think a whole lot of cozy games nowadays, it's kind of like what roguelike deck builders have with Slay the Spire and with Balatro. We're in the
This is my
era
new
of
Stardew Valley.
exactly. We're in the era of Stardew slop, and it's such a shame that that's what we're getting here. I better I'm turning off the thing because it is taking up quite a bit of resources. But the fact that we're in that like post Stardew clarity, just so many games, like you look at them and you see the interface, you're like that's Stardew, or you see the stamina system and like that's Stardew, or you see
You're mining something in a
exactly
cave, and
they all
there's a
need to have
little
a
bit of
cave.
combat, and it's like, wow, we couldn't have done anything new with this, huh?
It's like they literally asked an AI to like distill for me the essence of Stardew, and I'm gonna put that into a game and make that my game. And it's just like this doesn't work for a lot of it because like you now
And
enter
I think
like
it's tough for me because you get that with like AA games. I'm like,
yeah
you have the opportunity to do something really new with your game, and this is what you're giving me. Like, this is the coolest thing you could think of is just Stardew, but with better graphics.
yeah. And the problem with all of these is it's the
Um,
same thing as well as you're competing with Stardew. You can't compete with
mhm.
Stardew.
And Stardew gets updates and a lot of mods. Like,
Yeah.
regardless of whether you feel like the mods should contribute to the quality of the game, just in terms of like, if you want to make Stardew more like a game you like, there's probably a mod that will do that for you.
Right? It's like me deciding that I suddenly want to become a chess master and like expecting that I'm like on par with someone who's like 10 years like more experienced than I am, and like why can't I win? Like yeah, well because they put in 10 years of work and passion and
The
community
game I'm
support.
complaining about being basically Stardew in a bunch of ways, by the way, is Coral Island.
Yeah.
Which I think it has a lot of relatively large team, I would say. And I just feel like in a lot of ways the like festivals are worse, and the gameplay for like the underwater bit is just the caves, but slightly different.
Yeah.
And I don't know. And they're like, "Oh, we added co-op," and I'm like, "Okay, that's something, I
Great for
guess."
you. Stardew did that too.
Because people love that game, and I don't. I have to admit, I'm truly a hater. Not that I think the game is bad. It isn't. It's just not. It doesn't perform better than other games with similar concept.
Yeah. That's also where getting kind of with the core keeper vibes in a way as well, where it's like you see a
Hmm.
lot of games that try to do that, and then you're like, but you're not delivering anything else here, right? Or like new or interesting. Whereas like at least games like the CES, you have the underground, or games like Tinkerlands, you have the boat. At least
Yeah,
you're
and I
doing
mean,
something.
frankly speaking, even if you're doing the same thing, if you somehow manage to do it as good as or better, good enough. But
Yeah, but a lot of
unfortunately,
people
it's
don't do
really
that.
hard to do that.
Yeah, yeah.
Like that's very, very difficult to do. Like I think
It's a
Fields of
lot.
Mystery doesn't deliver a whole lot of new stuff. It just does it so damn well.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in Mystery where I'm like, I can see at least that these people have played Stardew, and I can see kind of where they're like, this is what I don't like about Stardew. Let's fix that. Or this is what I do like about Stardew. Let's enhance that, rather than like let's just slop it all over and rush it out so it's a worse product. In we need to get onto this Stardew thing. And it's like, well, you're entering an oversaturated market, and you're entering a market at a deficit because there's already a better game than you, and 10 other teams have the same idea, so now you're competing against 10 teams. And then they price the
Yeah.
game more than Stardew, and you're like, what?
Yeah, I feel like with cozy games, it's like you either have Stardew or it's a fishing game, or like it's
Yeah.
Animal Crossing. Like you've got three options, pick one. That's the game you're gonna make. Uh, so at least some of the ones that I went to, I was like, I don't really want to do yet another Stardew, and a lot of them, they're not even good enough to make a top 10 list anyway. Like as compared with Stardew, like it's just it's frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah. There's,
So
there's
end up
a
with a
lot
lot
of,
of smaller puzzle games that I think have some really cool ideas.
I think the cozy genre is also kind of like, it's ripe for the picking. As oversaturated as it is with the same game, it is also very underexplored in terms of like,
I'm surprised at the small number of like larger studios that have decided to look into it. Like, I
yeah.
mean, how many AAA cozy games are there? Maybe you can call Pokemon AAA cozy game, but it's not really.
Well, the Ditto one.
It's, yeah, that's true. And Animal Crossing, obviously. Uh,
Hi, Misty. How's it
hi,
going?
hi. Um, but even Rune Factory is almost like double A. It's not really a.
Yeah.
And Story of Seasons also like still feels like it's from that era of like 10, 15 years ago AAA, like not really the size of a true like Ubisoft type AAA these days. You did not come in time for number one, but we're still kind of chatting.
We you even missed number 0, but I went back to the slide to give us some backdrop while we're talking, because if I go here, you don't get to see Scar anymore. So that's
That's okay.
no, unless you want to turn your cam off.
I care. I'm liking the lighting. It makes me feel warmer.
Yeah.
But
Um,
before I was like pale as fuck. I'm still pretty pale because I just am pale, but
you're pale in comparison.
mm-hmm.
Um, but yeah, no, like that's it. What's like, I actually feel like one cool idea could break open a lot of the cozy gaming space. Like, we need the Stardew of innovation, right? Like what Stardew did to
I
the cozy
think
genre. We need that for like,
I think Fantasy Life could have done that if it was
yeah,
better.
yeah, if it was better. I almost
Um,
feel like Fantasy Life, like, this is not a comparison that you would make, but I feel like Fantasy Life is RuneScape for people who don't want to put in the time into RuneScape in a way. Like, you're skilling your professions and making
I
things
feel
that
like
all
there's
like loop into each
too
other.
little of an economy, but I take your point.
Well, it does that what RuneScape does, right? Where you're skilling up everything and you're getting bonuses from it, and like they're interlinking with each other too. I almost feel like it's that, but like it kind of misses the mark where it's like not as intricate as RuneScape, obviously. So like the people who like RuneScape don't like that, and it's a little too heavy. So the people who don't like RuneScape are also kind of like turned off by that.
Yeah, I think my problem with RuneScape likes, if we're gonna call them that, is that there's too much, but Fantasy Life goes in the opposite direction. Like too little.
Yeah. we need to we need to break open the cozy gaming market. We need to find something to go into and make that game. I think Mika and the Witch's Mountain had it right, right? Like the cozy aspect of it,
That
delivering the
game,
mail.
it's crazy to me because it's got um Studio Ghibli level art, I think, in a lot
Yeah,
of ways. Like it delivers really well on the art that it has. It feels unique in terms of its gameplay. It's like I don't know if there's another game that I would consider similar,
yeah,
and I
it's
don't
very
understand how that's
original.
possible.
Lake maybe similar in terms of like what you're doing, but not in terms of gameplay and art and all that. So also, Misty, I hope you're doing well. And Molly, I would be disposed to say that what makes Stardew so good is the humble beginnings and the unwavering attempt to do what it gets. Yeah, and also the community support. Like Stardew, so much of what Stardew did is because the
That's
community was
true.
saying things and the community was asking for things and they're listening. Like you don't get Stardew by just like
I
I'm
mean,
gonna
I
make
think
this game now.
the whole difference partly is that he made this knowing like, hey, there's Harvest Moon, and I feel like Harvest Moon is not delivering on what I want to see. Um, whereas, a studio is gonna have to think about, hey, what's gonna profit me? Um, but I don't know that I necessarily feel like the reason it's so good is other than, like maybe the motivational piece, but I don't know that I feel like I think the game is better because it was made by a single person. Like I think Mystery is made by a team, and I don't feel that way about it.
Well,
In terms of that
it
it'd be
adds
better
to the
if it were
story,
solo.
right? Where people see
It does.
Stardew and they're like, okay, this is just one person, but this one person is listening to us and is interacting with us and is engaging with us, and it gives you goodwill in a way. Where like if it's a big studio like
Yeah.
Monster, right? Hey, they're not updating the graphics. Where aren't we fixing this? And with Stardew, it's like it's one person and you can see there's a human there, and you can be like, hey, I want this fixed, and they go, okay, cool, but this on my list of priors, there's all these things I need to do. I'll get to it, and at least you understand, right? You can put like an emotion to it. And I'm not saying that's like the reason that Stardew succeeded, but it is something that you're taking with you, where it's like this game is cool for one person. Whoa. Whereas like imagine if Stardew was made by a team of 100 people, and you're like 100 people put out this.
I guess. But even if it were a team of 10 people, I'd be like, oh, this is impressive.
Oh yeah,
I think if it weren't an indie game, then I would be surprised by the graphical choices. But honestly, based on what I've seen in cozy games, mechanically, it's no worse than an actual like triple A of cozy, which is to say, usually what I would call more of a double A.
yeah, yeah. No, but that's kind of what I mean, where it's like you get that you know that connection almost with the creator. So no, I get that, but like
Oh,
I hmm?
I was right,
Huh?
Seth. I was right.
What happened?
Do you remember when I was talking about Everdream Valley? It's
Yes,
like a cozy game, but not very well made at all.
yeah,
And that they were during like the cozy games showcase or whatever, they were talking about Everdream Village
it's
that's
mixed.
coming out
I
in early
know.
access or whatever. Yeah, I was like, this game is not going to be good because the devs don't respect their players, and generally make very little effort to actually make the game notably good. Yeah, it's got mixed reception,
It's 69% right now.
which is hilarious, but yeah, not a good sign.
Um, I Scar,
I like the graphics though.
we'll talk about this tomorrow. Probably it is on my wish list. And we'll probably remove it tomorrow. I could remove it now, but we'll do that. I'll save it for
I
tomorrow.
just took mine out right now because
Oh
I
no, but
knew it probably wasn't going to be good, but I was going to watch it.
yeah. But tomorrow we're gonna go through my wish list on Steam, which is currently 1,917 games, and we'll see if we can take some of those off. And Scar's gonna be there to judge and encourage. Um, And also, Molly, what you said, we moved into the stage where video games have become developed in the same way as films in the context of manpower collaboration. Yeah, like from a time in, the 1980s where a lot of video games were made by like one person or like five people, right? In like 6 weeks, we pumped out this game to now needing multi-year, multi-team, multi-disciplinary like endeavors, like and it's merged with filmmaking in a way as well, right? Some games are made by literally filming people in motion gap suits and stuff like that, and the distinction between that is like instead of putting this on a movie theater, we're putting this in a game. So there's so much overlap with that. And do you want to get your Marvels of and there's nothing wrong with Marvel
It's
movies,
what Kojima would have wanted.
right? But do you want to get your like Marvel Disney slop where you're getting the same sort of movie over and over again? Which again, I like the Marvel movies. There's nothing wrong with them, but like there is a formulaic thing to them. Do you want that, or do you want something truly unique? Well, you can either go to the cinema or you can go to the like what's it like art house. Like you need to reward these things in a way, right? Like I don't think the term voting with your wallet is accurate because voting
Yeah, I mean,
requires you to make a choice.
any large company is going to be very risk averse with this creative work. So
Well, yeah, but also like voting with your wallet, voting requires you to vote, right? And if you're not buying something, you're abstaining from voting. So they don't care about you. You're not their audience, right? Like you're not putting your vote in. But like you can vote by buying indie games and by saying this is something I want to see more of. This is something I want to see develop better. So like just like in voting, you don't change the world by not voting for the candidate you disagree with. You vote for the candidate you do agree with. And if your money is going to the things that you do enjoy, that gets noticed. And like, we're in a space where indie games are frequently breaking 1 million units sold marks, right? Like Balatro, more than 1 million units sold. And it's going quicker and quicker. Sometimes you see these these indie games are like, within 2 months we sold 1 million units. And you're like, holy fucking shit, right? This one person who made this is now set for life. Just like me
yeah,
when I
and
changed
it's
my name.
interesting. I guess it's true of movies as well, but there's certainly a large number of people who only play like one series or one area of AAA games. So the challenge for indie games is to somehow make it into their view.
Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of people who only play the new FIFA or only play the new Call of Duty. And
Yeah.
how, I mean, as an indie dev, it's also valid to say that you're not my target audience. I don't need you.
Yeah.
Scar, when are you going live? If you need to take a little breaky break before you go live,
I don't know. I haven't thought it out. I was thinking after you're done, like in a half hour or so, I might just go straight into going live. Oh, you know what's really funny?
that's
I just
honestly,
realized I
sorry.
don't have OBS on my PC.
Oh, well, you might want to install it now.
Yeah.
Scar, that's why I asked because I was like, well, if you're going live in half an hour, I know we're just waiting you. So we're just going to continue the party over on Scar stream chat. We just need to make it towards the next half an hour. We got through the list quicker than I actually thought. I like some game. I will admit some games I just went through a little faster than before. And for anyone who's interested, while Scar is setting up OBS, what we can do is we can quickly go back here and just run through my choices again. While we also see Scar install OBS.
Oh God, I'm worried that's gonna like have some impact on the way that the video streaming goes.
No, you'll be fine. Anyway, yes, I cheated. There's more than 25 games in my top 25. I put Asbury Pines in here as my number 26. I think Asbury Pines is fantastic. Cool idle game with an insane story. Honestly, the amount of story they put into this game is crazy for what else this game is. So that's that. 25 is Battle Train, which is a roguelike deck builder where you're in a game show, making your trains crash into the opponent's train station. It's really fun. Whisper Mountain Outbreak, co-op, roguelike now Resident Evil. Scar, we need to play this game at some point again.
Okay.
Number 23, Death Stranding. Love it. Absolutely love it. This is a kind of like I've mentioned this before, kind of suffers from sequelitis where I'm like, I've played this game before, but it does do a whole lot of cool stuff. 22 Megabonk, roguelike, Vampire Survivors meets Risk of Rain. Nubby's Number Factory. Love this game so much. It's a Peggle like deck builder almost. Then we have Tinkerlands, which is Scar's number 4. Core Keeper, open world survival crafting kind of game. Keep Driving, Road Trip, where you compose your party of people, tackle road events, and do various missions. Slots and Dagger, a slot machine builder in the form of like a deck builder with some cool strategies. Quick game that like took me 5 hours to fully beat, but insanely cool. Oh, a puzzle Metroidvania that is quick but fast and fun.
Quick but
We have
fast.
EAO. We have No, I'm Not a Human, which is a a visual novel style horror game where you have to interact with people knocking on your door and determine if they're aliens or not. Cloverbit, another slot machine like, but this is more on the Balatro end of it, where you're getting various bonuses to cheat basically your score into becoming bigger and bigger and bigger. Blueprints, another deck builder. You use your cards to build a house, and you're trying to get to the secret last room. Lots of puzzles in here, lots of story. Very cool visual presentation as well. Then we have Electrobob, an auto battler where you're in control of a giant robot and you're trying to hit buttons on the beat to get various bonuses. Nine Kings, Scar's favorite game.
Yeah,
Another
my favorite.
more like a drafting game where you control one of 9 kings and you're trying to defend your realm by putting out various buildings and units as the waves of enemies keep coming in and keep getting bigger and bigger. Then we have Necess, which is Scar's number 3. It's a not a core keeper style open world survival crafty game, but just does it better than Tinkerlands right now. Tinkerlands is in early access to its defense dome. Ninja Gaiden Ragebound, 2D side scroller beat 'em up, dope, absolutely fantastic combat. Nordhole Tower Defense, roguelike. Kabuto Park, a short Pokemon-like experience where you literally capture insects and make them fight other teams of insects. Drop Dushi, a deck builder Tetris, city builder elements. House of the Crozes, a dungeon crawler, almost extraction shooter-y like Resident Evil attempt. He is coming, and another auto battler with RPG mechanics. Look Outside, fantastic horror role-playing game. Then we have Absalom, another side-scroller beat 'em up with roguelike elements. I love this game so much. Star Invaders, deck builder with the Space Invaders kind of enemies who come down the screen and you have to kill them before they reach the bottom. And then finally we have White Knuckle as my number 1, which is the climbing game that we all know and love, and a secret Caves of Cut mention. Mostly to Noise Car.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I can also quickly show anyone who is interested what you missed on Scar's list. You have Pokemon Legends ZA, the Beekeeper's Picnic, which actually looks really interesting. It's what is this? The Sherlock Holmes one? Is this right?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's a short like point and click kind of game where you follow along Sherlock Holmes as he's retired, I think. I'm distracting Scar. Then we have Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar, farming kind of game. Arcane Investigate, which also looks really cool. Which Scar described as a Phoenix Wright style game. Oblivious McDougal, I don't really remember the description here, but it looked interesting. This was another point and click one. It looked interesting. Tales of Seikyu. We have Tinkerlands here. I just talked about this. Necess, I just talked about this. Fantasy Life, which we just talked about earlier as well, but it's kind of like a profession managing game where you're like skilling up various professions as you're going through this like Animal Crossing style, like interacting with people, questing thing. And then Rune Factory and Guardians of Azuma. For those of you who missed the whole list, this is ours. We can just leave it here.
One thing I hadn't considered is that
Hmm.
my starting soon stuff in the screens
Yeah.
died with my laptop. Now I still have access to like get them, but I need to unarchive them, which takes a little while.
Yeah, it takes a. I'm glad it archives all the scenes and stuff like that, so you can literally just install it on a different machine and just stream. So
Oh wait, did it do that from OBS? I didn't think that. I didn't.
it
know
should
if
do
that was
that, I think.
possible. Check for missing file. No. Oh. And then I need to log into like Stream Elements, I think, or whatever.
Oh, that could be how I've done that.
Ooh. Import. Yeah, I don't think I can do that. Duplicate, rename. God, it's been a while since I've touched all this stuff.
Been a while. I'm surprised you decided to go live today.
Well, I'm already ready, so I mean.
Oh, so chat, every week from now on, I'm going to do a thing where we force Scar to turn on her webcam so we can cheat out the Scar stream at the same time. Except for
Look,
next
I
week.
did extra prep for this.
Listen, I haven't even gotten here yet, and I was saving this, but this is as good a moment as any. Scar, thank you for doing this with me. I honestly had a lot of fun talking about games and having someone to bounce off of with games and stuff like that as well. Don't make that dirty. But just having someone here as like the other voice and like a different perspective in a lot of ways as well was really cool. So thank you for sacrificing 5 hours out of your day to not only play games with me as we do on weekends a lot, but also for you to just sit here and be ready on camera. So thank you for being content.
I am content.
You're content.
Sure.
Hey now.
Eh,
Hey now.
You're an all-star?
Get your game on.
Go play.
Yeah. And I hope people also, whether you're watching now or whether you're watching maybe the VOD, which I will be putting on YouTube, I hope people enjoyed this presentation and maybe you find a game here. I will be putting all of these lists on Steam in the curator page. Scar, if you want, I'll put yours on there as well and mark it as your list. I do need to review them, but I'll just put the reviews in Scar says this is an indie gem or a gem. Or maybe I'll say
Yeah, I need to do
Scar's
that.
Cozy Gem.
Someday I'll get there.
It's okay. I'll just mark him as Scar approved.
Sk approved.
Sk approved. Mask approved. But yeah, these lists will all be available later on as well. In case you missed this, there will be a VOD on YouTube because mostly just because I want to preserve this list and Twitch only lets you store VODs up to 60 days, so I don't want to lose this. I'm gonna literally just transpose all of this onto YouTube and deal with that. Also, thank you, Cherry, for A, announcing me, and B, going with the joke that I literally came up with last minute. That was really good. And thank you all for watching and for being here and for suffering through my ramblings for an hour, for 5 hours, not an hour.
I was gonna say, damn, only one.
Only 1 hour, yeah. Listen. But no, thank you all so much for being here and for making this fun and also for making this something that I not just enjoy doing for like a personal thing, but also for like I feel like I'm sharing games with people and talking about games. And you know, if one person found a game through this that they didn't know of or maybe were interested in, but had, you know, forgotten about it, put on the back burner, like if even one person buys a game because of this, I consider that a success. And if you know, if even one person thinks about games because of this, that is to me a success as well, because that's the whole idea. I want to share games. I want to show to people that it isn't just all AAA games and it isn't just all you know, doom and gloom out there. And also for the people who looked at Scar's list, you can see that you know, there are AAA style games that aren't just your standard, you know, Ubisoft, EA, Activision kind of style. That there are other things out there. And if you want to know more Scar games in Onyx Month, which is in like 6 months, you'll get more choices. Maybe we'll get Scar to do more Onyx Month art.
Yeah, Onyx Art Month indeed.
Yeah. Hey, I know you have the drawing stuff. You could stream it.
Yeah, I don't know if it will look good though, but maybe.
Shut up.
I meant on stream, like
Oh, fair.
perform well on stream in terms of like making it visible and all that. I don't know.
Hmm.
I don't know.
That brings me to the rest of the year stuff for me as well, which is I'll just tack this on you. But tomorrow we'll probably play a game as well because I don't think the wish list is going to be all stream. So what are we playing tomorrow? Probably Power Wash.
Depends on how well I'm doing mentally.
Fair. As for the rest of the year, I'm not expecting many major releases and drops unless we find our next IGN stealth hit of Sengoku Dynasty. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of new stuff coming out. I was interested in Terminator, but then I looked at it and I went, nope, it's $26 for a 1 hour game, and there's nothing wrong with that, but at least give me something, you know, more than just like here's the Terminator game that you've always wanted. It kind of feels like a little bit of a cop out. So over the next month, I will be doing various things that is just like Seth wants to play these things. You can maybe see some more White Knuckle or Caves of Cud, or you can see me play any of the games that I want to put more time into. I will also be playing Euro Truck Sim at some point. I will, or maybe we can touch that tomorrow, Scar, if you're interested and able.
Sorry,
Euro
I
Truck Sim,
mentally. Oh yeah. We could do that.
yeah. Which I'm also
I
going
have
to
it
set up.
downloaded, so
Nice. Which I'm also going to set up a server for. So that. And then there's some other games that I just want to play in general, where I'm like maybe haven't gotten around to them, or like I still want to play Kazan, the first Berserker. I think that out of all the AAA games that I haven't played this year, that could have been somewhere, maybe on my honorable mentions list, but at least on a list. Besides just the AAA pile of shame.
huh.
I will also. I have it in my cart right now. Soma is on sale for 95% off. But I want Scar to be there for that. And Scar is going. I think next weekend is your last weekend.
No. I am leaving on the 18th, so very, very soon.
That is Thursday.
Yes.
Yeah. So next weekend is you're not here next weekend. Okay, cool. Then
Yes.
I was like, I thought next weekend was your last weekend. No, I thought you were leaving in the weekend, so it's almost right. So yes, no, you're leaving soon. So I will be saving Soma for a period of time when Scar is back or around, which is probably going to be after the new year. Maybe I can even convince you to sit on Discord with me as we're playing.
Sure.
Maybe I can convince Scar to do face cam just for no reason.
Aha.
I also have another game that I want to get. That you know what? I'll just put it up on stream right now. I've been tempted by this game for a bit, and it's currently on sale. It is called Songs of Six, or Songs of 6-7 if you're one of those
I
generations of
honestly thought
kids.
that said. I thought that said
Onyx.
Sonos
Oh,
Aught 6
that's
because it's blurry enough that I can only see
the
the F is a
logo.
T,
Yeah.
and the G looks like an O.
Your G looks like an O. I don't know what that means.
I clearly do not either.
But yeah, this game is a little bit of RimWorld, in that you're managing a colony. By the way, when I'm moving my mouse here, you can see it moving over the browser, but because I have to pin the window with Scar and Call, I'm actually just petting Scar on the head right now. Um, but this is a colony manager like your RimWorld, but instead of RimWorld where you have like 10 pawns to manage or like 20 pawns to manage, here you can manage whole kingdoms up to thousands of pawns, and you need to give them jobs, you need to keep them happy, and you can even take them to war, so you can literally mobilize giant armies and clash them into each other.
War like
So
a war.
we'll play one of these. If I don't know how busy you'll be next week, but maybe I'll just install Kazan and play it on like Tuesday or something.
Yeah, I mean, I'll probably be somewhat busy because I have to make sure everything's clean and able to work
Yeah,
before I leave. But
that's valid. And also, it's
I'll be around. Tuesdays are always busy, so I'm gonna be around a lot less on Tuesday.
maybe
But
Wednesday.
yeah, maybe.
And also, when Scar's gone, maybe there will be days where Scar will be in some way, shape, or form available to watch or hang or critique. So we'll figure that out.
Watch maybe. I doubt the other two, but we'll see. I'd have to bring my mic with me, which
Oh, I mean more like
hadn't
hang
thought
in
about.
chat rather than.
Yeah, well, that I can do probably some days. I don't know.
Also, if you bring a headset, do you have your mic?
Well, I wasn't thinking of bringing my headset, so
That's fair. That's fair. But Scar will probably be in chat at some point, so we can coordinate things around that too. And if I can convince Scar to get people to play Jackbox,
make Rich play Jackbox.
sorry?
Make Rich play Jackbox. I
Yeah,
said.
no, yeah, that's what I was saying. Can we convince them to join us for Jackbox?
Maybe we'll see.
Yeah, that's but yeah, so maybe tomorrow we'll play some Euro Truck at least though. I'm kind of excited for that. Also, Scar, I need to say something, and now I have to benefit of being able to see your face as I say this. So I'm gonna put this in Discord. I'm gonna
Okay.
put it in Discord, and um um
Okay, then I'm gonna send you the screenshot that is proof that I get errors every time I try to do the dream
okay.
streak thing.
There. I probably get judged. There was an error sharing your watch streak.
You think really?
Yeah, very noticeable. It has been months in between, so
It's been like since 6 months since you've last
y-
seen my face. So
yeah, no, but I do get to see the direct comparison, but that is it is noticeable. Do with that
huh?
information what you want, huh? Hi, Cordy. Do with that information what you want. But I thought you might want to know.
I guess it's obvious to everyone except for me.
I don't know how many other people, but I literally was like, whoa, okay, that's like
Well, anyone who's seen me
yeah,
enough, like my family and all that.
yeah. How's it going, Cordy? How you doing? We have rounded up the top 25 of the year, Scar's top 10, and now we're just wasting time until Scar's ready to go live on her side.
Yeah, and I
Looking
think
right
I'm
over.
probably not gonna get the starting soon screen, and that's fine. I'll just like hang out and whatever, probably sing something, whatever.
Scar starting soon screen is this stream. I just got home. I hope
Honestly, it could be.
I hope either from doing something fun or um yeah that. Wait, there's a
Yeah,
lot of
home from
stuff that
work,
I
home
still
from
wanna
anything. What did you get home from? Ooh,
homecoming.
con.
Yeah, homecon.
Oh,
Speaking of homecon, Scar, what is
ho ho
homecon?
homecon. Um, it's like homecon is like TwitchCon, except you're home and there's like 3 streamers. Except there's also ho ho homecon.
Close enough.
Did I do it?
Yeah. Work? All right. I hope work wasn't too
You gross. I'm
exciting or
sorry.
exhausting, is what
I'm
I was
glad
going
you're
to
back
say.
though.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I hope you get to relax now. Yes, for anyone who doesn't know, HomeCon is our Timu version of TwitchCon, with the benefit of not needing to go outside. You don't need to meet strangers. You don't need to travel or, accommodations like hotel rooms or paying for expensive convention food that they know they can fucking gouge the prices of. Because where else are you going to get food? You don't live here. You don't know your way around town. We're charging you whatever we want to charge you. And it's not even good food. It'll make you sick. Um,
Damn.
TwitchCon did that to Taco. So HomeCon is our version where you can just stay at home. You'll be in your own home at your own pace, doing whatever you want to do. You don't even need to wear clothes. Just don't tell me, or show me. And
Hulu.
yeah, well, okay, you can tell me or show me, but no one else. And as a added benefit, you don't even need to pay for tickets to enter. You just enter and join. Last time we did it at
No,
the same
you
time as
have to sign
TwitchCon.
up. It is a requirement.
That is true, actually. Um, But yeah, last
Just
time we
y'all.
did it at the same time as TwitchCon. This is going to be our holiday special because Ryan had an idea and we literally did it last minute. But we are doing a charity thing at the side of this where we're raising money for Extra Life. So if you want to help kids, that is also just an incentive that we have to throw in there. And it'll just be our Christmas special. Boom. Which Scar won't be there for that, sadly.
Yeah,
But
if it's on or even like around Christmas, everyone won't be around.
it is the 19th.
Well, I'll have flown in. I might be able to be like
Also,
mostly
Scar,
working though.
so Neo, for the record, hi Neo, I'll be with you in 1 second. Scar, now that I have your webcam and proof of life, uh, Ryan had this idea for Ho Ho HomeCon where we're taking charity donations, but we're pretending to be one of those call centers. We're like, let's see
Oh,
how
that's
the people.
true.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And you're like fake taking a call for a donation. Could you make a clip while you're live where you just like pretend take a call? You don't even have to talk. It could just be like miming it. You could also say something. What? That's how much you're paying this? You fucking poor idiot.
I think I need to understand what exactly I'm trying to mimic in terms of like what dialogue I would expect in my head.
It could
But
just be something
yeah,
like, Welcome to Ho Ho HomeCon. What kind of donation may we register from you, or just mime it. You don't even need to say anything. We're just like, um, hi, puppy cat, and yes, Neo, White Knuckle got my #1 spot. Very happy with how this list turned out. We had 25 fantastic games, but that's a lie because it's 27. But that's a lie because it's another 8, so it's 35 games because Scar had bonus games in there.
I did.
Well, we overlapped
are
on these,
lies.
is what I mean. But we also had Scar's
Oh.
top 10, and Scar's #1 was
like, how dare you?
Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma. But yes, White Knuckle did get my Game of the Year. And for anyone who missed this stream or in any way is interested in the rest of this, I will make the list available later so you can just look at it. You can also watch the VOD. But I'm pretty proud of how this turned out to be. Actually, I think we did a good job.
Yeah, I think it went pretty well. And I'm
Yeah.
unsurprised that we had similar thoughts on Assassin Tinkerlands, but I think it's really funny that like 1-to-1, like the
Mapped it
same
out.
kind of setup.
Yep.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm pretty happy with this year in gaming as a whole. So that was your reaction?
It was to the
Yeah,
thanks
I
for the
know.
shout out. Yeah.
Um,
It's nice because now I don't have to like respond. I can just be like, cool.
hey. Yeah, man.
We're not close enough to do that. I would do that to you. See?
Okay. Yeah, I saw that. That wasn't like under your webcam.
No, it kind of was visible.
It was like.
Also, that's partly your fault for cutting it off in pieces.
Yeah, that's also true. But yeah, that's this year as a wrap. I'm gonna put this on YouTube as a whole as a set. If anyone is interested in watching the whole thing, don't. But
watch at
you,
3 times speed.
4 times if you're premium.
Damn.
Yeah.
But don't be premium.
Yeah, it's 2x speed for plebs though.
That's what I thought is the max.
Yeah,
And
2x is
like
the max.
0.5 is the slowest or something. I don't remember.
0.25, I think.
Who the fuck watches shit at 0.25?
Oh, actually, there is kind of a YouTube cheat if you So YouTube goes off of watch time, right? For like how well a video does in their metrics. If
So
you
you can
watch
watch it at 0.25 for much longer.
So yeah, if you watch a video as a whole at 0.25 speed, YouTube is like, you watched 400% of this video. So if you want to support your favorite YouTubers, just turn on their like 10-hour sleep video, put it on 0.25%, and just let it run. Spiffing Brit did a thing with that. Spiffing Brit also like has some really cool YouTube live stream exploits because if you refresh your YouTube live stream, it just counts as another viewer on the YouTube live stream, which is like how many people have viewed the stream in general. So like you can literally spam F5, and he'll do that when he's like takes like a little break. He's like spam F5. Sounds like cheating, Teach. Hey, listen. If they rig the game against you, you rig the game against them. How's the setup going there, Scar?
Yeah, I mean I'm all set up pretty much.
Oh hell yeah. And
the only thing I think is that I don't think my camera can share to here and also to stream simultaneously.
Yeah, you might have to leave here. Like
so
close.
I'll kill my cam here.
Yeah, you might have to close OBS first, then kill your cam, and then open it again.
Well, let's try killing my cam now and then go from there.
Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah.
Hey, listen, if you tell me a cheat to get myself more like views on Twitch or whatever, I'm like everyone else would use it too. You kind of have to use it at that point, and I'm unashamed. Where is this Scar's camera? This is Scar's camera. Desk is too small for Bodhi anyway. Yeah, it was a little cramped in here, but it's okay. I was a little cold, and Scar runs warm, so she kept me warm.
I measured the temperature next to myself in bed, and it was like 97 degrees, which is kind of terrifying.
You did mention that. We can also delete this browser source while I'm at it. Boom. Go here. And I will keep your list open there, Scar, because I do need that later.
How the hell do I crop my own video on this? I don't remember.
What the crop? Oh,
What the
can I
crap?
get a bigger desk? Let me show you something about this desk. Do you want it bigger? We can just make it bigger.
No, that's not what I want. Oh shit, what the fuck? What just... No! No.
Oh no, things
I've
are breaking.
broken it. Oh no.
Help me, I've broken and I can't get up.
Oh no, don't do this. Why?
What's happening?
Settings? I've resized my stream incorrectly.
Oh no.
How do I even fix it? Can I reset it?
Control Z?
I tried.
Oh.
Didn't let me. Oh no. Don't...
What part did you actually resize?
What video size do I actually want this at? 1280.
920 by 1080? 1920, sorry.
Okay, I fixed it. Jesus Christ. Why would you allow me to reset that? All I want to do is crop my fucking video. Why does it have to be like this?
You know? Good question. Also, can I see that video?
Why? You've already seen so much of my face.
Your fucking video. Okay.
Oh my god, you're a problem. You need help.
Problem.
Configure video.
It took you 5 hours to realize?
Yeah.
Yeah. While Scar is getting ready to go live, let me run.
No, seriously, Seth, how the fuck do I crop the video?
What do you want to do with it? You want to...
I just want to cut off the top of it, and I can't do it.
You right-click, transform, and edit transform?
Edit transform.
Or hold Alt and drag things?
Alt?
That's what I do. Think, right?
Oh, yeah, it does
Crop?
work. I did not expect that. Okay, that worked. Thank you.
Okay. Then I don't have to go here and try it out anymore.
I
trying.
had my OBS set up the same for so long that like I don't even know how to do it anymore.
That's fair. That's the whole thing. But yes, we will be rating into Scar. I mean,
yeah,
I'll be in chat there.
Swap where I have my chat.
So y'all better be there.
Side, and
I'm also a mod in Scar's chat, so if you misbehave, Scar will probably ban you before I get the chance to, but I just felt like warning you.
That's because I like banning people though, so.
I mean, me too.
Fair.
It's really fun being a mod in other people's streams and then like getting to ban someone and go like, yes. My favorite thing is when URL spammers come in and I get to report them and then report them to Twitch. Or like, sorry, ban them and then report them to Twitch and then getting that little email like, we've taken action. I'm like, yes, your account is gone.
Okay. Guess I'll go live.
I'm live.
It went live, I think. Am I live now?
Let's find
God,
out.
that would be awkward if I didn't successfully go live.
I don't think you're live yet. No, you're yet. You are. I can hear myself. I can see you.
Good. Sorry. Yeah, I forgot to mute the desktop audio.
There's Discord. There's Discord. You're live.
Yeah.
Is this my
I can see chat. That's a good sign.
Settings? Oh, your output is a little weird here, apparently.
How is it weird?
410?
Like, what?
Yeah.
Video bitrate. I don't even see where it's trying to put out 410.
That might be in.
Oh, because it's a scaled resolution?
Yeah.
I have to stop streaming and do it again. I just stopped.
Also, your game
what
is
do you
the
have
final.
Your scaled as?
1080, like 1920 by 1080.
Wait, you're non-scaled? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, your
Okay.
computer can handle it, so might as well.
Yeah, I can. Okay. I've gone live again. Sorry, Rich. I mean,
Also,
I'm
your
not really
game is
sorry.
still The Final Farewell, and your title's What the Hell?
Yeah, I haven't changed it yet.
Yeah,
Uh,
fair.
let's
Anyway,
see. Can I start the game like this?
I hope your stream can't
Library?
hear me.
No, they can't.
Hey, Scar's live again, chat. Two Scar streams in one day. What's this?
Can I even do this? I don't know if it's in my chat right now.
I'm in your chat.
No, it can't.
Oh, like that. I can do it for you,
I
I
need
think.
to actually log into Stream Elements.
Hold up, I think I can do this for you.
Okay, but I'm gonna also log into Stream Elements.
No, I'm not an editor on your stream.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. I thought I could. You can also just do it on your Twitch dashboard.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
I don't want campaign offers. Fuck you,
Yeah, it's a pain.
chatbot. How do I have it? How do I turn it on? How do I turn it on?
Have you tried working the shaft? What if I do it? Nope. That's
Damn.
fine. Anyway, chat. Hey, thank you all so much for watching. There's an ad break coming. Let me quickly snooze on that. Thank you all so much for watching. I will be raiding over into Scar stream. So I hope you all have a good rest of your day. Have a good weekend. I hope to see you all tomorrow for when we clean up my wish list and play some Euro Truck Sim probably if Scar feels up for it.
Yeah.
Scar, thank you so much for doing this once again. I
Thank you for having me.
appreciate you. Thanks for freeing up the time. I expect webcams every time we stream together now, by the way.
Unacceptable.
Okay, well, that's fair. I tried.
Oh shit, I can hear myself. Go away, go away, go away. Oh fuck.
But yes, thank you so much for watching. Go say hi to Scar. And be nice, and be kind, and have a good rest of your day. Have a good weekend. Thank you
You don't
all
have
once
to be
again
nice,
for
but
watching.
I will beat the shit out of you.
I want to get beat. That's no one else, just me.
Hmm.
But thank you all so much for watching. Thank you all for being here. I will see you all tomorrow. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good rest of your weekend. If I don't see you tomorrow, have a good start of your week. And I'm just kind of trying to stretch more time for Scar while she gets everything sorted here. But at some point, we're just gonna raid over, and Scar has to
You're
fix these
good.
things.
It's fine. The only thing is that I have an ad break in 3 minutes, so.
Oh, do we wait for the ad break?
I could snooze it, but I don't know that that would
No.
be helpful.
No, because I also get an ad break coming in 3 minutes, so it's either one of us. It's okay. Scar gets the ad money. Here we go.
Do an ad like this. I think I just ran an ad. We'll see. Okay, pre-roll ads are disabled for 21 minutes. Oh
good.
crap. Yeah, so I thought maybe if I run it now, if you raid, that way it'll be done by the time you get there.
That's true. I see 25 seconds of ads now. How long did you set this for?
I guess it's in a minute. It's in a minute.
We'll just let this run out and go say hi to Scar as we would anyway. Scar's gonna play Observation Duty. If you don't know those games, it's they're pretty cool. I like them a lot. So this is one of the few times where Scar actually plays horror games, I think, in that regard too. So that's also interesting to witness.
I could swear I used
could
Stream
swear.
Element, but now
You
I feel like
frequently
it's
do.
not the right one. Maybe I
think
was
it's-
actually using something else.
I think it might be Night. No,
Oh, I might use Nightbot. I know I
Yeah.
had Nightbot at one point.
I think so. Yeah.
All right, Nightbot. Add to chat. Twitch.
Or Streamlabs bot. Anyway,
I don't remember
Chat.
which one.
I'll see y'all tomorrow. Have a good one. And I'll see you in Scar's chat anyway. So bye.
Living life through screen. Set the X every day is catching that streaming high from Balatron to Power. He's never vexed, just press play. Get ready for the ride. In the Netherlands, his heart beats strong.